Chapter 592, Dongying Country Targets Australia? The next day, Old Jiang and McGeeve came to Lin Chen. Mr. Jiang, Mr. McGeeve, welcome. Lin Chen said with a smile. He took Mr. Jiang and McGeeve to the study. At first sight, McGeeve was attracted by a painting hanging in the study. It took McGeeve a while to come back to his senses after being immersed in it. Mr. Lin, your artistic attainments are truly unrivaled. McGeeve praised. Thank you. Mr. McGeeve, please take a seat. Lin Chen smiled. Mr. Lin, why did you invite me here? McGeeve sat down and asked. Lin Chen, Mr. McGeeve, this is what I am planning to do. I plan to purchase a batch of weapons, including 10 Type 052 destroyers, 20 Type 054 frigates, and 100 J-10 fighter jets. Before Lin Chen finished speaking, McGeeve frowned. Yanhuang Island is not that big, so what is Lin Chen going to do by buying so many cutting-edge equipment? Mr. Lin, according to the contract we signed, these equipment should not be within the scope of your equipment. McGeeve said in a deep voice. Lin Chen smiled and said, that's right. So, the fighter jets I bought will be placed on the border between China and Yanhuang territory, and warships will not normally enter the waters of Yanhuang territory. The maintenance of warships is all done in China. John Laudau, Mr. McGeeve, you should know that these equipments are definitely not aimed at your country of Malbert. McGeeve pondered. This does not violate the contract they signed. The likelihood that these equipment are targeted at them is also low. If Lin Chen wants to target the Bear Country, the first choice will definitely be the mechanical leopard. 50,000 mechanical leopards can resist an army of hundreds of thousands, and their Far East army cannot resist it at all. Lin Chen said, Mr. McGeeve, I have made it clear that I am using these things to intimidate the United States. I want to prevent the U.S. fleet from showing off its might over to Yanhuang Island. McGeeve thought for a moment and said, Mr. Lin, you have more than 10 Dragon-Tooth B submarines. The U.S. fleet may not dare to come. Is there any point in equipping these again? Lin Chen said, under normal circumstances, they may not dare to come, but if there is a special situation, such as the invasion of the biological army of Dongying country, then it may not be possible, right? Submarines are good, but they are a little slow. If an emergency occurs, the submarine may not be able to arrive in time. McGeeve pondered. Lin Chen chuckled and said, I didn't break the contract at all. I could have not told you, but I think I should still tell you to avoid any misunderstandings. McGeeve looked at Lin Chen. If he refused, Lin Chen would probably still buy it. It would not be good for them to make the relationship awkward. McGeeve said, Mr. Lin, you can buy it. But your warships and aircraft cannot stay in Yanhuang Island for a long time, let alone stay in Yanhuang territory on a large scale for a long time. How? Lin Chen nodded, no problem. McGeeve, Eastern Sakura is researching biological and chemical weapons, which may be aimed at China. Why don't you take action? Old Jiang took a sip of tea and said, I don't think so. If Dongying country takes action, it might go after your Maoxiang country. We have hundreds of thousands of mechanical leopards in our country. If they attack and occupy a piece of territory, why don't they occupy yours? McGeeve's face changed slightly. Lin Chen said, it is indeed possible. McGeeve said, if they just want to occupy territory, the environment in the Far East is bad, why don't they occupy Australia? Lin Chen was stunned for a moment. He thought carefully and said, it is possible. If I were the minister of Dongying, I would go south to capture Australia. It's bad for your teeth to chew on the hard bones. Mr. Jiang thought thoughtfully, it is very likely. If they attack Australia, we can stay out of it, and the United States may not help them. The pressure on East Sakura country will be much less. McGeeve breathed a sigh of relief. It is indeed the best choice for them to choose Australia. If they choose you or us, they might eat mushrooms. Australia doesn't have any mushrooms for them to eat. Not long after, McGeeve left first. Zhang Laodao, Shaolin, if Dongying country attacks Australia first, what is your plan? You have 30,000 mechanical panthers over there. Lin Chen smiled faintly and said, if they do this, let them do their best at first. The land in Australia is good, but the people on it are not that good. Elder Jiang said solemnly, Shaolin, will the East Sakura country become stronger in the process of attacking Australia? Especially their biological army. Lin Chen smiled faintly and said, if they attack us, they will be courting death. Old Jiang's heart moved. Shaolin, are you sure? Lin Chen nodded, about the same. Let the bullets fly for a while, let them show their fangs first, let the whole world see their true faces first. Mr. Jiang nodded. Shaolin, we trust you to do your job well. I hope they will follow our plan. Lin Chen chuckled and said, 5 months later, we can explode another mushroom bomb in the Northwest Desert, a more powerful one. Mr. Jiang smiled. That's a good idea. Jiang Lao stood up and said, Shaolin, the purchase contract will be announced soon. The light armored personnel carriers will be shipped, and the J-10 fighter jets will also go to the northeast. Lin Chen said, the border airport must be built as soon as possible. The airport that can be parked now is still a little far from Yanhuang territory. Old Jiang nodded. He soon left too. Lin Chen arrived at the underground laboratory. He carefully prepared the genetic medicine. This genetic medicine was not targeted at mutated creatures, but was for humans to prolong a person's life. After working from 9 in the morning to 4 in the afternoon, Lin Chen finally finished it. Only 4 have been produced so far. This is for his parents and Su Mengyao's parents. They are older and it is better to use it earlier. Su Mengyao is temporarily unavailable. She is pregnant. Lin Chen brought 2 tubes of medicine to Su's house. Su Mengyao, Lin Xiaoqian, Lin Dongyao and others were playing here today. Dad. Seeing Lin Chen, Lin Xiaoqian and the others hurried over. Lin Chen held one in each hand. Do you miss Daddy? Lin Chen kissed her and said with a smile. Lin Xiaoqian and the others nodded repeatedly. Lin Dongyao said, Dad, we miss you so much, don't we? Yes. Lin Xiaoqian nodded. Lin Chen said with a smile, Dad is not on a business trip. Dad was just busy yesterday and today and didn't have time to accompany you. But now that I'm done with my work, I can spend time with you. Yeah. Lin Xiaoqian and her friends were very happy. After playing with them for a while, Lin Chen called Su Guofeng and Yang Qingyue together. Dad, Mom, I'll give you something good. 2 genetic medicines appeared in Lin Chen's hands. This is? Su Guofeng asked doubtfully. Lin Chen, this is the genetic medicine I prepared. It improves human genes. The efficacy is relatively strong and most people can't use it. You can use this if you have a strong physique. It can extend your life by more than 30 years. Su Guofeng and Yang Qingyue were extremely shocked. Extend your life by 30 years? If the first emperor had this Chinese, he wouldn't have needed to learn English. Chapter 593 Prepare to target the Maya family. Yang Qingyue said in disbelief, Shaolin, just this small thing can extend our lifespan by 30 years? Lin Chen nodded, don't underestimate it. It took me a lot of time to make this thing. Genetic improvement can naturally extend life. Su Mengyao has very good hearing. She walked closer and asked, Honey, is it safe? Although your skills are very good, if there is a problem with the genes, even if your medical skills are extremely strong, you may not be able to save it. Su Guofeng, Mengyao, you are too concerned. If it's not safe, why would Lin Chen take it out? Shaolin, will we become younger after using this? Lin Chen shook his head. No. You will still age gradually after using this, but the speed of aging will be much slower. When you are 60, you won't look much older than you do now. At this point, Lin Chen looked at Su Mengyao and said, Honey, don't worry. Just like Dad said, I won't take it out if it's not safe. Su Mengyao nodded. Lin Chen should be 100% confident when he said this. Su Guofeng smiled and said, it's better to age slowly like this. If I become much younger all of a sudden, it would be hard to explain to others. Lin Chen said, Dad, don't tell anyone. I don't want many people to come to me for this medicine. It is impossible to mass produce it within 10 years. And the simulation robots can't even be made, so I need to do it myself. Su Mengyao and the others nodded. Lin Chen smiled and said, let me give it to you. After using this, your physical fitness will improve and your strength will increase. Okay. Su Guofeng nodded. Lin Chen took a tube of genetic medicine. A medical syringe appeared in his hand. After extracting the genetic medicine, Lin Chen helped Su Guofeng inject it into the vein. Soon Yang Qingyue also received the injection. Lin Chen is very confident in what he has created. Xiaolin, I feel some pain. I feel a little hot inside my body. Su Guofeng said. Lin Chen, this is a normal phenomenon after use. Fever and diarrhea within 3 days are normal reactions of the body. Pay attention to replenishing your body's energy during this time and eat when you are hungry. Su Guofeng and others nodded. Lin Chen smiled and said, Dad, you guys go and have a rest. I'll make dinner. I'll make some medicinal food for you to replenish your body. The next day, at a military port somewhere in the north, a huge civilian roll-on roll-off ship entered the port, and light armored vehicles drove into the ship in an orderly manner. Where are these so many light armored vehicles going to be transported to? I guess it's Yanowangling. Hey, isn't that Lu Dun Sanshin? It's really a land shield of 3,000. This fire thing is a good thing. Some people were talking about how they could see the naval port. The news soon spread on the internet. The official also announced the military purchase news in a timely manner. Lin Chen purchased 10 052 ships, 20 054 ships, and 100 J-10 fighter jets. These equipment will be delivered to Lin Chen in batches. 10 Type 052S, 20 Type 054S, and 100 J-10s. With so many powerful weapons, they can destroy a small or medium-sized country, right? Upstairs, this is not for dealing with small and medium-sized countries. Master Lin still needs these things to deal with small and medium-sized countries? The submarines approach and destroy the warships of small and medium-sized countries, and then the mechanical leopards on the submarines will be dispatched to destroy the country. These are clearly meant to intimidate the United States. Countless netizens are discussing this online. America. The President of the United States soon received the news. Do we have any warships nearby? The US President asked. Chief of Staff Mandel said, there are several warships, 500 or 600 nautical miles away. There is a Dragon Fong submarine near them. The US commander frowned and said, keep them away. Let Lin Chen know that we have no intention of targeting Yanhuan leader. Commander-in-Chief, we are on the high seas. I know, but Lin Chen is a lunatic. We are safe this far away from China, but it's better to stay away from Yanhuan territory. Mandel nodded. That's true. China will definitely not target them since they are so far away, but the same cannot be said for Lin Chen. If Lin Chen doesn't like them and attacks them, will they send a fleet to fight Lin Chen? Lin Chen has more than 10 Dragontooth B-type submarines, and now there are fighter jets and warships, so they will have to pay a huge price. It would be a lot of fun if the aircraft carrier was sunk by Lin Chen. The order came out soon. The US fleet that was closer to Yanhuan Island retreated, although it only retreated 100 or 200 nautical miles, but it was an attitude. In this situation, it would be unreasonable for Lin Chen to attack them again. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. 1,000 light armored vehicles had already arrived at Yanhuan territory, and they had been deployed at various bases in Yanhuan territory. If there is a problem anywhere in Yanhuan territory, the light armored vehicles can rush there with the mechanical leopards at the fastest speed. Lin Chen bought a total of 200 out of the 3,000 land shields. This can be used for air defense and can be used to intercept up to Mach 4 missiles. At the same time, this thing can also be laid flat to attack targets. But when this is laid flat, the shelter has to take off. Of course, since Yanhuan Lin Chen has 50,000 mechanical leopards, he doesn't need to do this. The mechanical leopards can tear all enemies to pieces. Xiao Bei, assess the situation in Yanhuan territory. Lin Chen said. Xiao Bei, Master, the situation in Yanhuan territory has stabilized. Most of the assets of those people you have interviewed have been transferred to you. Only about 30% of the assets that have been promised but not yet transferred are left. Many infrastructure projects have already started preparations, housing prices have risen by 13%, and public resistance has decreased. Lin Chen nodded. The people of the Bear Country will definitely have resistance, which is normal, but when they see the benefits, their resistance will gradually decrease. The launch of various infrastructure projects will increase housing prices and their job opportunities will also increase, so the benefits are huge. Xiao Bei, the publicity must be in place. Lin Chen said. Xiao Bei, Master, don't worry, I have always been guiding public opinion. Lin Chen nodded. They have cracked down on and eliminated a lot of evil forces, and the remaining ones dare not act recklessly. The public security in Yanhuan territory should be much better, and the people can definitely feel it. Actively guiding the public to support him will increase. It's time to target the Maya family. Lin Chen muttered to himself. The weapons are mostly in place. Although the purchased destroyers are still under maintenance, they can be used if needed. The Yanhuan territory is much more stable now. System, use all enhancement points to enhance the meditation skill. Lin Chen said in his mind. He gained another 200 reinforcement points. Yes, master. As the system finished speaking, powerful energy surged into Lin Chen's body. The strengthening will be completed in about half an hour. So strong. Lin Chen muttered to himself. If the average person's mental power is 1, his mental power was originally over 200, but now it has exceeded 300. His mental power can cover an area of more than 400 meters in radius. If directed in one direction, it can reach up to 600 to 700 meters. Within the range of his mental power, he can hypnotize many ordinary people at the same time, and he can also control the flying knives to move freely. Dad! Lin Dongying pushed open the door of the study. He poked his little head in. I feel so weird. Lin Chen's meditation skills improved and his meditation talent also improved. Chapter 594 Lin Chen goes to Camel Country. Lin Chen waved his hand. Dong, come in. Lin Dongying entered the room. Lin Chen reached out and held him on his lap. Dong, why is it so strange? Lin Dongying scratched his head. Dad, I don't know. It just feels weird. Dad is a doctor. Dad will check you out. Lin Chen smiled. He used his mental power to detect and found that Lin Dongying's mental power had increased a little, but the increase was not much in a short period of time. It still takes a process to improve talent. If the mental strength of an ordinary adult is 1, Lin Dongying's mental strength has now reached about 8, which is no lower than that of Hasef before. Hasef was born with strong mental strength, and with the help of acquired training, Lin Dongying's mental strength is very strong at the age of 1.5. Moreover, Lin Dongying's meditation talent has been further improved. His mental strength will increase even faster as he continues to practice meditation. Dong, you're okay. Your talent for meditation has improved a little bit. If you meditate more in the future, you will become even smarter. Lin Chen said with a smile. Aha! Lin Dongying nodded seriously. I want to be as smart as my sister. Dad, are you done with your work? I want to play with robots. Okay. Lin Chen stood up holding Lin Dongying. After playing with Lin Dongying for an hour, Lin Chen said, Dong, you play by yourself for a while. Daddy has to go pick up your sister. Dad, I'm going to read a book. Lin Dongying ran to his small desk. Although he is only 1.5 years old, he already knows most of the words. Such strong mental power is not just for show. Lin Dongying's memory is much stronger than that of ordinary people. Wife, I'm going abroad. Lin Chen said to Su Mengyao. Su Mengyao asked, Husband, are you going to Yanhuangling again? Lin Chen shook his head. I'm not going to Yanhuang territory this time. I'm going to Camel Country. There was a look of doubt in Su Mengyao's eyes. Go to Camel Country? Honey, what are you going to do in Camel Country? Prince Hailey and the others invited you over? Lin Chen said, They invited me a long time ago, but I didn't go there because of their invitation. I went there for other things. Zhang Yang was kidnapped before. It was done by the Maya family. It's time to fuck them. Su Mengyao said in surprise, I now know all the big families in the world. The Maya family is from the Squid Country, right? You go to the Camel Country and let the Camel Country target the Maya family? Lin Chen said, I won't tell you the details. Honey, don't go anywhere recently. Home is absolutely safe. Su Mengyao nodded. Cici, don't go to school recently. She doesn't particularly like it, either. Lin Xiaoqian is now in primary school. Sometimes she goes, sometimes she doesn't. Lin Xiaoqian found kindergarten very interesting. What kindergarten children learn tends to be games and entertainment. In elementary school, they have to attend classes, and what they learn is too simple for Lin Xiaoqian. That is, the children in kindergarten are in the same class, and Lin Xiaoqian wants to play with her friends, so she thinks about going to school. Okay. I'm going to pick up Cici and take her home. Lin Chen hugged Su Mengyao and smiled. Half an hour later, Lin Xiaoqian took him home. Su Mengyao said to Lin Chen, Husband, will you be in danger if you go to Camel Country? Lin Chen smiled and said, Don't worry. I have 200 anti-aircraft missiles in my storage space. If the plane is locked by missiles, I can send the anti-aircraft missiles outside. My private plane's radar has been modified. It's more powerful than a fighter jet. Xiaobei can guide anti-aircraft missiles to destroy incoming missiles. And that private jet has an ion stealth shield. There are very few missiles in the world that can lock onto it. Su Mengyao nodded. Honey, when are you leaving? Lin Chen said, wait until CC and the others fall asleep before leaving. All security personnel stay behind, and I will take the simulation robot with me. That plane is actually now also piloted by a simulated robot. Even if the enemy attacks with a large number of missiles in a desperate manner, if he abandons the plane and flies away on his own, the national security will be safe. Hubby, you don't have a bodyguard? Su Mengyao frowned slightly. Lin Chen smiled and said, I'm fine by myself. If I sense danger, I will definitely stay away from it immediately. Even if the enemy uses mushroom bombs to kill me, it will be difficult. The National Security Department will keep you guys here for safety. A few hours later, Lin Xiaoqian and the others fell asleep. Lin Chen called Su Shangyang and said, Minister Su, I'm going to Camel Country. I don't need the national security to accompany me. A simulated robot will do. I'll take a car to the airport now. Su Shangyang's face changed. Mr. Lin, how can this be possible? What if you encounter danger when you go abroad temporarily? Why don't you go tomorrow or the day after tomorrow and send someone to check the environment first? Also, it's not good that no one is following. Lin Chen, Commander Su, I have something to do this time, and it is not appropriate for the National Security Bureau to follow me. That's settled. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Su Shangyang quickly contacted Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang, how can Mr. Lin go to Camel Country alone? What if he gets into an accident? Just listen to him. Old Jiang thought for a while and said. He knew that Lin Chen's own combat power was extremely strong, and Lin Chen also had storage space, which was filled with many good things. Mechanical leopards, combat robots, drones, and various missiles must be in Lin Chen's storage space. He alone is equivalent to an army. Mr. Jiang, but. No buts, just like that. After saying this, Mr. Jiang hung up the phone. Su Shangyang seemed to be thinking about something. Could there be something he didn't know? Otherwise, how could Mr. Jiang let Lin Chen take the risk? An hour later, the huge plane took off. On the Camel countryside, Hailey and his men were busy preparing a grand welcome ceremony for Lin Chen. Lin Chen informed Hailey before taking off. Higher, what's the matter with Mr. Lin coming here? Sadman inquired. Sadman is still the crown prince, but he is already in power. His father is older and a lot of power has been given to him. Have no idea. Hailey shook his head. Sadman, have you invited Mr. Lin recently? Hailey nodded, I invite him every month. But the last time I invited Mr. Lin was half a month ago. I didn't expect Mr. Lin to come all of a sudden. Sadman pondered and said, going abroad will be risky. Since Mr. Lin is going abroad, it must be something very important. Mobilize 3,000 mechanical leopards to the airport for control, and mobilize all police to check all suspicious places. Also, ask Mr. Lin if he needs a fighter jet to accompany him. Hailey nodded. Sadman, we haven't been slow lately, have we? Hailey shook his head. Probably not. He earns enough money, so how could he neglect Lin Chen? In Lin Chen's view, he is the financial sponsor, and in his view, Lin Chen is also a benefactor. Chapter 595 Fighter Attack. Squid Kingdom, Maya Family. Father, Lin Chen has taken a plane to go abroad, and his destination is Camel Country. A middle-aged man from the Maya family said. The old man in front of him, Tasfu Maya, is the head of the Maya family. The Maya family only controls assets worth 1 or 200 billion on the surface, but secretly controls assets worth trillions of US dollars through various means and has a strong influence throughout the world. Tasfo frowned, come to Camel Country? The relationship between the Camel Kingdom and them is not very good, and the closest distance between the Camel Kingdom and them is less than 200 kilometers. What does Lin Chen want to do in Camel Country? Yes, father. The route shows that it is heading to Riyadh City in Camel Country. The middle-aged man said. Tasfo, how many mechanical leopards are there in Camel Country? The middle-aged man said, they bought 50,000 mechanical leopards, and a total of 30,000 have been received so far. In addition, Egypt has also received 30,000 mechanical leopards. These are the second-type mechanical leopards. 30,000 of them, roughly equivalent to the combat power of 300,000 armed forces. Tasfo frowned. Although all the people in their squid country have received training, the number of troops is less than 200,000. In a fight, their 200,000 people are unlikely to defeat 30,000 mechanical leopards. Their advantage lies in the Air Force. But the Air Force has little effect against the mechanical leopards. If the mechanical leopards are dispersed, can they still take out 30,000 missiles to destroy those 30,000 mechanical leopards? And a missile may not be able to destroy a mechanical leopard. Many of their missiles cannot change their trajectories. The mechanical leopard is not a fixed target. Father, we have to send out stealth fighters to shoot it down. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The middle-aged man said. Their family has a strong influence in the military, and Lin Chen has affected the interests of other families in the squid country. There is absolutely no problem in sending stealth fighters to kill Lin Chen. How many people are accompanying Lin Chen? Tasfo asked. The middle-aged man said, he is the only one. He did not have the Chinese national security to protect him when he went abroad this time. But there must be a lot of simulated robot bodyguards on his plane. Tasfo's eyes lit up. There is no national security officer and only Lin Chen on the scene, so if he is killed, the additional impact will be much smaller. Wrong. Tasfo suddenly thought of something. Father, what's wrong? Tasfo said in a deep voice, he must be afraid of death. If that's the case, what's the point of him flying here alone? Why isn't China afraid of national security protection this time? The middle-aged man's expression changed slightly. You mean Lin Chen might be planning something big, and it's not convenient to involve China in this big move? Is he targeting us? Tasfu said, there will definitely be a big move, but it is not certain whether it is aimed at us. The Red Moon organization in Camel country is also Lin Chen's enemy. And the Red Moon organization has not been cleaned up yet. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice, no matter what, we will destroy his plane before he lands, and his plan will definitely fail. Tasfo frowned and said, can he be shot down? He flew to Yenhuang territory before and was not defeated. The Black Bear gang shot down their plane that time. Father, it should be possible. Our experts analyzed that it should be a force field device. The aircraft is so small and has a limited amount of power supply. The force field device can only resist rocket attacks at best. It's absolutely impossible to stop a missile attack. Middle-aged people. Tasfo nodded slightly. You arrange it secretly. If something goes wrong, you know. The middle-aged man nodded, Father, if we fail, I will take full responsibility and will never bring trouble to the entire family. Tasfo nodded slightly. On the surface, he no longer cares about the matter. But in reality, you still have to ask him for instructions on important matters. On the plane, Lin Chen was dealing with emails. He is not worried. With his current strength, he has a strong sense of danger. Moreover, the radar detection equipment of this aircraft is extremely powerful, and there will be satellites in the sky to ensure flight safety. The plane was flying at an altitude of 13,000 meters, and even if a missile was launched from directly below, it would take some time to fly up. This time is more than enough for him to escape. The emergency escape pod can be launched in 2 seconds. 8 or 9 hours passed by unknowingly. Master, our plane is passing over the Gulf of Oman ahead. Xiao Bei reminded Lin Chen. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. If there was going to be an attack, the most likely location would be in the Gulf of Oman. About 10 minutes passed. Master, 4 stealth fighters from the Squid Nation took off from an Air Force base in the United States, 350 kilometers away from us. They flew toward us. Xiao Bei once again urgently reminded Lin Chen. 350 kilometers would soon be within range. Lin Chen said calmly, are there any controllable missiles on the nearby U.S. bases or U.S. fighter jets and warships? Master, yes. Xiao Bei said. Lin Chen, launch 8 missiles to shoot them down. Since they took off from the U.S. Air Force Base, the U.S. has the responsibility to remotely control the missiles to shoot them down, and the U.S. can only swallow its bitterness in silence. Yes, Master. Xiao Bei said. The United States has many military bases in the Middle East, and naturally has air defense systems. Suddenly, 8 missiles took off into the air and flew towards the 4 planes at a high speed. SHIT, we're locked down. Why would the United States launch missiles to attack us? The pilots and the 4 stealth fighters panicked. They were still 200 kilometers away from Lin Chen's plane, and the incoming missiles were only 120 kilometers away from them. With the speed of the missile, it can quickly hit their fighter planes. Soon they began to call for help. They tried to get the United States to detonate 8 incoming missiles. But their cries for help fell on deaf ears. Xiaobei cut off any contact between them and the outside world. Eject quickly. As the missiles approached, they all ejected. Boom! Boom! All 4 stealth fighters were blown up in mid-air. There was no suspense about 8 missiles hitting 4 fighter jets. Fuck! The pilot cursed in the air. They don't understand why the United States would attack them. If they were given a little more time, they would be able to launch missiles. The 4 fighter jets carried 20 or 30 missiles. The order they received was to use all of their aircraft to attack Lin Chen. Master, all 4 fighters have been destroyed. Xiaobei said. Lin Chen nodded slightly. He just felt a hint of danger, but the danger was eliminated as the 4 fighter jets were destroyed. What? Tasfo and the others got the news. Their 4 stealth fighters were actually destroyed, and it was the US missiles that destroyed them. Father, it must have been Lin Chen's artificial intelligence that did it. Will the United States sanction Lin Chen? Tasfo frowned. They won't. Our plane took off from their Air Force base. If this matter gets out, they won't have much of a case. And it's useless to sanction Lin Chen. He is not afraid of that at all. Chapter 596. This is fake news. America. Mandel hurried into the office of the US President. Commander-in-Chief, something has happened. Mandel said eagerly. The US President, don't panic, something will happen someday. Tell me, what happened? Our missiles shot down 4 stealth fighters of the Squid Nation. The US President. He said in disbelief, are you sure? How is this possible? Mandel nodded. The Squid Nation borrowed our Air Force base. They wanted to attack Lin Chen's plane, but 8 missiles suddenly took off, and the 4 planes were destroyed before they flew far. The missile should be controlled by artificial intelligence. The US President was silent for a while and said, fake news. The Squid Nation did not borrow our bases, nor did it launch missile attacks. This is completely fake news. Commander-in-Chief, this is true. Mandel said. The US President spread his hands and said, so what? Are you going to tell the world that there is a problem with our air defense system and that artificial intelligence can easily control our missiles? Are you going to make us go to war before the East Sakura Kingdom and the Chinese Kingdom? Mandel was stunned. I see. This is indeed fake news. Mandel said and walked out. Time passed minute by minute. The United States knew it, and the Squid Nation knew it, but both sides tacitly remained silent. For the Squid country, they were naturally annoyed that their 4 planes were destroyed, but they were going to shoot down Lin Chen's plane, and they felt uncomfortable saying this. Lin Chen is not so easy to mess with. An hour passed. Xiaobei, is there any news on the internet? Lin Chen stopped working and asked. The plane is already descending and will land in half an hour. Xiaobei said, Master, the internet is calm. The United States, the Squid country, and other surrounding countries have not reported it. The surrounding countries must be aware of this incident and their radars are not just for show. But neither the United States nor the Squid country said anything. How could they bring trouble upon themselves? What if they get into trouble? Whether the United States actively launched a missile attack or the missiles were controlled, it is not something that can be reported casually. Half an hour passed. The plane landed smoothly at the Camel Country airport. It was early morning in Camel Country. But when Lin Chen got off the plane, many people still welcomed him warmly. There are red carpets, military bands, etc. Mr. Lin, welcome to our Camel Country. Sadman smiled and shook hands with Lin Chen. Lin Chen, Mr. Sadman, you are too polite. I came here at this time because I don't want you to make too many people. Sadman said with a smile, of course. Mr. Lin, you are our most distinguished guest. No matter when you come, we will warmly welcome you. Lin Chen nodded. Thank you very much. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Lin Chen and his friends got in the car and left. The convoy is huge, and there are many mechanical leopards following it. Any enemy that appears will suffer a fatal blow. Mr. Lin, I heard that you had an accident on the way here. Are you all right? Hailey asked in the car. Lin Chen shook his head, it's just a small episode. Highly, do you want to buy that kind of simulation robot? Hale's eyes lit up. The household robot Linchen has been sold overseas. The simulated robot Linchen has not yet been exported abroad. What Haler and his friends want to buy most are simulation robots, which can be upgraded into combat robots. Upgrading is also simple. Just teach them to use guns and give them guns. Mr. Lin, can we buy it? Hailey said quickly. Linchen smiled faintly and said, "You welcomed me so warmly. As a friend, I think I can sell you some of it. It's hard to say if there's more, but I have no problem selling it to you for 50,000. Hale and Sadman were delighted. Those mechanical panthers are great, but mechanical panthers have their drawbacks. With the addition of simulated robots, their strength can be greatly improved. Mr. Lin, let's buy it. Sadman said quickly. Linchen chuckled and said, "Mr. Sadman, you haven't asked the price yet." Sadman, Mr. Lin, this is not a problem. We respect technology. As long as the technology is strong, money is easy to talk about. Even if you sell it too cheaply, we can still increase the price. As long as they don't sell it to others at a lower price than us. Linchen chuckled and said, "Don't worry about the technology. Simulated robots can do a lot of things. My plane was driven by a simulated robot. Flying a plane, driving a tank, driving a battleship, etc., as long as you let them learn, they can learn it." Sadman was extremely excited. They have money and bought a lot of high-end equipment, but their soldiers are not good enough to take advantage of the equipment. Mr. Lin, how many? You quoted a higher price, but we can afford it. Hailey rode. They don't want other countries in the Middle East to buy it. Raising the price will make it difficult for other countries to buy. Even if they can sell, the quantity purchased by other countries will be much smaller. Linchen said, "A household robot costs $300,000 in bulk, and this simulation robot costs $1 million. The materials used are very good, and the cost is a bit higher, but a simulated robot like this only costs $300,000. The profit margin is over 2,000%. No problem." Sadman said. $1 million each, 50,000 of them is only $50 billion, so they don't have any pressure to take it out. With these 50,000 simulated robots and their high-end equipment, the deterrent effect will be much stronger. Even if they do not use high-end equipment, if 50,000 simulated robots are equipped with various guns and ammunition, their combat effectiveness will be at least equivalent to that of 200,000 ordinary troops. How much does it cost to support 200,000 ordinary troops in a year? There will definitely be no problem using the simulation robot for 10 years. If you do the math, it's worth spending $50 billion. Linchen, we can hold a press conference tomorrow. These 50,000 simulation robots will be in place within a year. Okay. Sadman nodded. A year is not a long time. They buy equipment from the United States, but in many cases the equipment only lasts for less than 8 or 10 years after they spend the money, which is equivalent to paying protection money. Hailey asked, "Mr. Lin, as far as we know, the combat capability of the Longya B-type submarine is very good. I wonder if we can buy this type of submarine." Linchen, the Dragon Tooth B-type submarine is not mine. If you want to buy it, you have to contact the Chinese government, but I don't think I will sell it for the time being. That's a shame. Hailey rode. Sadman asked, "Mr. Lin, what are you doing here this time? If there is anything we can help you with, just tell us and we will do our best to help you." Linchen, Mr. Sadman, that's it. I came here to have some fun and sell some things. But now there is something else. You will send me to the northwest frontier by helicopter tomorrow. Sadman and the others looked at each other. Linchen definitely wouldn't come here just for this matter. When did Linchen ever come here in person to sell things to them before? If Linchen hadn't been attacked on the way here, he probably wouldn't have sold it. "Mr. Lin, let's send more mechanical leopards over there," Sadman said. They have a lot of mechanical leopards in the northwest. A lot of it can also be transported by transport plane. Linchen shook his head, "No need, I will take care of my own revenge myself." Chapter 597, Signing an Agreement with Camel Country. Late at night, Tasfu, the patriarch of the Maya family, did not sleep. He is in his 70s or 80s and usually goes to bed early. But he really couldn't sleep tonight. 4 fighter jets were secretly dispatched to kill Linchen, but all 4 fighter jets were shot down by missiles. The United States still has no statement? Tasfo asked, rubbing his forehead. Yes, father. Our fighter jets took off from their base. They are in the wrong. I guess they are going to accept it with a pinch of their nose. Tasfo's eldest son, Quady, said. Tasfo frowned and asked, is there any unusual movement in Camel country? Quady, the Camel nation welcomed Lin Chen with a grand ceremony. Apart from that, they have not made any unusual moves for the time being. There are no signs of the mechanical leopards on the border being mobilized. Father, Lin Chen may not know that it was our Maya family who did this. He may not dare to target our squid nation. Tasfo said in a deep voice, Lin Chen would definitely dare to do that. The United States, Eastern Sakura country, Australia, the British Empire, which one would he not dare to provoke? He even rented a large piece of land from the Bear Country. Even though the Bear Country may have made a lot of money temporarily, in the long run, they will definitely lose money. Kuwaiti said, Father, you go to sleep. I'll keep an eye on you. If there's any unusual movement, I'll wake you up. I can't sleep. Tasfo shook his head. I always feel that our family will be doomed. Kuwaiti said, Father, it shouldn't happen. Our family is the top family in the squid country. We have strong power in politics, business, and the military. If anything happens, I'll handle it alone. Tasfu was worried, maybe you could carry it by yourself before, but after we attacked Lin Chen, I'm afraid you can't carry it anymore. Kuwaiti, our family's businesses are spread all over the world, and many family members are also abroad, so the family will not be destroyed. I hope so. Tasfo took a deep breath. It would have been fine if Lin Chen hadn't come in person, but when Lin Chen came in person, he always felt that things were not that simple. The night gradually passed. Lin Chen woke up in a luxurious palace. He was not worried about being attacked while sleeping. With his current strength, he would be able to sense the threat of death even if he fell asleep. Moreover, there are thousands of mechanical leopards guarding this palace. There are also many drones in the sky. If there is any abnormality, Xiao Bei will notify him immediately. Dear Lin, you woke up so early. You went to bed so late last night. I thought you would wake up at noon. Hailey said enthusiastically. He arrived at Lin Chen's place early in the morning. Lin Chen smiled faintly and said, It's enough to sleep for so long. Hailey, hold a press conference as soon as possible to sign the purchase agreement of the simulation robot. After that, I will go around. Okay. Hailey nodded. I'll have someone prepare it right away. How about holding a press conference in an hour? Lin Chen nodded. News came from Hailey and many reporters gathered. Lin Chen came to Camel country, which was big news in itself. Some of them also knew about the attack last night. Camel country held a press conference today, but I don't know what to do. Father. Quiddy shook his father awake. His father Tasfu had not fallen asleep for long, but Camel country held a press conference and Lin Chen also attended. Maybe there was a special situation, so he had to wake up his father. What's up? Tasfo said with a tired look. I stayed up all night last night, but nothing happened. I finally fell asleep, but something happened again. Kuwaiti said, the Camel country held a press conference, and Lin Chen also attended. I suspect there may be special circumstances. How long will the press conference last? Tasfo asked. Less than half an hour. Tasfu quickly washed his face and had breakfast. On the Camel countryside, Lin Chen, Sadman, Hailey and others entered the venue, and a large number of reporters were taking pictures frantically. Lin Chen rarely appears in public. What's more, it was such a public appearance abroad. Everyone, please be quiet. We invite everyone here today to witness the signing ceremony. Sadman spoke up. The reporters quickly fell silent. Although Sadman is only the crown prince of Camel Kingdom, he is already the actual ruler of this land and holds a high position of power. Everyone, let us welcome Mr. Lin before signing the contract. He is a great writer, mathematician, calligrapher, musician, painter. His visit is an honor to our Camel country. He is our Camel country's eternal friend. As Sadman finished speaking, warm applause broke out. Lin Chen smiled and nodded. After the applause, Sadman smiled and said, Everyone, we will sign a simulation robot purchase agreement with Mr. Lin. We spent $50 billion to buy 50,000 lifelike robots. There was surprise in everyone's eyes. The Camel country has already purchased 50,000 mechanical leopards. He actually bought another 50,000 simulation robots. 50,000 mechanical leopards can defeat an army of 500,000. Add to that 50,000 simulated robots, and the Camel Kingdom's military strength has greatly increased. This is not good news for some neighboring countries. For example, the Squid Nation. Swish. Lin Chen and his team quickly signed the agreement in the presence of the media. Mr. Lin, is this the only reason you came to Camel Country? Mr. Lin, although this agreement is very important, you didn't come to buy drones or mechanical leopards before. Why did you come to Camel Country this time? Mr. Lin. After the agreement was signed, a group of reporters began to ask questions. Lin Chen coughed lightly. Everyone fell silent. Lin Chen smiled and said, in addition to this matter, there is indeed another matter, but that matter will be kept secret for the time being. You should know what it is tomorrow. Everyone was very curious. But if Lin Chen didn't say anything, there was nothing they could do. On the Maya family side, Tasvo and others watched the live broadcast. They all frowned. The Camel Country's purchase of 50,000 simulation robots alone poses a great threat to the Squid Country. Lin Chen's simulation robots can drive fighter jets and warships. Father, I don't feel good. The other thing is probably aimed at us. Quiddy said in a deep voice. Tasfu, don't make any unusual moves for now. Maybe Lin Chen is just exerting pressure and doesn't know who the enemy is. Quiddy nodded. Father, the Camel Country's mechanical leopard still hasn't made any unusual movements. Tasfo, what about the sea? Quiddy, there is nothing unusual in the sea. Lin Chen's submarine should not have sneaked over here. Tasfo nodded slightly. As long as Lin Chen doesn't target them directly or financially, they are not particularly afraid. They have other assets besides financial assets, and the assets within the Squid Country are enough to live comfortably. Gradually, time came to evening. During the day, Hailey took Lin Chen to visit several places. Mr. Lin, are you leaving now? Hailey rode. Lin Chen nodded, pointed at the map and said, let the helicopter take me here. Hailey said worriedly, Mr. Lin, this is not good, right? What if something goes wrong when you take the helicopter there? The place Lin Chen was referring to was the northwest border. The distance is more than 1,200 kilometers. This place is very close to the Squid Country. Chapter 598 Mr. Lin, you are invading. Lin Chen smiled faintly and said, Higher, in your country, don't you have any way to ensure my safety? Hailey said with a bitter face, Mr. Lin, if you are under our protection, of course we can guarantee it. But it is indeed quite risky to fly a helicopter for 1,200 kilometers. Lin Chen said, you can arrange more helicopters. The helicopters can be piloted by the simulation robots I brought with me. No one knew which helicopter I was on. Hailey, Mr. Lin, can the simulation robots you brought fly the fighter planes we purchased? Lin Chen nodded. Certainly. Hailey then arranged some fighter jets to escort them. Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, fighters are fast and don't quite match up with helicopters. Since fighters are being arranged for escort, I might as well take my own plane to the border to skydive. Ah? Hailey was dumbfounded. Mr. Lin, you are of noble status, so there is no need to take such risks, right? Lin Chen said, that's settled. More than an hour later, Lin Chen arrived at the airport. He saw 10 fighter jets parked at the airport. Hailey said, Mr. Lin, you insist on doing this. I can't persuade you. I have arranged a few more fighter jets for you. You must pay attention to safety when you go to the Squid Country. There are a lot of crazy people over there. Lin Chen nodded. 10 minutes later, Tasfu and his men received the news that Lin Chen's plane was flying to the northwest under the escort of fighter jets. Lin Chen is going to fly to us? Tasfu asked. Kuwaiti shook his head, I don't know yet. The Air Traffic Control Bureau has not received their route application yet. Tasfu stared at the map in front of him. He said in a deep voice, even if he doesn't fly to our place, he will definitely come to our place. What exactly is he relying on? Quiddy, father, is it artificial intelligence? If you kill him, the artificial intelligence he left behind will take revenge. Tasfu shook his head. It's not just that. We have already used fighter jets to attack, but he still dares to come. He must rely on more than just artificial intelligence. Is it possible that a mechanical leopard has infiltrated our country? Quaidy's expression changed slightly. This is possible. They need to import a lot of goods every day, and Lin Chen's submarine can approach quietly, so maybe the things have been delivered in advance and are now hidden somewhere. More than an hour later, Lin Chen arrived at the designated location. Xiao Bei, interfere with the satellite. Lin Chen ordered. Yes, master. Soon Lin Chen jumped down without a parachute bag. Call. Lin Chen fell at a very high speed. The air temperature was very low at an altitude of more than 10,000 meters, but this had no effect on Lin Chen. Soon Lin Chen reached the ground. He flew forward, which consumed less internal energy. In the air, Lin Chen's private plane and escort fighters returned. In about an hour, Lin Chen arrived at the territory of Squid Country. Come out. Lin Chen moved his mind, and 8,000 mechanical leopards appeared. These mechanical leopards are all Type 3 mechanical leopards, and the amount of self-destructive explosives in their bodies has been increased. The amount of self-destructive explosives in their bodies reaches an astonishing 5 kilograms. All these explosives are new types. 5 kilograms of such explosives are equivalent to 300 or 400 kilograms of TNT. This power is greater than many missiles. Xiao Bei, send 2,000 mechanical leopards to the Maya family, and the rest will be deployed along the coastline, with 3 mechanical leopards in one team, and each team will be 50 meters apart. Lin Chen ordered. Yes, master. Xiao Bei's voice sounded in Lin Chen's headset. Lin Chen said, the mechanical leopards heading to the Maya family should pay attention to their formation and not crowd together to give the enemy a chance to concentrate on destroying them. Okay. 2,000 mechanical leopards moved quickly in the night. Lin Chen is 30 or 40 kilometers away from the Maya family. If the mechanical leopard moves at the fastest speed, it will take less than half an hour. What is that? Soon, people from the Squid Country discovered the mechanical leopard. It's a mechanical leopard, developed by Lin Chen from China. How come they are here? The people of Squid Country were talking about it. Their officials soon received the news. What? Tasfo's face changed drastically. In just a few minutes they also received news that many mechanical leopards were heading towards them. Father, how about we evacuate? Those mechanical leopards must be coming for us. Quaidi said with a grim expression. Tasfo frowned. Where to retreat to? No place in the country is safe, and the rest of the country is also unsafe. Someone has to take responsibility. Quiddy was silent. After a few seconds he nodded. Father, I understand. I will take all the responsibility. Father, if I die, please take good care of my wife and children. Tasfo nodded. I'll go into the secret bunker and leave things to you. Tasfo was quickly transferred to a secret bunker, which only a few people in the entire family knew about. Where did the mechanical leopard come from? Quiddy frowned. He couldn't figure it out. On a certain street, the police set up a quarantine post, but they didn't dare to fire a single shot when a large number of mechanical leopards passed by. They knew the combat effectiveness of the third type mechanical leopard. A few mechanical panthers would be enough to kill them all. We're just going to let them go? One of the policemen said. Another policeman said, can we stop them? If we don't let them pass, they will step over our dead bodies. The mechanical leopards rushed over quickly. The policemen counted silently, and finally they determined that there were about 2,000 mechanical leopards. So many Type 3 mechanical leopards can defeat an army of 60,000 to 70,000. Equivalent to 6 divisions. Not to mention the small number of policemen they have, even if all the police and soldiers in the entire city were assembled, they would not be able to defeat them. Mr. Lin, what do you mean? Officials from the Squid Country hurried to the beach. Lin Chen glanced at the other person. You are not qualified to talk to me. Other side. Time was tight and the high-ranking person had not arrived yet, but his status was not low either, yet he was actually despised by Lin Chen. Mr. Lin, this is an act of aggression. Lin Chen ignored the other party. Time passes by every second. 2,000 mechanical leopards rushed to the Maya family. At the same time, heavyweights from the Squid Kingdom also arrived on the beach. The beach where Lin Chen was brightly lit. There were many military vehicles coming from all around. There were also helicopters hovering in the sky. Mr. Lin, I'm Deputy Secretary of Homeland Security Carnes. What's the purpose of you getting so many mechanical leopards? A middle-aged man in his 50s said in a deep voice. I am happy to do so. Lin Chen glanced at the other party and said calmly. Kearns. He said in a tough tone, Mr. Lin, what you are doing is an invasion of our country. We have the right to fight back. Lin Chen pointed to a mechanical leopard in the distance. That mechanical leopard was farther away from the other mechanical leopards. Look there. Kearns looked over. Some other people around also looked over. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded. The mechanical leopard exploded, a huge fireball rose up, and a powerful shockwave rushed madly in all directions. This. Kearns' pupils contracted. The power of this explosion is comparable to that of a high-powered cruise missile. Lin Chen said calmly, the mechanical leopards that came over have the same configuration, and the power of their self-detonation is slightly greater. Kearns' mouth twitched. Is this a little bit big? A mechanical leopard like this can destroy a building by self-detonation. Now there are 8,000 of them. This is a terrifying force capable of destroying a country. Chapter 599 Lin Chen's conditions. With 8,000 Type 3 mechanical leopards, or the enhanced self-destruct version, Kearns estimated that they could defeat 400,000 soldiers. The army of their squid country has less than 200,000 soldiers. They still have to deal with the rest of the enemy. The mechanical leopards are not afraid of death and will fight to the death. Will their soldiers continue to fight if they suffer heavy casualties? Kearns sat down next to Lin Chen and said, Mr. Lin, we can discuss your request. There is no need to send so many mechanical leopards. His tone softened noticeably. Lin Chen said calmly, don't you have a gun? You sent fighter jets to kill me. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Just pull out your pistol and shoot me. Kearns said awkwardly, Mr. Lin, you are joking. There are many mechanical leopards around. As soon as he touches the gun, he will probably be shot into a sieve by those mechanical leopards. Moreover, 8,000 mechanical leopards have already arrived here, and they arrived silently. God knows if there are more. If Lin Chen dies, will the mechanical leopard, under the control of artificial intelligence, destroy their entire country? Also, China's new mushroom bomb was developed by Lin Chen. The submarine came here silently. Where is it hiding now? Could it have brought the new mushroom bomb? Why, are you afraid that the mechanical leopard will attack you? You can also leave first and let the sniper shoot. Lin Chen said calmly. Kearns coughed lightly and said, Mr. Lin, we will not do this. We are a peace-loving country. Lin Chen smiled but didn't smile. Peace-loving? Kearns, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. I'm not going anywhere tonight. You can let the snipers shoot or launch missiles, whatever you want. There's no need to send assassins all the way to China to kill me. Lin Chen said calmly. Kearns said, we didn't send anyone to kill you. Mr. Lin, is there any misunderstanding here? If you have any requests, please let us know. We will try our best to agree to them. Lin Chen shook his head. Isn't your intelligence organization very powerful? Investigate it yourself. Once you have thoroughly investigated and resolved the issue, I will go back. I won't leave until I find out. Also, if you can't solve the problem, a ship filled with 30,000 mechanical leopards will arrive soon. Kearns. The 8,000 mechanical leopards that have already arrived are already very powerful. Do you really want to destroy them by sending another 30,000 mechanical leopards? Mr. Lin, you will provoke conflicts. There's no need for this. Kearns said solemnly. Lin Chen said calmly, just do your best. If you really can't find it, I will go back after the 30,000 mechanical leopards come over. The mechanical leopards here will help you find it. If you can't find it in a month, look for it in a year. If you can't find it in 1 year, then look for it in 10 years. I'll give you time. Kearns. 38,000 mechanical leopards were left here? That many mechanical leopards were equivalent to an army of 1 million people. Even if the mechanical leopards don't attack them in the future, will their economy collapse if so many mechanical leopards remain here? Mr. Lin, I'm going to leave and discuss this with others. Kearns rode. Lin Chen nodded, you guys can discuss it. If you want to kill me after discussing it, you can just do it. Goodbye. Kearns walked away quickly. Lin Chen lay down and looked at the sea leisurely. The nearest mechanical leopard was 3 or 4 meters away from him. If the sniper fired, there would be no cover around him. Kearns arrived at a command vehicle. He quickly reported the situation to his superiors. In a certain underground command base, many big guys gathered. Lin Chen is threatening our entire Squid Nation. Let's teach him a lesson and give the order to shoot. A big boss said angrily. Another boss, and then we all die? Those 8,000 Type 3 mechanical leopards can kill all our soldiers. Also, they appeared silently. They must have been sent by submarines. There are several submarines here. Are there any mushroom bombs on the submarines? Everyone's face changed. This possibility is not low. The third person said, we have to solve this problem. Those 30,000 mechanical leopards will definitely stay for a long time. When they do, they will seriously affect our country's economy. A lot of funds will choose to withdraw. Everyone nodded. They looked at the old man who was in the lead. The old man said, Lin Chen is obviously coming for the Maya family. Who can tell me what the Maya family did? A middle-aged man answered, I know. The Maya family sent people to China to kidnap Lin Chen's friends. They also hid nerve gas in that building. Their goal is to kill Lin Chen. They tried again last night, but failed. The old man in the lead frowned. This grudge is huge. It may not be that easy to resolve. Where are the people from the Maya family? Let them go and talk to Lin Chen. No matter what the price they pay, they must satisfy Lin Chen. The old man said in a deep voice. Half an hour later, Kuwaiti arrived in front of Lin Chen. He introduced himself, Mr. Lin, I am Kuwaiti from the Maya family. It was me who sent someone to China to assassinate you. It was me who secretly dispatched fighter jets to kill you. It has nothing to do with the rest of our Maya family. Lin Chen smiled and said, these are not important. Don't worry, even though those mechanical leopards have arrived at your place, they will definitely not attack your Maya family. I won't do anything to you either. Kuwaiti looked grim. If Lin Chen killed him directly, that would be fine. With such a smile on his face, Kuwaiti knew that this matter could not be resolved peacefully. He took a deep breath and said, Mr. Lin, how about this? Our Maya family will compensate you with $10 billion as punishment for our mistake. Besides, I'm at your disposal. Lin Chen shook his head, there is no need for that. I don't want money or your life, I just want justice. Kuwait, $20 billion. Lin Chen closed his eyes and ignored COVID. Kuwaiti took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, $50 billion. Although our Maya family is very rich, $50 billion is our limit. Lin Chen still ignored him. Kuwaiti left, and Cairns next to him said, Mr. Lin, how about we find out all the people from the Maya family who were involved in this incident and bring them all to justice? Lin Chen glanced at him. I want the Maya family to be completely destroyed. All the main family members of the Maya family must die. If you can do it, I will leave with the mechanical leopards. If you can't do it, 30,000 mechanical leopards will come within a month. Once they come, they will definitely not leave within 10 years. Kearns gasped. The Maya family has hit a wall this time. Mr. Lin, isn't this too cruel? Kearns rode. Lin Chen smiled and said, I was just joking. It's up to you how you do it. I'll leave if you're satisfied. Kearns. It would be strange if Lin Chen was joking. Chapter 600, Arrest Members of the Maya Family. When the news came back, the bigwigs of the Squid Kingdom frowned. Lin Chen actually wanted to destroy the entire Maya family. Lin Chen is wishful thinking. The Maya family is the top family in our Squid country. If we destroy the Maya family, we will lose face. We absolutely cannot agree to this. Several big men spoke up. But most of the other bigwigs remained silent. Tell me what you think. The leader glanced over and said in a deep voice. A man next to him sighed and said, we already have 8,000 mechanical leopards here. If Lin Chen's 30,000 mechanical leopards come, I'm afraid we won't be able to stop them. If they really come, they will definitely not evacuate. By then, everything we have now will belong to Lin Chen. Someone said, we can sue him at the United Nations. Another person said, what can the United Nations do? We are not afraid of the United Nations, so would Lin Chen be afraid of the United Nations? Yan Wangling has the support of China and Mao Zedong country, so they are not afraid of sanctions. And once we file a complaint, there will definitely be more mechanical leopards. Everyone spoke up. Most people don't want to harm their own interests for the sake of the Maya family. The Maya family is the top family in the Squid Kingdom. If the Maya family falls, they will still be able to get a lot of benefits. Ding ding. A certain big shot's cell phone suddenly rang. He answered the phone, and the person on the other end said, "Director, the latest news is that a large number of Chinese mechanical leopards have boarded the ship. The number of mechanical leopards is roughly estimated to be 30,000. The big guy hung up the phone. He said in a deep voice, "Everyone, there is an emergency. 30,000 Chinese mechanical leopards have come out of the seaside warehouse. They are boarding the ship and will probably leave the port soon. Everyone. If we leave now, we will definitely arrive in a month." A huge pressure hung over them. Everyone, please think carefully about this. Do you want to sacrifice our entire country for the Maya family? Lin Chen is different from the Chinese officials. He really dares to kill people. Don't forget that tens of thousands of people died in Dongying country, and thousands of people died in some forces in Yinhuan territory. And Australia. One of the big guys took a deep breath and said that he and the Maya family didn't get along well and he would be happy to see the Maya family suffer misfortune. Everyone was silent. After a while, someone came over and asked, "What about the United States? What does the United States think about this matter?" Another person said, "They dare not say a word. The fighter jet took off from their Air Force base. They don't even have time to distance themselves from the matter. They don't want to provoke Lin Chen. Do you think Lin Chen doesn't dare to send the mechanical leopard to the United States?" The person who just asked sighed. After a while, the leader said, "Everyone, we have discussed it enough, let's vote anonymously. Please tick if you agree and cross if you disagree." Everyone nodded. The voting results came out soon, with 80% to 90% of people agreeing. This number was somewhat beyond everyone's expectations. It turned out that they estimated that only 60 to 70% of people agreed. There is only one possibility for this situation to occur. Some people appear to be in favor of the Maya family, but they actually do not think so. They are quite happy to divide up the Maya family. Everyone, it seems the result is very clear. The Maya family secretly dispatched fighter planes to commit treason. Immediately dispatch armed forces to arrest all core members of the Maya family. The leading boss said in a deep voice. Doing this would make them lose face, but compared to another 30,000 mechanical leopards coming, it's nothing. The order came out soon. Many soldiers from the Squid Kingdom in various places quickly arrested people, and all the core members of the Maya family were arrested one by one. "What are you doing? You can't do this," Quaidi said sternly. A large number of soldiers came to their family headquarters. "Catch him." The commander who led the arrest team said bluntly. The forces behind him have a bad relationship with the Maya family, so he is very happy to lead a team to the Maya family to arrest people. "How dare you?" Quiddy said angrily. The commander said, "Everyone listen carefully, if the Maya family resists, you can just shoot." "Yes." Many soldiers around shouted. People from the Maya family headquarters were arrested one by one. The commander slapped Quaidi in the face and said, "Where is your father? Don't tell me Mr. Tasfo is not at home." Quaidi gritted his teeth and said, "My father is definitely not here." "Quaidi, you should know our methods. Do you want to tell me now, or should I ask them to take you down and treat you properly first, and then you can tell me later?" The commander said with a half smile. "My father isn't really home." Quaidi rode. The commander smiled and said, "I like you like this. Take him away and treat him well." Quiddy was taken to a side room. "Ah!" Soon screams were heard from inside. After a few minutes, Quiddy couldn't stand it anymore. The commander arrived at the entrance of the bunker. The entrance was very hidden and it would not be easy to find if no one told him. "Mr. Tasfo, you should be able to see outside. Are you going to get out on your own or do we have to blast you out?" The commander smiled. Knowing where the entrance is, it's not difficult to blast it open. Crack. Soon Tasfo came out. The commander said calmly, "Mr. Tasfo, your Maya family has committed treason. We have been ordered to arrest all of you." Tasfo frowned and said, "Treason? When did we commit treason?" The commander said, "You mobilized the fighter planes without permission, and the country lost 4 stealth fighters. The pilots fell into the sea and died. Isn't this treason? Cuff him and take him away." A night passed. All members of the Maya family in Squid Country were arrested. Kearns came to Lin Chen again.
Lin Chen was leisurely enjoying a delicious breakfast at the beach. Mr. Lin, all the people of the Maya family have been arrested. You have artificial intelligence, so you should know the details.
Kearns rode. Lin Chen shook his head. It's not thorough enough. The Maya family has many members in other parts of the world. Your intelligence agencies are powerful and should be able to find them out. I'm sure you can figure it out.
The Squid country's intelligence organizations are very powerful around the world.
Mr. Lin, after we deal with them, you have to remove all the mechanical leopards. Don't leave any behind.
Kearns said solemnly. Lin Chen nodded slightly. No problem.
I promised you before, and I am still honest. Kearns, China has loaded 30,000 mechanical leopards onto a ship. The ship has already departed. Can you send that ship back first?
Lin Chen shook his head.
No need. Those 30,000 mechanical leopards are only the second type. As long as you deal with them, they will go to Egypt and Camel country. The combat effectiveness of the second-type mechanical leopard is much weaker, but even so, 30,000 second-type mechanical leopards plus 8,000 third-type mechanical leopards will have no problem destroying their country. Mr. Lin, would you like to change places? You can watch The Secret Trial of the Maya Family. Kearns rode. Chapter 601 The Maya Family is destroyed. Lin Chen smiled and said, You want me to go and watch the trial? Are you sure?
If I get shot dead on the way, your Squid nation might be in big trouble.
Kearns's expression changed slightly.
He said, Mr. Lin, I was inconsiderate.
It would be better for you to stay here. You can watch the trial remotely. Lin Chen stood up. It's not interesting to watch from a distance. I'd better watch the trial up close. If you can't protect me, then you will all be buried with me. Kearns.
Lin Chen actually dared to go deep into the cave alone.
He asked Lin Chen, but in fact he was just testing Lin Chen. Mr. Lin, this is not necessary. Kearns said quickly. Lin Chen said calmly, I think it is necessary. If you forces want to kill me, just do it. There is no need to send assassins all the way to China. Kearns persuaded Lin Chen, Mr. Lin, even if we do our best to protect you, it will be risky for you to go there.
Lin Chen smiled.
Fine.
There are some new types of mushrooms in my submarine. If I die, countless of you will be buried with me.
Kearns. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Let's go. Aren't you trying to test me?
Lin Chen said calmly. Kearns took Lin Chen into a bulletproof car, and the convoy set off quickly.
There were many vehicles protecting the front and back, and any abnormality would be met with their fierce attack. The mechanical leopard did not follow Lin Chen. Kearns asked, Mr. Lin, your mechanical leopard is not following you?
Lin Chen shook his head, no need.
You want to kill me, or kidnap me, it's up to you. I'll give you a chance.
A strange light flashed in Kearns' eyes.
The mechanical leopard did not follow them. If they kidnapped Lin Chen, they could really do it, but the consequence of kidnapping Lin Chen would most likely be their complete destruction. Mr. Lin, you are joking. How could we kidnap you? Kearns said quickly.
Lin Chen said calmly, I'll give you the opportunity. Whether you can grasp it or not is your business.
Time passes by every second. Lin Chen looked indifferent.
With his strength, ordinary missiles cannot kill him, and if there is danger, he can get out of the car and leave instantly. Although his behavior seems reckless, he is actually very stable.
Kearns was very nervous.
If Lin Chen died, they would all die. Lin Chen dared to take such a risk, he must have relied on more than just those mechanical leopards.
If they kidnapped Lin Chen, they might be beaten to death immediately. An hour later, the convoy had traveled dozens of kilometers. Lin Chen and his friends arrived outside a prison. Mr. Lin, this is a prison. The secret trial of the Maya family is being held here. Are you sure you want to go in and take a look? Kearns inquired. Lin Chen smiled and said, Now that I'm here, look. If you want to lock me up in this prison, go ahead.
If I lose contact for more than 10 minutes, the first mushroom will grow on your land. If we still lose contact within half an hour, the submarine will launch all the mushrooms.
Kearns. He wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and said, Mr. Lin, how could we kidnap you? Absolutely not. A group of about 10 people entered the prison. This prison is not an underground prison. Even if a missile attacks, Lin Chen can leave the prison quickly. Lin Chen actually came. He seems to be completely fearless and confident. Two people in the prison looked at Lin Chen through the window. Lin Chen looked very relaxed.
They have killed many people in this prison. Most people who come in here would be terrified, even if they are not caught.
But Lin Chen couldn't see that at all. Soon Lin Chen arrived inside the building. Mr. Lin, welcome.
A big shot from the Squid Country shook hands with Lin Chen.
Lin Chen smiled and said, "Do you really welcome me?"
The other person's mouth twitched.
They welcome nothing.
Lin Chen forced them to lower their heads and deal with the Maya family, and they lost face.
Certainly.
Mr. Lin, you have made achievements in many fields. Many of us admire you very much. The big man in front of Lin Chen said. Lin Chen, stop talking about these nonsense, let's get started. You have to deal with the people of the Maya family abroad as soon as possible.
The mechanical leopard will not leave until you have dealt with them. Lin Chen sat down. Many people from Maya's family were brought in. Among them was Tasfu, the head of the Maya family.
Seeing Lin Chen, Tasfu pleaded, "Mr. Lin, only a few people in our family knew about your assassination.
It has nothing to do with the rest of you. Please let them go. Mr. Lin, please let them go." Cowendi also said. Lin Chen said calmly, "You are mistaken.
You were not arrested for assassinating me, but for treason.
I just came here to see the fun, it's useless for you to beg me."
If your country can forgive you, I have no problem with that.
There are quite a few people around. It is estimated that someone may have secretly recorded the video. Lin Chen does not want to be criticized. Killing an entire family is extremely cruel. Some people showed regret in their eyes.
Lin Chen actually distanced himself from the matter.
The trial begins.
A military court judge of the Squid Nation said in a deep voice.
Time passes by every second.
A lot of blame was put on the Maya family, and they had to completely discredit the Maya family to show the necessity and correctness of their actions this time.
Tasfu and the others looked extremely unhappy.
They didn't expect that this would be the result of targeting Lin Chen. All the core members of their family will have to die, and the rest of the family members will not have a good life in the future.
The family's reputation was also ruined. Take him away.
Tasfu and his men were taken to the execution ground inside the prison, where they had executed many of the captured people.
Bang, bang, bang.
With the sound of gunfire, Tasfu and his men all fell to the ground. Some people in the surrounding Squid country felt uncomfortable.
Pa! Lin Chen applauded, "You did a good job." Next, there is a small problem.
The Maya family has assets of 100 billion or 200 billion US dollars on the surface, and secretly controls more than 1 trillion US dollars.
I want 20% of these assets. Give me the cash.
A person next to him changed his expression and said, "Mr. Lin, the Maya family does not secretly control so many assets."
Lin Chen said calmly, "That's because you don't know. I have artificial intelligence, how could I not know what assets they have? I'll give you a list.
Some of the assets of the Maya family will temporarily drop in value when something happens to them, but they will still appreciate in value when they are in your hands." Another person said, "Mr. Lin, many of the assets of the Maya family are within the territory of our Squid country. They originally belonged to our Squid country."
Lin Chen said, "So I only want 200 billion US dollars. You and the Maya family should give me spiritual compensation." Chapter 602, So much small change. Everyone was talking about it.
Naturally, they were not very happy.
200 billion US dollars is a huge sum of money.
This huge sum of money is enough to build several aircraft carrier fleets. Someone said, "Mr. Lin, some of the Maya family's assets are in other countries, and other countries also have to share the money.
It's too much for you to take 200 billion alone.
Some of our families may not even get a share of 1 billion. Lin Chen said calmly, "How to divide the rest is up to you, but my share of the 200 billion US dollars cannot be reduced by a cent. If my money is not in place, no one can share the assets of the Maya family.
Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. You'd better hurry up and collect this money. If the Maya family's assets are not divided for a long time, there will be problems." Everyone frowned.
Lin Chen stood up and said, "Think about it carefully.
If you don't want to divide the assets of the Maya family and want to let them rot, that's fine. I don't need these 200 billion US dollars. Kearns, arrange a plane to take me to Camel country.
The mechanical leopard will leave after you have dealt with all the problems.
Kearns nodded.
Half an hour later, Lin Chen boarded a private plane, and several fighter jets escorted him to the border of Camel country. Then the fighter jets of Camel country took over and changed flights. After more than an hour, the plane landed.
Mr. Lin, your trip is too risky. What if something happens to you in Squid country?
Hailey said with some fear. Lin Chen smiled faintly and said, there's no risk.
If I die in the Squid nation, the entire Squid nation will be buried with me.
With so many people buried with me, I won't lose much.
Hailey, I still feel like I'm losing money. You'd better not take risks like this again.
Lin Chen's eyes flickered as he said, I just want everyone to know that there is a price to pay for killing me. Even if I come to your door, you should think twice before killing me.
Hailey, your trip really shocked the whole world. 8,000 mechanical leopards actually quietly arrived in the Squid Kingdom.
The Squid country's military technology is still very advanced, but even so, it could not prevent the submarine from approaching quietly. The whole world thought it was sent by a submarine. Since 8,000 mechanical leopards can sneak into the Squid Kingdom, it means they can sneak into any country in the world.
Lin Chen's submarine can also quietly approach any country.
Lin Chen dared to go to the Squid country in a swagger, and there was a high probability that his submarine contained the new type of mushroom bomb he had developed.
Higher, I'll go back directly.
Lin Chen smiled.
Hailey was stunned. Mr. Lin, are you leaving now?
Lin Chen, my 2 kids at home miss me, and they urged me to go back.
I'll come over to play when I have time. If you have time, you can go to China to have some fun. Hailey nodded. Mr. Lin, I will.
Lin Chen's private plane was at this airport. 10 minutes later, Lin Chen boarded his private plane, which took off quickly. There was a look of regret in Hale's eyes. If Lin Chen stayed a little longer, perhaps some cooperation could be reached.
10 hours passed. The plane landed at the Magic City Airport. Su Mengyao brought Lin Xiaoqian and Lin Dongyao to the airport to greet them. Dad.
Lin Chen walked down from the plane, Lin Xiaoqian and the others said in unison. The 2 little guys ran towards Lin Chen happily.
Lin Chen squatted down and hugged them both. After kissing each of them, Lin Chen smiled and said, Cici, Don Don, do you miss your daddy? Think. Dad, I missed you so much.
Lin Xiaoqian and the others kissed Lin Chen on the face several times.
Lin Chen happily came to Su Mengyao. He put Lin Xiaoqian and the others down and held Su Mengyao in his arms. Wife, why are you here? Just wait for me at home. Lin Chen said.
Su Mengyao said in a tender voice, they are all coming.
And if you go to the Squid country, the Squid country won't dare to do anything to you. The chances of the enemy killing us or kidnapping us will be greatly reduced.
The purpose of kidnapping them was also to capture Lin Chen. But this time, Lin Chen demonstrated to the world that even if he reached the enemy's lair, the enemy would not dare to do anything to him.
The Squid country is very powerful.
Even the Squid country doesn't dare to kill Lin Chen, so the other countries probably don't dare to kill Lin Chen either.
The consequences of a successful assassination would be serious.
Lin Chen's submarine can approach silently. It can lead 8,000 Type 3 mechanical leopards at a time, and this power is enough to destroy most countries in the world.
Dad, are you hurt? Lin Xiaoqian asked.
Lin Chen squatted down and said with a smile, Dad is not injured. Dad is very strong, it is not that easy for him to get injured.
You guys get in the car, Dad will drive you home.
Aha! Lin Xiaoqian and the others nodded.
Time goes by day. People from the Maya family are constantly dying all over the world.
The Squid Kingdom has spies in many places around the world, and those spies are fully capable of carrying out such assassination missions. This incident sounded the alarm for all forces in the world. If Lin Chen is assassinated, the consequences will be very serious. Not only will Lin Chen target the person who gave the order, but the entire force will be destroyed.
Ding ding.
On the 10th day, Lin Chen's cell phone rang. It was Kearns calling. Mr. Lin, we have already killed all the core members of the Maya family. You should be able to confirm this with your artificial intelligence.
The call was connected to Kearns' voice.
Lin Chen said calmly, Xiao Bei told me. Now as long as you transfer the $200 billion to me, I will arrange for the 8,000 mechanical leopards to leave.
Mr. Lin, please give me an overseas account.
We have already collected the money and will transfer $200 billion to you immediately. Curran's Road. The total assets of the Maya family are as high as 1 trillion. If they want to have a share of this cake, they must first give Lin Chen the money. Although they were reluctant, they still got it together.
I'll send you the account number right away,
Lin Chen said calmly.
He said that and hung up the phone.
Soon Cairns received a text message from Lin Chen.
Less than 5 minutes later, Xiaobei said, Master, 200 billion has arrived. Lin Chen smiled and said, Xiaobei, how much money do I have now?
Xiaobei said, after giving $50 billion to the bear country, there was still $160 billion in the overseas account. Later, it made $20 billion, and the Camel country transferred another $50 billion. With these $200 billion, the total is $430 billion.
In addition, there are more than 3 trillion yuan in domestic bank cards.
Most of the money in domestic cards was harvested from Yanhuan Island.
The powerful forces on Yanhuan Island contributed 3 trillion renminbi. TSK.
Lin Chen secretly smacked his lips. A lot of small change. The total cash amounted to a terrifying $900 billion.
China no longer holds so many US Treasury bonds. He is definitely the richest man in the world.
However, there are still super conglomerates in the world that are richer than him.
Those super conglomerates have a lot of assets all over the world. Ding ding. Currens called again. Mr. Lin, $200 billion has been given to you. You should keep your promise and let your 8,000 mechanical leopards leave.
Currens said solemnly. Lin Chen said calmly, you find a cargo ship and they will go aboard.
Cairns, don't do it again.
If you do it again, it won't be so simple.
Kern's mouth twitched. Is it simple? The Maya family was completely destroyed.
They also raised a full $200 billion for Lin Chen.
Chapter 603 Obtain Flying Skills. Squid Country. 8,000 mechanical leopards marched towards the port. Many people gathered and talked about it.
These mechanical panthers are finally leaving. They suppressed the Maya family and wiped them out.
What a shame. What can we do?
They are too powerful. 8,000 Type 3 mechanical leopards are equivalent to more than 200,000 soldiers, and their self-detonation power is even stronger than that of missiles.
Let's fight them. If we die, we die.
If they are destroyed, Lin Chen's factory can produce 3,000 a day. Under the gaze of many people, 8,000 mechanical leopards boarded the ship, and the huge roll-on roll-off ship slowly left the port.
Call. Kearns breathed a sigh of relief.
He supervised the departure of the mechanical panthers at the port. If the 8,000 powerful mechanical leopards did not leave, they would be like swords hanging over the heads of each of them. Master, the mechanical leopard has boarded the ship and left the port.
Xiaobei reminded Lin Chen.
Lin Chen called Ahmed, the Egyptian Minister of Commerce.
Hello, Mr. Lin. Ahmed answered the phone and said respectfully. Lin Chen's current strength is getting stronger and stronger.
He owned the large territory of Yanhuangling, more than a dozen submarines, and also purchased destroyers and fighter jets.
The mechanical leopard can also be deployed to the Squid Kingdom silently.
Lin Chen smiled and said, Mr. Ahmed, I believe you all know that my 8,000 mechanical leopards are now leaving the Squid country.
It's a long way to transport them back. How about I store these 8,000 mechanical leopards at the Suez Canal for a while? In return, if someone invades Egypt, these mechanical leopards can be rented to you for use when necessary. Ahmed's eyes lit up. Lin Chen's 8,000 mechanical leopards are of the third type and are very powerful.
It would be much safer if they could be rented when necessary. As for worrying that Lin Chen is targeting Egypt, there is no need to do so.
If Lin Chen can secretly transport them to the Squid country, can't he also transport them to their Egypt country? The Suez Canal is now under Lin Chen's control. Mr. Lin, how long will you keep it? If we rent it, how long can we rent it for? Ahmed asked.
Lin Chen smiled and said, it's hard to say how long it will be stored. It could be a year or two, or it could be 10 or 8 years, depending on the situation. How long it will be rented for depends on your needs at that time. Perhaps we can sell these mechanical leopards to you in the future.
Ahmed, their range is.
Lin Chen said, if there are no special circumstances, their range of activities will be the same as those of the original mechanical leopards. They will definitely not affect your country of Egypt.
Mr. Lin, I need to talk to the higher-ups. Okay. Lin Chen believes that Egypt will agree.
Placing these 8,000 mechanical leopards in the Suez Canal can also greatly enhance his strength in the Middle East.
In the event of an emergency, these mechanical leopards can arrive quickly. 2 hours passed. Ding ding. Lin Chen received a call from Ahmed. Mr. Lin, the higher-ups have agreed.
Your mechanical panthers can stop in the Suez Canal, but they usually have to stay in warehouses.
Do you think this is okay? Ahmed said. Lin Chen, no problem, happy cooperation. It's been a pleasure working with you.
In less than 10 hours, the roll-on roll-off ship reached the Suez Canal.
Please dock.
Many mechanical leopards said in unison. The captain immediately called his superiors for instructions.
Not long after, Kearns called Lin Chen. Mr. Lin, what happened to your mechanical leopards asking you to stop the ship?
Lin Chen said calmly, Mr. Kearns, the mechanical leopards have now left your squid country.
Where do I want them to go next? Do I need your consent? They will remain in the Suez Canal for some time. Kearns. The Suez Canal is only more than 200 kilometers away from them.
The third type mechanical leopards can replenish energy by basking in the sun, so they can come directly to their squid country without charging. Although the sword was moved away from their heads, it was still very close.
Mr. Lin, isn't this a bad idea?
Kearns said solemnly.
Lin Chen said calmly, what's wrong with that? I put it there to ensure the safety of my property there. I don't need your consent. I have something else to do. Goodbye.
Kearns looked helpless. He quickly reported to his superiors.
The above is equally helpless. They can't stop Lin Chen from setting up his plan in the Suez Canal.
Originally, they wanted to strengthen maritime reconnaissance to ensure that the previous situation would not occur again in the future, but they did not expect that 8,000 mechanical leopards were deployed in the Suez Canal. They can come to their squid country from land.
2 months passed in a flash.
The whole world is not peaceful, but China is safe, and Lin Chen and his friends have lived a relatively peaceful life during this period.
System, strengthen meditation skills.
Lin Chen said in his mind. In the past 2 months, he has strengthened his skills 3 times, twice to strengthen his ancient martial arts and Tai Chi, and once to strengthen his meditation skills.
Good host. The system quickly strengthened Lin Chen. After more than 10 minutes, the strengthening ended and Lin Chen's mental strength was greatly enhanced.
If the mental power of an ordinary adult is 1, his current mental power is close to 500. His mental power can cover an area of 600 to 700 meters in radius and a straight line distance of 1,200 meters. If a sniper attacks from 1 kilometer away, he doesn't need to move, his mental power can kill the sniper instantly. This may not mean much to him, but it means a lot to Su Mengyao and others.
If he senses danger, he can quickly find the enemy and eliminate it. Dad.
When Lin Chen arrived outside the study, Lin Dongyao ran over. Lin Xiaoqian went to school today.
Lin Chen picked up Lin Dongyao.
Lin Dongyao leaned close to Lin Chen's ear and whispered, Dad, I'll tell you a little secret.
I become smarter again.
Lin Chen smiled.
He checked Lin Dongyao's mental strength. 2 months ago, Lin Dongyao's mental power was 8.
Now, Lin Dongyao's mental power has reached 13.
His talent in meditation is now extremely strong. Dong, you have indeed become smarter.
Lin Chen said with a smile.
Lin Dongyao said in a baby voice, Dad, can I go to school then? My sister can go to school, and I want to go to school too.
Lin Chen scratched his little nose and shook his head, not yet. Dong, you're not even 2 years old yet, and your sister didn't go to kindergarten until she was over 3 years old, so don't worry.
Oh.
Lin Dongyao said a little gloomily.
Lin Chen smiled and said, how about Daddy taking you flying? Lin Dongyao's eyes lit up. Okay. Lin Chen used his mental power to distort the air around him.
He took Lin Dongyao and flew to a height of 2,000 to 3,000 meters. At such a height, no one could see them even if the air was not distorted.
Call. Lin Chen and Lin Dongyao were flying in the sky. Wow.
Lin Dongyao was very excited.
5 minutes passed quickly.
The system's voice sounded in Lin Chen's mind, Host, take Lin Dongyao to fly and awaken the flying skill. 50 hours to reach Grandmaster level, 100 hours to reach Grandmaster level.
Chapter 604 Lin Xiaoqian hit someone. Lin Chen asked doubtfully, System, I can fly. What is the difference between this flying skill and the original one?
The system said, Host, Xingdong flies over the grass. When flying close to the ground, the speed is fast and the consumption is low, but flying at high altitude consumes a lot of energy and the flying speed is much slower. This flying skill is suitable for long-term high-altitude flight. Qingdong flying on the grass is breaking wind flying, and this is controlling wind flying. The consumption of the same level is only half of Qingdong flying on the grass, and the speed can reach twice that of Qingdong flying on the grass.
Lin Chen's eyes lit up.
His flying skill of flying on grass has a very fast flying speed, but the energy consumption of flying at high altitude is twice that of flying on the ground. The consumption is only half of that of flying on the Qingdong grass, which is equivalent to only 1/4 of that of flying at high altitude on the Qingdong grass.
The speed can be twice as fast. It feels so good.
His mental power is now strong enough to distort the air and prevent people around him from noticing him. He will definitely have many opportunities to use such flying skills in the future. If this flying skill is improved and doubled, my speed can exceed 500 km per hour, and it will only take 3 hours to get to Yanhuang territory.
Lin Chen said in his heart.
In this way, he doesn't have to alarm others at all. If Yanhuang Ling needs help, he can go over quickly to deliver the things.
His system space is 12,000 cubic meters.
If all the mechanical leopards are installed, it will be enough to accommodate 20,000 of them.
It's a pity that there are no reinforcement points now.
Otherwise, if you strengthen this flying skill, you will immediately be able to feel the feeling of flying with the wind.
Lin Chen flew down with Lin Dongyao.
There is definitely a big difference between forced wind breaking flying and wind controlling flying. Airplanes fly by breaking the wind, but many birds can fly far away even without flapping their wings.
Mom, Dad took me flying. Flying so high. Lin Dongyao ran up to Su Mengyao and said.
Su Mengyao touched his little head and said, Dong, this is our secret, you can't tell anyone else.
Aha! Mom, I know. Lin Dongyao laughed.
Lin Chen smiled and said, Dong has strong mental strength. Even though he is less than 2 years old, he is smarter than many adults.
Dong, go read a book.
Lin Dongyao ran away, and Su Mengyao touched her belly. Hubby, my belly is about to show, and Mom and Dad don't know yet, should I tell them? Su Mengyao is pregnant with twins, but her parents, Lin Chen's parents, and Lin Xiaoqian and Lin Dongyao don't know about it yet.
Lin Chen smiled and said, it's time to say it out.
Now that they've grown up, the two little guys are in a stable condition.
Su Mengyao smiled sweetly and said, they will probably be very surprised. Let's talk about it when Cici comes back tonight. Tell Cici and Dong first. Lin Chen nodded.
In the evening, Lin Chen arrived at a nearby primary school, which was a private primary school, and the students here were either rich or noble.
Master Lin. Hello, Grandmaster Lin. Seeing Lin Chen, some parents greeted him.
They were all very polite. Parents are very awesome if their children can go to school at home, but no matter how awesome they are, there is still a huge gap between them and Lin Chen. Apart from anything else, Lin Chen's assets can easily kill them all.
Woo woo. A little boy ran out crying. Dad, Cici hit me.
He ran to his father and complained. Lin Chen was stunned.
Did Cici hit someone?
The father of the little boy who was complaining glanced at Lin Chen, and without saying a word, he bent down and slapped his son on the butt twice.
Wow!
The little boy cried even louder.
Dad, Lin Xiaoqian hit me, why do you hit me too? His father said, I'm going to hit you. Cici is so well behaved, if you don't provoke her, will she hit you?
Besides, Cici is not even 5 years old, how old are you?
My child is a little naughty. He knows that.
It would be better for him to teach Lin Xiaoqian a lesson proactively if she provokes him.
Mr. Zhang, don't be in a hurry. First ask what the situation is. Lin Chen said.
Mr. Zhang apologized, it must be my kid who offended Cici. I'll take him back later and give him a good beating.
Soon Lin Xiaoqian and the others came out. Cici's father, Liangliang's father, Cici and Liangliang had a fight today.
Come to my office and I will tell you what happened. The school head teacher said.
Liangliang's father said, Teacher, no need to say anything. I know Liangliang is definitely wrong. I will go back and teach him a lesson. Liangliang was completely stunned. Why does my father protect other people as children like this? Cici, what's going on?
You can't take the initiative to bully others. Lin Chen squatted down and asked Lin Xiaoqian.
Lin Xiaoqian, Liangliang grabbed someone else's toy, and I told him it was wrong, so he hit me, and I hit him back. He just started crying. Liang's father apologized. Cici, it's Liang's fault. Uncle will teach him a lesson when he gets back. Liang apologized to Cici quickly. Otherwise, you'll get your ass kicked.
Lin Chen said, Mr. Zhang, let them solve the children's problems themselves.
They have to learn how to get along with each other.
Mr. Zhang nodded.
Liang, are you going to apologize?
If you don't apologize, we'll fight again. Lin Xiaoxian put her hands on her hips and said fiercely.
Liang quickly hid behind his father.
He felt very painful when Lin Xiaoxian's fist hit him.
I asked my dad to beat your dad. My father practiced Sanda. He's very good at it. Liang said angrily. Mr. Zhang hit Lin Chen?
He would be pinned down by Goen before he even made a move.
You are itching for trouble, little brat. I asked you to learn martial arts so that you can bully others? Master Lin, let's go back first.
He will apologize to Cici tomorrow.
Mr. Zhang picked up his son and said.
When he gets home, he will probably find a meal of fried bamboo shoots and pork waiting for him.
Good. Lin Chen nodded. He also took Lin Xiaoxian into the car and went home. Cici, it's fine for you to help other students. But you're getting stronger and stronger now, so you have to be more careful when you fight next time and don't use too much force.
Lin Chen instructed Lin Xiaoxian.
Aha! Dad, I didn't use my full strength.
Lin Xiaoxian said, Dad, I felt a little weird during the fight, as if there were little bugs crawling inside my body. Lin Chen quickly examined Lin Xiaoxian. Soon his eyes lit up and he said, Cici, it's not a little bug, it's you who have internal strength. He gave internal energy to Su Mengyao and others, but did not give internal energy to Lin Xiaoxian, Lin Dongyao, and Lin Chen. He wanted Lin Xiaoxian and the others to generate their own internal strength.
This way they will be taller in the future.
Lin Chen estimated that Lin Xiaoxian would not have internal strength until next year, but he did not expect that she could stimulate her internal strength ahead of time during a fight. Although Lin Xiaoxian's internal strength is still very weak, now that it has appeared, it will slowly accumulate and increase in the future.
Dad, do I really have inner strength?
Lin Xiaoxian said happily.
Lin Chen smiled and said, of course it's true. Dad will go back and teach you how to control your inner strength.
Soon Lin Chen and his friends arrived home.
Mom, I have a secret to tell you.
Lin Xiaoxian said happily.
Su Mengyao squatted down and hugged Lin Xiaoxian and said, really? Mommy also has a secret for you in Dongdong. Mom, I have inner strength.
Lin Xiaoxian said.
Su Mengyao's eyes showed surprise. Cici, there are 2 babies in my belly. Su Mengyao smiled. Chapter 605 Dongying Kingdom actively prepares for war.
Lin Xiaoxian and Lin Dongyao were very surprised.
Mom, is it a brother or a sister?
Lin Xiaoxian asked excitedly.
Lin Dongyao looked up at Su Mengyao expectantly. Mom, am I going to be a big brother? Su Mengyao smiled and said, are you happy to have a younger brother and a younger sister? Aha!
Lin Xiaoxian and Lin Dongyao nodded repeatedly. Lin Chen smiled and called Chen Mei's video. Mom, let me tell you something.
Mengyao is more than 3 months pregnant with twins, a boy and a girl.
Chen Mei was extremely surprised.
It's been more than 3 months? You little brat, why didn't you tell us earlier? Where's Mengyao? How's Mengyao's physical condition? Is she okay?
Lin Chen said, although my medical skills are good, there is still a possibility of accidents during a short period of pregnancy.
I will keep it secret from you for now. There will be no accidents now. Mengyao is in good health.
She can kill a cow with 1 punch. Lin Chen said as he turned the phone towards Su Mengyao.
Mother.
Su Mengyao said with a smile.
Grandmother.
Lin Xiaoxian and Lin Dongyao also shouted hurriedly. Chen Mei said with a smile, Cici, Dongdong, Grandpa and Grandma will come to Shanghai to see you soon. Mengyao, you are pregnant, so take it easy and don't do strenuous exercise.
Su Mengyao nodded. Mom, don't listen to your husband's nonsense. I pay close attention to it. Chen Mei quickly called Lin Hai over.
Knowing that Su Mengyao was pregnant again, and with twins, they were all overjoyed.
They thought the Lin family was expanding.
Originally, Lin Chen was the only child in the Lin family.
Son, we are coming to the Magic City. Is it safe? Lin Hai asked.
Lin Chen smiled and said, there shouldn't be any problem, but you still have to be careful on your way here.
Lin Chen has already had the genetic medicine that prolongs life sent back. Lin Hai and the others have already taken it.
Their strength has increased a lot in the past 2 months.
Okay, we'll come over tomorrow. Lin Hai Dao. It's almost time for dinner today, it's quite late. The next day at noon, Lin Hai and his friends arrived. Su Guofeng and Yang Qingyue also came to Lin Chen and the others.
They also knew that Su Mengyao was pregnant. Mother-in-law, Lin Chen and Mengyao kept it a secret so well that we didn't even know Mengyao was pregnant again.
Yang Qingyue said cheerfully. Chen Mei nodded, they didn't mention it at all.
If we had known Mengyao was pregnant, we would have come here a long time ago.
They were chatting.
Lin Chen, Lin Hai and Su Guofeng arrived at the study. Lin Hai asked, "Son, Cici is very talented in math and painting, and also in martial arts and piano.
In what areas does Dongdong have a higher talent?"
Su Guofeng also looked at Lin Chen curiously. Lin Chen said, "Dongdong has extremely high talents in martial arts and meditation, and a good talent in calligraphy, but the rest is average."
Su Guofeng, Dongdong's talent is weaker than Cici's?
Lin Chen shook his head.
That can't be said.
He is a martial arts genius. His talent in ancient martial arts and Tai Chi is much higher than Cici's, and his talent in meditation is much higher than Cici's. His fighting ability will be stronger than Cici's in the future.
He is very strong.
I think it's great that he can cultivate his character with calligraphy. Lin Hai and Su Guofeng nodded.
Su Guofeng said, according to some news on the internet, something seems to be wrong with the East Sakura Kingdom recently.
It seems that they are preparing for war.
Is that true? Lin Chen nodded slightly, that's true. If they want to prepare for war, let them prepare for war.
If they don't take action, it's really hard to settle the blood debt with them.
Lin Hai, son, are we going to fight?
Lin Chen said, I think it should be soon, maybe 3 months at the fastest, or a little over half a year at the slowest. I just don't know who they want to choose as their target.
Australia. The East Sakura Kingdom is preparing for war, East Asia will be in chaos.
An all-out war is about to break out between China and Dongying, and China may face a terrible biochemical crisis. The war may cause hundreds of millions of casualties in China. The development of China's economy will most likely be interrupted.
Many Australian media outlets have reported similar news. Many media outlets in other Western countries also reported the same news. They are exaggerating the crisis. This could scare some domestic Chinese capital away. It is difficult for China to refute such remarks. After all, judging from the situation in Dongying country, they are really preparing for war. There is a historical hatred between Dongying and China. If Dongying starts a war, it is likely to target China. It would be best if the East Sakura Kingdom went to war with the Chinese kingdom immediately. If they start a war, we will benefit from it. The East Sakura Kingdom is still making moves. It is very likely that they have made a major breakthrough in genetic technology. Although China has the mechanical leopard, it may not be able to easily defeat the East Sakura Kingdom. Many Australian netizens are excited. Many people discuss this topic. Everyone, is it possible that the East Sakura country will attack your Australia country? A Chinese person said this on the foreign website. Bullshit, Dongying is a dog of the United States. We are an ally of the United States. How dare Dongying attack us? The East Sakura country has always had a feud with the Chinese country, and they are attacking us and offending the United States. Don't they want to survive in the world? Stupid Chinese people, stupid remarks. The internet is in full swing. In the East Sakura country, they are fully committed to cultivating genetic organisms. A big boss secretly arrived at a base on an island. This island base is one of the breeding bases. Professor Ito, what's going on now? The big boss Akita Jiro who came over asked. Professor Ito smiled broadly, not bad. These sharks are already 5 meters in size, and they are still growing rapidly. They will probably grow to 7 or 8 meters in about half a year. Akita Jiro said in a deep voice, we may not be able to wait for half a year, but 3 months. How big can they be and how many bombs can they carry? 3 months? They can grow up to 6 or 7 meters long and can carry 200 kilograms of bombs in their bodies. Professor Ito said. Akita Jiro frowned slightly, only 200 kilograms? This is only equivalent to a light torpedo. The charge of medium-sized torpedoes is about 400 to 500 kilograms, and the charge of some heavy torpedoes exceeds 1 ton, which is very terrifying.
Professor Ito said, it can exceed a little, but if it exceeds 200 kilograms, it will affect their speed.
In another 6 months, it can reach 300 kilograms. Jiro Akita looks at a shark in the water. What are their advantages and disadvantages compared to ordinary sharks? Can effective control be ensured?
Professor Ito, they are faster, smarter and stronger than ordinary sharks, but their disadvantage is that they have a shorter lifespan.
We control them using a genetic drug. It's working well. Jiro Akita, will they be driven away by the infrasound? Professor Ito shook his head. No, we have integrated some genes. Modern methods of driving them away are not effective. It is also difficult for torpedoes to hit them because they are extremely agile. Lord Akita, we need more time so that they can grow into true battleship killers. Chapter 6062 Genetic Medicines. Akita Jiro said, we don't have that much time.
The bigger they are, the more food they need, and the greater the risk of exposure.
We may only have 3 months left. Professor Ito sighed. That's true.
The amount of food needed for the increased body size increases very quickly, let alone 3 months. There is a risk of exposure now.
Akita-sama, I understand. Professor Ito said.
Jiro Akita said solemnly, Professor Ito, there must be no problems in controlling these mutant sharks.
Otherwise, they may bring disaster to us.
Lord Akita, there will be no problem with our control.
That's good. Jiro Akita left quietly.
In the Magic City, old Jiang came to Lin Chen's place.
Mr. Jiang, what good news do you have for coming here? Lin Chen asked with a smile.
Mr. Jiang, Shaolin, let's go to the study and talk.
The two of them arrived at the study,
and old Jiang said solemnly, Shaolin, we have discovered the second genetic organism in Dongying country.
Shark? Lin Chen said. Jiang Lao was stunned, you know this?
Lin Chen smiled and said, Xiaobei found that the fish catch of fishermen in some sea areas has decreased, and the probability of seeing sharks has increased.
Jiang Lao, the second genetic organism we found is indeed a shark.
They are already quite large, and conventional means are simply incapable of driving them away. They could pose a serious threat to our warships and submarines.
Lin Chen said, they can hide bombs in their stomachs.
The warships and submarines approaching us are indeed a huge threat.
Mr. Jiang looked solemn.
We judged that to be the case. They've taken over the tradition of suicide attacks, but now the suicide attacks are mutant sharks.
Xiaolin, do you have any ideas?
Lin Chen said, they must be breeding in scattered areas. Even if we can destroy 1 or 2 of their breeding bases, the other breeding bases will still breed genetic organisms. Destroying it in advance won't work.
Jiang Lao frowned, it really won't work. They might even move the breeding base abroad.
God knows how many breeding bases they have around the world. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Old Jiang, if you want to kill someone, you must first make him crazy.
Elder Jiang looked at Lin Chen and said, Shaolin, do you have any ideas?
2 small bottles appeared in Lin Chen's hand. Mr. Jiang, this bottle is a gene-repelling agent. Drop a few drops into the sea, and there will be no mutant gene creatures within a few kilometers.
Elder Jiang took the bottle and said in surprise, it's so effective? What's the principle of this expulsion? Lin Chen, the genes of genetic organisms are unstable.
Its principle can induce the physical collapse of genetic organisms. They will naturally instinctively leave this kind of thing. Pouring less will have a small impact, while pouring more will have a large impact.
Jiang Lao asked, do we have a lot of this stuff in reserve? Lin Chen nodded, I asked the robots to make quite a few.
They will definitely be enough for the short term, and we will just have to make more for the long term later.
Jiang Laodao, you still have to store as much as possible. It will be embarrassing if there is less when you need it. This bottle is. Lin Chen smiled and said, this bottle is an induction potion. It can lure genetic organisms.
Even if the mutant organisms have come to our side, we can use this to lure them back to Dongying country. If this induction drug is not continuously administered, the genetic organism will go crazy.
Mr. Jiang was overjoyed. There are 2 types of genetic potions, one can be used for defense, and the other can lure genetic organisms back to attack the enemy. It's perfect. Shaolin, are you sure about their effectiveness? Don't let them be ineffective when they arrive, that would be embarrassing. Mr. Jiang asked.
Lin Chen smiled and said, Mr. Jiang, don't worry.
As long as it is a genetically fused organism, these 2 drugs are effective.
They are specifically targeted at genetically fused organisms.
I don't think the East Sakura Kingdom can come up with anything stronger. Mr. Jiang nodded.
If you have confidence, then there will be no problem.
Xiaolin, in 2 months, we plan to explode a new type of mushroom bomb with a larger bullet volume. What do you think?
Lin Chen smiled and said, very good. Although we have made adequate preparations, the outbreak of war here is never a good thing.
Jiang Lao nodded, yes.
If a war breaks out, even if we can win, the increased risk will cause many funds to choose to leave. In addition, the United States and other countries may take the opportunity to cause trouble.
Have I read some of the comments online? Many Australian media are hyping this up. They believe there will be a bloody battle between China and East Sakura.
Lin Chen smiled and said, they are scared.
The fundamental reason they hype this up is that they are afraid of the coming of war.
They want to emphasize their alliance with the United States. They want world opinion to support them.
Elder Jiang nodded. I think so too. They are the ones arguing the most in the world right now.
Official media are scrambling to report on it, and many people are also discussing it. Lin Chen, the harder they jump, the more they care. With fewer people and more land and minerals, if Dongying country had not chosen us as their enemy, but chose them instead,
Australia has probably already been theirs by now.
Zhang Laodao, Shaolin, we need some of the gene-repelling drugs to prevent the Dongying kingdom from suddenly attacking us.
Lin Chen nodded.
Mr. Jiang, I'll have a simulation robot loaded onto your car later.
Elder Jiang thought for a moment and said, this has to be kept secret.
Xiaolin, send a few simulation robots to each warship, and let them carry this genetic medicine. If they find a problem, they will deliver the genetic medicine.
Lin Chen nodded.
Master Jiang, find someone to install detonators on them.
If they move abnormally, destroy them immediately.
Zhang Lao, there's no need to do this.
We trust you. Lin Chen shook his head, let's install it. If we don't install something like this, there will always be people who will be suspicious.
I won't let them do anything wrong, so there's no need to bear this kind of suspicion.
All right then. Mr. Jiang nodded.
It is easy to install this with Lin Chen's consent. Just install a small bomb on the key control component.
Time goes by day.
There are several more simulated robots on each of China's warships.
The least is 3, the most is 5.
All of them carry expelling gene drugs, and some even carry inducing gene drugs, so they can deal with problems immediately if they are discovered.
System, strengthen flying skills. Lin Chen said in his mind. He has accumulated 200 reinforcement points.
50 points can reach the Grandmaster level, 100 points can reach the Grandmaster level, and with 200 points, the flying skill can directly reach the Legendary level.
Good host.
The system quickly began to enhance flying skills. Lin Chen felt that his control over the wind was rapidly improving.
After 10 minutes or so, the strengthening was completed. Lin Chen's eyes showed joy.
His flying skills were much better than he expected. Some birds can fly with the wind, but their wind control is not on the same level as the one he has now. His is much stronger.
Call. Lin Chen flew high into the sky. He flew quickly in the sky.
His speed reached twice as fast as his previous high-altitude flight.
The consumption is only 1/4. Chapter 607, the third genetic organism. 20 days passed in the blink of an eye.
Lin Chen upgraded his flying skills to the mythical level. His flying speed reached 600 or 700 km per hour, but if he continued to fly at this speed, the consumption would not decrease. If we continue to travel at the original fastest speed of 500 km per hour, the consumption will be much lower. As the speed increases, the air resistance becomes greater and greater.
Even if he can ride the wind, the air resistance is still not small. Improving your flying skills to this level is good enough.
Improving this level further will be too cost-effective.
Lin Chen said in his heart. The fastest speed of 600 to 700 km per hour is basically enough. Honey, look at this.
Lin Chen returned home and Su Mengyao handed him a cell phone.
A video is displayed on the phone. Someone on a boat took a photo of a huge black snake in the sea.
It was estimated that the black snake was nearly 10 meters long.
Where was this filmed? Lin Chen asked. Su Mengyao, in the northern waters of Dongying country, someone filmed this and uploaded it online.
The original video was quickly deleted, but the video still went viral online. Lin Chen looked at the video and said, "This thing should be another genetic organism created by Dongying country. It could very well have lived on land."
Su Mengyao's expression changed slightly.
"Honey, octopuses are good at special operations, such as catching people. Sharks are good at rapid assaults, and this sea snake can get onto land, so it's very versatile."
Lin Chen nodded. They are ambitious, and rightly so. They want more than just a position in the ocean. Ding ding. Just then Lin Chen's cell phone rang.
It was Mr. Jiang who called.
Lin Chen answered the call, and Mr. Jiang asked, "Shaolin, have you seen the sea snake video on the internet?"
"Just saw it."
"Mr. Jiang, could this snake be a genetic creature?"
"It's likely. And this snake should be able to adapt to fresh water,"
Lin Chen said. Old Jiang looked solemn.
"If this snake could adapt to fresh water, it could follow the river to inland areas, and the deterrent power of Dongying Kingdom would not be limited to the ocean. Cities have a huge demand for water and are basically built near water, so they can threaten most cities. Shaolin, please produce more of those 2 genetic drugs.
If you need national support, just let me know." Taoist Jiang. Good. A giant sea snake was found in the northern part of East Sakura country.
It is suspected to be a genetic creature. This sea snake may be able to adapt to fresh water.
Inland China is no longer safe. Huagua vs. Dongying, thermal weapons vs. biological weapons, who is the winner?
The Australian media is frantically hyping up the topic, and many of their citizens are also hotly discussing the matter.
Did we really create this sea snake?
It would be great if they could really adapt to fresh water.
Sea snakes like these would be a threat to the entire Chinese nation.
We can't win with hot weapons.
Let's change the track.
Then Lin Chen will have no choice but to withdraw all the mechanical leopards. The news on the internet affected the people of Dongying, and many of them were also discussing this matter enthusiastically.
If this sea snake can adapt to fresh water, it will pose a real threat.
It can follow rivers into cities, and inland areas will be threatened. They can appear and disappear in the city without warning, and can reach any corner of the city through the sewers. A small number of them is not a big deal, but a large number of them poses a great threat.
I am a new energy warrior, applying to go into battle. I don't think ordinary new energy warriors can do this. These things are so big, it's not easy to electrocute them.
Many people on the Chinese internet are also discussing this issue.
Ding ding. Lin Chen called an official from Dongying country. "Mr. Lin, what's the matter?"
The Dongying official on the other end of the phone said politely. Lin Chen said, "Some creatures in your Dongying country have mutated. In view of this, I have decided to send you additional mechanical leopards.
I think you have no objection to this, right? Mr. Lin, it's not necessary. You have 140,000 mechanical leopards on our side."
The phone said hesitantly.
"Lin Chen, you'd better take the initiative to bring it up, otherwise the existing 140,000 mechanical leopards will start a cleanup operation."
After saying that, Lin Chen hung up the phone. 140,000 mechanical leopards are already very powerful, and these second-type mechanical leopards are equivalent to an army of 1.4 million. But we still need to continue to enhance our deterrent power.
There is considerable public opinion in Dongying. Don't let their government be swayed by public opinion. Lord.
The official who received Lin Chen's call quickly reported to his superiors. The elder of Dongying Kingdom frowned. The genetically modified organisms they were breeding weren't big enough yet, so now was not the right time to fully expose them.
Request assistance from China. After thinking for a long time, the elder of Dongying Kingdom took a deep breath and said, "Yes." Soon, Dongying country took the initiative to propose it.
China's aid was also quickly arranged, and 100,000 Type 3 mechanical leopards were quickly sent to Dongying country in batches. The third type of mechanical leopard can fight 30 at a time, so these 100,000 are equivalent to 300,000 second-type mechanical leopards.
Baga, what are they doing up there?
It must be Lin Chen who secretly threatened us to add the mechanical leopard. There are already 140,000 mechanical leopards ahead. Together, their combat power is equivalent to that of an army of 4 to 5 million.
If a war breaks out, can we really win?
The people of Dongying country have calmed down a lot. The assistance of these 100,000 new mechanical leopards was like pouring a basin of cold water on their fevered heads.
Time goes by day.
The 3 factories of Yanhuang Robot Company are operating at full capacity, and the production capacity of each factory has increased by half. The 3 factories originally produced a total of 3,000 mechanical leopards per day.
Now it has become 4,500 per day. And all of those produced are Type 3 mechanical leopards.
The system has raised robot manufacturing technology to a mythical level. Lin Chen said in his mind. The robot manufacturing technology is still only at the legendary level. It does not require many enhancement points to reach the mythical level, and it could have been reached earlier, but there is not much significance in reaching it earlier. He improves himself, and the improvement is there. Improving robot manufacturing technology requires the cooperation of related industries.
After so much time, the situation is much better.
After all, the 3rd type mechanical leopard has a large production volume and high requirements, which will make some parts manufacturers try their best to upgrade it.
Yes, master.
The system responds. A massive amount of information quickly flooded into Lin Chen's mind.
Half an hour later, Lin Chen had digested it all.
As he expected, the manufacturing technology of the mythical robot was not simple, and it was still impossible to produce it with the current technology.
But there are a few technologies that can be stripped out and used. For example, energy transmission technology.
The 3rd type of mechanical leopard can convert solar energy, but the speed is not very fast, and it will not be able to make it in time during large-scale fierce battles.
Some mechanical leopards may not be able to move due to lack of energy.
In this situation, the only option is to self-destruct. Energy transmission technology enables the mechanical leopard to recharge wirelessly. They can recharge as long as they are within 10 kilometers of an energy base station, and they can also recharge each other.
This makes charging much more convenient.
The mechanical leopard in fierce battle can also get support from the rear.
Chapter 608, The Sudden Attack from Dongying Kingdom.
More than another month passed.
Northwest Gobi. Boom! A new type of mushroom bomb exploded in the uninhabited Gobi Desert.
The terrifying fireball spread wildly in all directions, and the huge mushroom bomb rose into the sky at a high speed. The earth was shaking and the whole world was shocked. This new type of mushroom bomb has a terrifying amount of explosive power, equivalent to 30 million tons of TNT, which is more than half the power of the Tsar hydrogen bomb and is equivalent to 1,800 little boys.
It's not that we can't make a bigger one, but there's no need.
This amount of ammunition is enough to shock the whole world. Central media, my country successfully tested a super mushroom bomb with a bomb volume of 30 million tons of TNT.
This mushroom bomb is non-nuclear and will not pollute the environment.
The central media released the news as soon as possible.
Oh my god, 30 million tons, that's horrible.
Although the bomb volume is not as large as the Tsar hydrogen bomb back then, the Tsar is too heavy.
This one can be sent by Dongfeng Express.
Hydrogen bombs don't carry nuclear weapons, and they accumulate virtue while they are being used.
After they are used, vegetables can be grown, and everyone who sees them will love them. When the news came out, the Chinese internet was in an uproar.
Although a new type of hydrogen bomb had been tested before, that bomb was smaller in size and far less powerful than this one. The terrifying amount of 30 million tons of bombs is terrifying, and the new mushroom bomb is light in weight and can be launched by missiles.
This is a show of force to the whole world. East Sakura Country.
We probably won't be able to withstand more than a few of the 30 million ton mushroom bombs.
The entire East Sakura Kingdom might be sunk. Let's not provoke China.
A large number of people in Dongying country were talking about it, and many of the silent majority also stood up to oppose it.
If they anger China and China sends this to them, their entire Dongying country will be completely destroyed. Everyone, you all know the news. Tell me what you think. What should we do next?
The elder of Dongying Kingdom said in a deep voice. The conference room where he was sitting was filled with bigwigs from the Dongying Kingdom.
I'm afraid it's impossible to attack China. At least not now. Our biological power is not enough. A cabinet member spoke up. Another person said, this is a warning from China. With this and our domestic mechanical leopards, it is not a good idea to attack China before our biological power is sufficient. We need time for the genetic organisms to grow. Everyone was talking about it. Some of them originally supported fighting against China. Now attitudes have changed.
The mushroom bomb with a mass of 30 million tons is too terrifying, and it is non-nuclear.
China has said that it will not be the first to use nuclear weapons. Does this count as a nuclear weapon? If China used this on them, would the rest of the world say anything? Would they risk global destruction and use their own mushroom bombs to attack China? They don't think so.
Everyone, you know the situation in our country. Our economy is on the verge of collapse, and our people can barely afford to eat.
We must take action. Otherwise, the people will tear us apart without any external enemies taking action.
The elder said in a deep voice.
Everyone looked at him.
The elder said, "We didn't have a solution before, but now we have genetic organisms, we have a solution."
If we are not targeting China, which country are we targeting?
We must carve out a path for our country and our nation.
Everyone was silent.
The elder's eyes sparkled. "Speak up.
Now is not the time for you to remain silent.
We are on the verge of life and death, and we need a large piece of land." A cabinet leader next to him said, "Lord, although Mao Shong country has a large area of land, it is cold there, and Yenhuang territory belongs to Lin Chen.
We can't go north very well."
Another big boss said, "It would be best if this place is large, has abundant resources, and a smaller population." The third boss couldn't help but speak bluntly, "You are beating around the bush, just speak frankly, Australia. We should have fought Australia back then."
Everyone nodded.
Australia is an ally of the United States, so they dare not say anything, but now that it has been exposed, there is nothing they cannot say.
Another person said, "Now is indeed a good opportunity. China has risen.
If we attack Australia, the United States will most likely not join the war to help Australia.
Otherwise, China will benefit. As for the British Empire and others, they are too weak." Another person said, "China and Australia are not on good terms.
If we attack Australia, they will probably just watch the show.
At least in the early stages of the war. We can use blitzkrieg to attack Australia. Time passes by every second."
Finally, they decided to raid Australia, and act immediately, as it would take time for the genetic organisms to reach Australia.
Half a month later,
a large number of genetically modified organisms from Dongying country have arrived in Australia. The mutated sharks and octopuses reached coastal areas, and the mutated sea snakes reached the interior of Australia through rivers.
Let's do it.
The Prime Minister of Dongying State issued an order for a surprise attack.
A military port somewhere. Someone released a strange sound wave at the seaside.
A group of mutant sharks had been lured here earlier. Sensing the sound waves, they rushed towards the warships from the sea. They are trained to attack when they hear sound waves.
What's going on?
The port's warning sonar discovered the problem, and they quickly used infrasound and other means to drive away the sharks. But the sharks did not leave. They continued to rush towards the warships in the harbor.
Boom! Boom!
The shark slammed into the warship and detonated the bombs in its body.
The bombs exploded very close to the warship. Australia's naval strength is very average.
Most warships are not very large in tonnage, and the bombs in these sharks weigh only 200 kilograms, but it is enough.
Enemy attack, enemy attack.
A shrill alarm sounded.
But they couldn't think of a solution in a short time.
Explosions continued to sound and the warships in the naval port were destroyed one by one in the violent explosions. The same situation occurred in other Australian military ports.
"Master, the East Sakura Kingdom raided the Australia Kingdom." Xiao Bei reminded Lin Chen.
Lin Chen took out his mobile phone, and Xiao Bei immediately displayed some video footage on Lin Chen's mobile phone.
East Sakura country really did it.
Lin Chen muttered to himself. How to make genetically modified organisms risk their lives to attack warships is a difficult problem, but Dongying country has obviously solved this problem. Although the people of Dongying are bad, they are not stupid.
Xiao Bei, did they encounter any attacks on land? Lin Chen asked.
Xiao Bei, Master, Australia was also attacked on land.
The next second Lin Chen saw another video.
A giant octopus sneaked into the military base and actually detonated the ammunition depot inside the military base.
The octopus monster is really good at special operations.
Lin Chen muttered to himself. Although these octopus monsters are large in size, they can pass through extremely small holes. They can enter the base through sewers, ventilation ducts, etc. They can destroy ammunition depots, damage energy equipment, etc.
Australia's coastal bases are no longer safe. Although the East Sakura Kingdom is an enemy, it's still a pretty good job.
Lin Chen muttered to himself.
The relationship between Australia and China is not good either. He enjoyed watching them fight each other. Chapter 609, Australia was stunned. Australian seaside. God, What happened? Why did the explosion happen? That's a military port, our warship exploded. Damn it, did China attack our Australia? Chinese netizens said that we are a country built on their mines. It is very likely that they will suddenly attack us.
Many people on the beach were talking in horror. Suddenly, it got dark all around and all the lights went out. They looked around and found that the whole city was basically plunged into darkness, with only a few places having emergency lights. There was an octopus monster in the power plant wreaking havoc everywhere. Various equipment in the power plant were smashed and the wires were torn off.
The same thing happened in many cities.
And it wasn't just the power plant that had the accident, other important places like the refinery and water plant also suffered damage.
Inside a military port,
the soldiers rushed out of the barracks in panic. They were horrified to see that the warships were on fire and some had even begun to sink.
Hurry up and save them. Everyone take up your weapons, there may be enemies.
The Australian soldiers were in chaos. At this moment, the emergency power supply in the military camp also went out, and screams were heard in the camp.
A big black snake was hunting in the dark. Day.
Some soldiers opened fire in panic. Black Snake was shot several times, and some soldiers around him were also shot. The soldiers couldn't bear the bullets, but for the 10-meter-long Black Snake, as long as it didn't hit the vital parts, a few bullets were not a big problem at all.
It continues to hunt with abandon.
Many soldiers huddled together and tried to escape in terror.
Puff! Some venom sprayed out of the black snake's mouth.
The venom was sprayed towards the soldiers in a fine mist. In just a few seconds, many soldiers' bodies became stiff.
The venom sprayed by this black snake is terrible. Run! Those who were not dead yet were even more panicked. But as they breathed rapidly, some of them fell down due to poisoning. Snake! Get out of the way. I'm going to blow it up. Giant snakes have also been spotted in other places.
A soldier threw a grenade, but the black snake was so fast and agile that it quickly ran away as soon as the grenade landed on the ground.
Boom! Day.
The sounds of grenade explosions and gunfire filled the air. The entire base was in chaos.
Puff! Someone finally hit a black snake on the head. The black snake died. Ha! I finally killed this guy.
The soldiers around were very excited. They came closer to take a look, and soon their faces turned blue. They fell to the ground due to poisoning, and not long after, they stopped breathing.
It's hard to see clearly in the dark.
Some other soldiers who passed by also fell to the ground. Even dead, these black snakes are still scary.
The Australian cabinet elder hurried to the headquarters and asked with a grim expression, "What's the situation now?"
"Lord, all our eastern ports have been attacked, and all our warships in the ports have suffered devastating blows.
In addition, 2 of our submarines were destroyed by the enemy." Someone answered with an extremely grim expression.
The Australian cabinet minister's faces changed drastically. Another person said, "In some of our coastal cities, important facilities such as water plants, power plants, and refineries have been attacked.
Currently, many places have been cut off from water and electricity."
The third person said, "We were also attacked from the inside.
Some mutant sea snakes followed the river into our inland area." Australian cabinet minister. He said with a dark face, "Did the East Sakura Kingdom attack us?"
"Yes, sir."
Everyone looked unhappy.
They hyped up a war between Dongying and Hua, but Dongying actually sent genetic creatures to attack them.
The slap was too loud. Fight back with all your strength. Genetic organisms are also living organisms. Can they block bullets?
The Australian cabinet elder said sternly.
How many mutant creatures are there?
Someone said, "Lord, we can't count them right now, but there are quite a lot of them.
There must be more than 1,000 mutant sea snakes." Ding. Suddenly one of them's cell phone rang.
After answering the phone, he said in a hoarse voice, "Everyone, something happened again. One of our Air Force bases was attacked by black snakes, and they have destroyed more than a dozen of our fighter jets." Everyone was so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood.
Another person angrily asked, "Can't we take off urgently? How do you usually train?"
The boss who just answered the phone said they were preparing to take off, but before taking off, they found snakes on the runway. Several runways were covered with mutant sea snakes that were more than 10 meters long.
Everyone.
The mutant sea snake actually knows such tactics.
The Australian cabinet elder took a deep breath and said, "Have you asked for help? When will the United States be able to help us?" By the way, the United States has tens of thousands of soldiers in Dongying. They can force Dongying to stop the attack. A person next to him said, "We asked for help, but the Americans said they would give us a reply after consultation. They asked us to hold on for now. It's daytime here in the United States." Many people gathered urgently. "Who can tell me what's happening in Australia right now?" The US President said in a deep voice. Chief of Staff Mandel said, "Australia is in a terrible situation. Almost all the warships in the eastern ports have been destroyed, many cities are now without water and electricity, and many fighter jets have also been destroyed. Several of their military bases were also attacked, resulting in heavy casualties." The US Commander-in-Chief was somewhat unbelievable. Some genetic creatures, can they have such strong combat power? Mandel released a video. There is a big black snake on the big screen. The black snake is very fast. Ordinary snakes simply cannot have such speed. Mandel said, the fastest rattlesnake can run at 29 kilometers per hour. This mutant sea snake can run at 30 to 40 kilometers per hour, which is much faster than humans. Its snake head is still moving around and it's hard to hit. Just hitting its body won't affect their fighting ability. Another person said, they are not that scary when they attack from land. What is scary is their destructive power. They can sneak in from rivers and various pipes. It's impossible to guard against it. The President of the United States knocked on the table. "Gentlemen, can anyone tell me what we should do? Australia is our ally." After a moment of silence, someone said, "We have tens of thousands of soldiers in the East Sakura country, which is very useful in peacetime, but now that they have torn their faces apart and declared war on Australia, it may not be useful. The East Sakura Kingdom has more than 200,000 soldiers. And if war breaks out, they will definitely urgently recruit soldiers. They may not move if we don't, but if we do, our soldiers over there are in danger." Another person said, "It will take time for our warships to get there, and we may be attacked if we get too close." The third person said, "We cannot join the war. If we do, China will benefit greatly." The US President frowned. "Tell Australia, join the war or not, I will give them the result within 2 weeks." Chapter 610 Lin Chen's statement. Australia. What? Give us the results in 2 weeks? Australian cabinet ministers were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. The results will be given within 2 weeks, and large-scale operations still need to be prepared. So when will the support from the United States arrive? Their Navy, Army and Air Force combined have only about 60,000 people, plus civilian staff and reserve forces, which makes only about 100,000 people. It is a big question whether they can hold out until the Americans arrive. Sir, the United States probably doesn't want to join the war. If they join the war, China will probably win without doing anything. A person next to him said bitterly. The Australian ministers looked extremely grim. If 2 weeks later, the United States decided not to join the war, how would they deal with it? They had very few warships and submarines to begin with, and now more than half of them have been destroyed. How long can the remaining ones last? Most of their fighter jets are still there, but without the help of the United States, their fighter jets cannot reach Dongying. Should we let fighter jets attack those genetic creatures? Even if they stay still, one missile can kill them all, but do they have that many missiles? And those genetic creatures are very cunning, so it's not easy to hit them with a missile. Order all departments to hold on with all their might. We must let the United States know that genetically modified organisms are not that scary, otherwise the United States will most likely not help us. The Australian minister gritted his teeth. Yes. Everyone around nodded. They passed on the order. But the quality of their soldiers is not very good, the genetic creatures are elusive, and their fighting will is not high. East Sakura Country. A letter to the people, for the survival of the empire, for our nation, and for the well-being of our descendants, we need land, we need more living space. From now on, the East Sakura nation declares war on the Australian nation. Soldiers who have been discharged within 10 years please return to the army immediately, and the rest of the citizens please join the army actively. Please work hard to ensure that our soldiers can achieve a glorious victory. God bless Dongying. The East Sakura Kingdom openly declared war. Soldiers from Dongying Kingdom who had retired in the last 10 years quickly returned to the camp. The entire country's propaganda machine was put into full operation. Countless people in Dongying Kingdom also became excited.
They have been having a miserable time in the past year or so. The economy is dire, resources are scarce, and they don't even have enough food to eat.
Countless people are eager to change this situation. War is their only option now. Ding ding. Lin Chen's phone rang.
It was Mr. Jiang who called.
Mr. Jiang, what's the matter? Lin Chen answered the phone and asked with a smile. Jiang Lao, Shaolin, you know the situation, right? Dongying country has openly declared war on Australia. What do you think? Lin Chen said, Mr. Jiang, what can I think? Two dogs fighting, of course I am just watching the fun. Do I still want to order the mechanical leopard to help Australia? Even if I want to help, I want to do it now.
The East Sakura country was coveting the land in Australia, and he was also coveting it.
Mr. Jiang, I mean the subsequent ideas.
Lin Chen said, let them fight hard first.
Our subsequent actions will depend on Australia's attitude and approach, and what price they are willing to pay. We can't help for free.
Jiang Lao pondered and said, Shaolin, this matter may not be particularly suitable for the country to get involved in the future.
If it gets involved, many investors are likely to leave. Lin Chen's heart moved. Mr. Jiang, do you want me to follow up? Jiang Laodao, do you think we can win?
If you get involved, the country can say to the outside world that we did not participate in the war.
In addition, it will be easier for you to ask for benefits.
Lin Chen chuckled and said, that's fine. It should be no problem for me to defeat the East Sakura Kingdom.
Jiang Lao, Shaolin, don't be anxious yet. Like you said, let them fight each other first. Lin Chen said, I understand.
It was the next morning. Black smoke was billowing from many places in Australia's coastal cities, and many people were shocked to find that the water plants and power plants had all had problems, with the damage being so severe that they could not be repaired in a short period of time.
No water and no electricity would be a disaster for a city.
Supermarkets and stores were in chaos, with many people running out with all kinds of things without paying.
Oh my God, this is too tragic for Australia. Most of the warships were destroyed overnight.
With a century of history, the Australian Navy is going to be completely ruined. I just saw a video showing more than a dozen fighter jets being destroyed at the airport.
The network is still available.
Various videos were uploaded to the internet, allowing countless people to see the tragic scene in Australia overnight. The military base was attacked. Many important public facilities were also attacked.
Long live the Empire. The whole of Australia will be ours by then. Join the army. I want to go to Australia.
I like Australian girls.
The East Sakura Kingdom was filled with jubilation. Large numbers of people took to the streets to celebrate. The combat power of genetic organisms is surprisingly strong. It's okay on land. We have mechanical leopards, so we're not afraid.
But sharks in the sea are hard to defend against.
They're fast and very agile, and it's not easy to hit them with torpedoes.
Our warships must be careful.
There are also countless people discussing this on the Chinese internet. Countless people tagged Lin Chen in the Douyin comment section.
Xiaobei, tell Douyin that I'll start the live broadcast in 10 minutes.
Lin Chen ordered. Yes, master.
10 minutes later, Douyin was ready. Lin Chen started the live broadcast, and soon a large number of fans poured in.
Lin Chen now has 300 to 400 million fans. Hello, everyone. I haven't done a live broadcast for a long time. I'll do one today. Let me tell you a fairy tale first.
Lin Chen said with a smile. Lin Xiaoqian and Lin Dongyao hurried over. They were not in the camera, but they were listening carefully.
A group of netizens. Is Australia at war? Dongying country declared war on Australia. Lin Chen tells a fairy tale? The contrast is quite big.
Lin Chen ignored all this and started talking. Soon, countless people were immersed in the fairy tale told by Lin Chen. The scenes in the fairy tale emerged in their minds. After telling 2 fairy tales, Lin Chen played 2 more pieces of music.
Cici, many netizens said they want to hear you play the piano. Can you play a piece?
Lin Chen looked at Lin Xiaoqian beside him and said with a smile.
Okay.
Lin Xiaoqian laughed. Lin Chen held her and sat in front of the piano. The simulated robot next to it held the phone steadily and broadcast live. Soon Lin Xiaoqian started playing. Of course, her playing was not as good as Lin Chen's, but her level was already extremely high, close to the Grandmaster level, and some piano masters were stunned when they saw it. They felt that their level was not as good as Lin Xiaoqian's. Lin Xiaoqian finished playing.
Lin Chen, Su Mengyao, and Lin Dongyao all applauded. There was also a lot of praise in the live broadcast room.
Lin Chen came back to the camera and said with a smile, "Some fans are worried that the East Sakura Kingdom will attack us."
Everyone, relax.
As long as the East Sakura country launches an attack on us, the 240,000 mechanical leopards in the East Sakura country will immediately fight back with all their strength.
And their attack will be all round. Everyone in the East Sakura country will be their target. Chapter 6:11 Dongying country lands in Australia. Everyone is a target, that's good.
I feel relieved when Grandmaster Lin says this.
Why am I a little excited? Dongying country needs to take action quickly. Countless comments emerged in the live broadcast room.
Among those watching the live broadcast were high-ranking officials of the Dongying state. They frowned when they heard Lin Chen's remarks. If the mechanical leopard attacked them indiscriminately, they would suffer heavy casualties.
Let's not provoke China.
China's mechanical leopards are very strong on land, and they also have drones.
Our genetic creatures just need to dominate the ocean.
Whoever controls the ocean controls the world.
The world belongs to us.
The people of Dongying soon learned about Lin Chen's remarks. Their internal rhetoric against China has dropped sharply. If they really targeted China, countless people would surely die.
Their thoughts gradually became unified. Let us hit Australia hard first. First, conquer Australia and make it their base. Grass. Australian senior officials soon saw Lin Chen's live video. They all looked unhappy. There are many people in Dongying who want to attack China.
If this were to happen, their pressure would be greatly reduced. Now Lin Chen's remarks have temporarily blocked this path.
Their pressure will continue to intensify.
Lord, the latest news is that the warships of the East Sakura Kingdom have been dispatched. They have more than 30 warships heading towards us. It is expected that they will arrive in our country in about 5 days.
A senior figure in the Australian cabinet said in a deep voice. The elder's expression changed. How many people are here? About 20,000 people. Australian cabinet ministers looked solemn.
If those genetically modified creatures come and cause great damage, they can never occupy Australia.
Things will be different when the soldiers from Dongying country arrive.
20,000 soldiers may not be many for China, but they are quite a lot for them. Their active troops only have 60,000 in total, and the combat effectiveness of the urgently recruited soldiers is worrying.
Australia and East Sakura are different in this respect. Australia has no strong enemies around it and has powerful allies.
Their soldiers are poorly trained and have poor quality.
Dongying has a strong enemy like China next to it, so the training of its soldiers has not been delayed and the combat effectiveness of its reserve forces is not weak.
We have to contact the United States to launch missiles to destroy their warships.
Someone said sternly. Another person said, I'm afraid the United States won't do it. There are still tens of thousands of US soldiers in Dongying country.
Before these soldiers are withdrawn, the United States will definitely not act rashly. Otherwise these soldiers would have likely died.
They are now hostages of the United States in Dongying country.
The Australian cabinet elder said solemnly, everyone, no matter what, we must hold on in the early stages.
We must show our value before the United States will take action.
Before their people arrive, kill those genetic creatures with all your strength.
Everyone nodded. Australian soldiers fought with all their might. Some genetic organisms were killed by them.
After all, genetically modified organisms are just carbon-based organisms and cannot withstand bullets, but genetically modified organisms basically act at night, and Australian soldiers also suffered considerable casualties. Their warships, aircraft, etc., also continued to be lost. Various civilian facilities were also destroyed. Places like grain depots and oil depots are attacked by genetic organisms.
In just a few days, Australia has undergone tremendous changes. The people are in dire straits.
If it was just a power outage, people could still bear it.
But now they have no water, electricity or gas, and people can't buy anything in the supermarkets. Mr. Mandel, we need help, immediately. The East Sakura fleet is almost at our doorstep.
If their soldiers go ashore, we will be in big trouble. A senior Australian cabinet official said loudly. Mandel said on the other end of the phone, Edgar, we are discussing it.
We don't have any plans to help you yet. please hold on a little longer. We will finish the discussion as soon as possible. Edgar's face darkened. Mr. Mandel, we are allies. You are obliged to jointly defend us when we are attacked. Mandel, Edgar, that's natural. We will definitely help you, but war takes time to prepare. Don't worry. Edgar was so angry that he wanted to curse. Edgar, I have a meeting to go to, that's it for now. Mandel said and hung up the phone. He arrived at the office of the US President. President, Australia called again and urged us to attack Dongying. The US Commander-in-Chief said, we can't help them. Our people are still in Dongying country and have not been withdrawn. Moreover, those genetic creatures are also a major threat to us. My first priority is the safety of American citizens. In just a few days, the genetic creatures showed their great strength. They lurk during the day and appear mysteriously at night. In just a few days, the Australian people were devastated. Commander, the East Sakura Kingdom's warships are approaching the shore. Once their soldiers land, it will be difficult to attack them. Mandel reminded. The US President, if we interfere, the aircraft carrier will be destroyed, and then our hegemony will be gone. Even if the East Sakura Kingdom occupies Australia, it still needs our support. And China probably doesn't want East Sakura to occupy Australia. Australia has 30,000 mechanical leopards. Mandel, do you want China to get involved? The US President nodded, this is the best. If China gets involved and their navy is destroyed, who in the world will be our opponent? You are wise. Australian people were laughing happily some time ago, why are they not laughing now? I just saw a video on the internet. A family's toilet was almost full because of a water shortage. The scene was so beautiful. They wanted us to have a bloody battle with the East Sakura country, but we didn't expect the war to come to them instead of us, and the United States is still considering abandoning them. Many Chinese people were talking about it. Boom. Boom. Australia, the East Sakura warships approached a big city. Heavy artillery fire blasted the city. Explosions were happening in many places throughout the city. They had to drive away the people and let the refugees flock to other cities, so that their pressure would be reduced and the pressure on other cities would increase. Countless people fled with their families. Some of them fled to other cities in the east, and some fled to the northwest, which was temporarily safer. Land. After several rounds of artillery fire, soldiers from the East Sakura Kingdom began to land. Day. The soldiers exchanged fire with Australian soldiers. Australian soldiers are clearly at a disadvantage. On the one hand, the quality of their soldiers is not very good, but on the other hand, there are warships supporting the Dongying Kingdom on the sea. Although Australia still has some fighter jets, their effectiveness is limited when facing the powerful air defense missiles of the East Sakura warships. Fighter jets were dispatched before the warships got close, resulting in heavy losses. Of course, the warships of the Dongying Kingdom also suffered losses. Australia's combat effectiveness is really weak. Lin Chen shook his head. In just a few days, the soldiers from Dongying Kingdom arrived ashore. Judging from the character of the soldiers from the East Sakura country, Australia will be in an even worse situation next. The soldiers of Dongying Kingdom have the fighting qualities, but they are seriously lacking in moral qualities. Chapter 612, Rent the Land to Lin Chen? Hubby, aren't we going to run away? A woman in a community in Australia asked. Many people in their community have already fled, and only a small number of them have not yet fled. Where can we escape to? We have no house and no relatives in the countryside. The United States is our ally and will join the war. We can probably survive if we stay home and wait for a few days. We have enough food to last us for more than a month. The woman's husband comforted her. But there was worry in the woman's eyes. She thought she was still quite pretty, and they had a beautiful daughter, although she was only 12 years old. Don't say but. This is not the era of World War I or World War II. Although modern warfare is also cruel, it is relatively much more civilized. If we run around everywhere, the risk may be even greater. The man comforted. All right. The woman nodded helplessly. Half a day later, soldiers from Dongying country arrived at their community. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly their door was knocked loudly. Open the door quickly, or we will break in. If you do that, don't blame us for being rude to you. Someone outside the door spoke in broken English. The man opened the door of the house tremblingly.
Several soldiers from the Dongying country rushed in rudely.
All of you come out, take your belongings and all the food, we will manage you all together. Hide people or supplies, die.
One of the East Sakura soldiers said sternly. The mother and daughter who were hiding in the closet came out terrified.
The Dongying soldiers' eyes lit up when they saw them. You go to that room.
Several Dongying soldiers drove the man into a room, and then they took the mother and daughter to other rooms. Soon the man heard a voice that made him extremely angry.
An hour later, several Dongying soldiers felt better. The man was pulled out. Your wife and daughter are nice. One of the East Sakura soldiers grinned. You bastards. The man was extremely sad and angry. He didn't expect that they would dare to do this in modern society. Bang! The Dongying soldier opened fire directly. The man fell to the ground with a bullet in his head, and he died with his eyes open. The woman screamed, "You promised not to kill us if we cooperated. You are not keeping your word." The East Sakura soldier who fired the shot smiled and said, "We didn't kill you. You are still useful, but he is useless. You'd better continue to cooperate well in the future, otherwise your daughter will die, and she will die in torture." The same thing happens in many places. The people of Dongying appear submissive on the surface, but they are beasts at heart. Once the war begins, their beastly nature will be fully exposed. It would be strange if they didn't rape and plunder after occupying a city. The relevant news quickly spread online. The people of Dongying are so crazy. They are not soldiers, they are demons. Master Lin's 30,000 mechanical leopards went to Australia and did not harm anyone. They only attacked the local evil forces. The Australians were not satisfied, but now they should be satisfied. There are countless voices of condemnation on the internet. But no country has come forward to support Australia. Australia can only fight back desperately. Many Australian men also actively joined the army. But most of their navy had been lost, and the warships that had not been destroyed dared not approach. They had to face both enemy forces on land and warships in the sea. They were losing ground. A few days later, the second batch of warships from Dongying Kingdom arrived, escorting troop transports that were converted from cargo ships. The second batch of 50,000 Dongying soldiers arrived. They landed in Australia from 3 different cities, and the hastily built Australian army was beaten back. Ding ding. Lin Chen's cell phone rang. "Mr. Li, what's the matter?" Lin Chen answered the phone and asked. Mr. Li smiled and said, "Shaolin, Australia wants to buy mechanical leopards. They want to buy 100,000 of them." Lin Chen, "Mr. Li, this cannot be sold. They are warring parties, and we cannot interfere in their war." Shaolin, "They want to talk to you." Toast Li. Lin Chen, "There's no problem talking to me. After all, even if they're at war, they still have to do business." Soon a call came from an unfamiliar number. Lin Chen answered the call. "Mr. Lin, I am Australian Defence Minister Derek." Lin Chen said calmly, "Mr. Derek, what's the good news?" Derek took a deep breath and said, "Mr. Lin, it was our fault that we hoped you would fight with the East Sakura Kingdom, but the East Sakura Kingdom is our common enemy. I hope you can help us. Lin Chen, you are now in a state of war. Selling you the mechanical leopard may drag China into the water." "No. Derek, there is a deep blood feud between your Hua country and Dongying country. If you sell it to us, we will avenge you." Lin Chen said calmly, "We don't need anyone else's help in revenge. If we want revenge, we can do it ourselves. Mr. Derek, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up." Derek looked grim. He gritted his teeth and said, "Mr. Lin, you have a lot of industries here, and China also has a lot of industries here. Now we need more mechanical leopards to maintain safety. We can sign a contract to allow more mechanical leopards to come, and at the same time, the range of activities of the mechanical leopards can be expanded." A faint smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. "Mr. Derek, I know what you are thinking, but even if the mechanical leopard's range of activities expands and the Dongying people come, as long as they don't destroy my industry, the mechanical leopard will not attack and will not protect your people." "Unless?" Derek asked quickly, "Unless what?" Lin Chen said, "Nothing. I was just thinking that unless those places are rented to me for a long time, wouldn't that be taking advantage of someone's misfortune? I can't do that." Derek's face darkened. Lin Chen definitely wanted to do this in his heart. "Mr. Lin, I'll get back to you later," Derek said and hung up the phone. He told the others about the situation.
Everyone, we need to rent some places to Linchen. This way our people will have a place to live. Derek said in a deep voice. A person next to him said, if you rent it to Linchen will definitely not rent it for a short period of time, and he won't pay much rent.
It's not much different from giving it to him for free. Derek looked at the other person. Do you have a better idea? Men can go to fight, but what about women and children? Those bastards from Dongying country didn't even let women and children go. Is renting it to Linchen worse than being occupied by Dongying country? The other party was speechless. Another person said, it can be leased to Linchen. We can follow the example of Yanhuan Island in the lease term, with a minimum of 50 years and a maximum lease term of 3 years after Linchen's death. Linchen is almost 30 years old. Even if he can live to be 100, it would only be 70 years at most, which is barely acceptable. And I think Linchen won't live too long. I estimate the lease period will only be 50 years. Everyone was talking about it. Even if the United States helps them, it will take time, but a large number of people in their eastern region are now displaced. Many of them are unable to escape to the safe areas in the west. That's it. Rent a piece of land in the east and west to Linchen. The Australian cabinet minister said dejectedly. When the war broke out, he realized that they were too weak. Chapter 613. I have a condition. Derek called Linchen again. Linchen answered the call, and Derek said in a heavy tone, Mr. Lin, we will rent you a piece of land in the east and west. Each place is about 30,000 square kilometers in area. We will send you the specific drawings. Linchen, Mr. Derek, stop sending it. It's just such a small place, I have no interest in renting it. Even if you give me money, I won't rent it. I'm going to the playground with my kids. Let's talk about it tomorrow if there's anything. After saying that, Linchen hung up the phone. Hello. Derek looked grim. This matter could not be delayed. Dongying country now had 60,000 soldiers on their territory, and many genetic creatures to assist them in the attack. There are also warships on the sea to cooperate. Their daily attack can be said to be unstoppable. If they delay for one more day, many places will be occupied and many people will die tragically at the hands of the Dongying people. Everyone, what should we do? Derek looked at the others. He made the call in front of the others and turned on the speakerphone, so the others also heard the conversation. Linchen is such a bastard, he's taking advantage of the situation. 30,000 plus 30,000, 60,000 square kilometers is not a small area. A cabinet leader said angrily. Another big boss said, let's fight someone else. Let's increase the area of the two territories to 50,000 square kilometers. Derek, Linchen said 60,000 square kilometers is not enough. He will not be satisfied even if it is increased to 100,000 square kilometers. Let's ask the United States for help. If he doesn't help us, what do our allies think of him? The elder said in a deep voice, let's ask Linchen first. The United States has no fleet near our country at present, and the fleet cannot come here in a short time. Soon they changed someone to call Linchen. But the call didn't go through. Linchen used artificial intelligence to intercept calls. He deliberately didn't answer them. Someone said angrily. The Australian cabinet minister said, you go out, I will contact the United States personally. As an ally, they must take action. Everyone left the room. The elder called the US president and said, Mr. President, Australia has always been a staunch ally of the United States. When can you support us? The eyes of the whole world are on us now. The US president on the other end of the phone said, soon, we attach great importance to our alliance with you Australia, and we are fully preparing to support you. But you have to be considerate of us. Most of our soldiers in Dongying have not yet evacuated. Dongying soldiers have expanded to 600,000, and we only have 30,000 soldiers left there. We are responsible for their lives. The Australian cabinet elder said gloomily, I don't know how long it will take. The attack from the East Sakura Kingdom is very fierce, and their third batch of soldiers will arrive in 2 days. You can use the transport plane to send people here first. The US president said, we will do it as soon as possible. The specific time cannot be determined, but I promise that it will be as soon as possible. Australian Minister, Mr. Commander, if you cannot help us in time, we will ask China for help. Oh, that's your freedom. The US president hung up the phone after saying this. Ask China for help? He was looking forward to China's entry in Dongying's attack on China.
As long as Dongying country can destroy China's navy, he doesn't have any hope of winning on land. It is not easy to rebuild a navy if it is destroyed.
Fuck.
The Australian minister cursed in his heart. They are good brothers at ordinary times, but they are unreliable at critical moments.
They finally made it to the next day. Many more places fell. Ding ding. At noon, Derek finally got through to Lin Chen on the phone.
They started calling at midnight yesterday, and they made no less than 100 calls in 12 hours. Mr. Lin, in the west, we will increase the concession area to 100,000 square kilometers, and in the east, we will increase it to 80,000 square kilometers.
What do you think? Derek inquired.
It increased from 60,000 to 100,000, which is a twofold increase.
Lin Chen smiled and said, "You are a little sincere, but not much.
For this area, the lease term is 100 years, and you have to pay me $1 billion in protection fees every year."
Derek was stunned.
He suspected he had heard wrongly.
"Mr. Lin, what did you say? We rent you such a big place and pay you money every year?" Lin Chen said calmly, "Who made you stingy? Don't you know that we Chinese like to farm?
If the place is big, the lease period can be short, and I can pay."
"Please think about it again. I have something to do these 2 days. Let's discuss it the day after tomorrow." Derek's face changed.
The third batch of Dongying soldiers will arrive the day after tomorrow. The third group consisted of 60,000 soldiers. There are only 60,000 people from Dongying who have landed now.
If those 60,000 soldiers come over, the number of Dongying soldiers on their side will double.
They will fall faster.
God knows how many people will die in 2 days. Mr. Lin, wait. Mr. Lin, is it okay to include part of the territory in the occupied area? If possible, we can increase the concession area. Derek inquired.
Lin Chen said calmly, "No problem.
But don't rent me some godforsaken place. You can discuss this for 10 minutes. After this time, please contact me in 2 days." Derek hung up the phone, and they quickly started discussing. In the 9th minute, Derek called Lin Chen again. "Mr. Lin, we have already discussed it.
In the northwest, we will lease you 150,000 square kilometers of land. In the east, we will lease you 120,000 square kilometers of land.
The combined area of the two is larger than Yanhuang territory." Derek said, "This is the limit we can accept." A smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. "How long do you plan to rent it? 100 years? Derek said, "The lease term is the same as Yanhuang territory.
The minimum term is 50 years, and the maximum term is 3 years after your death.
This lease period is not good, right? Your situation is different from that of the Bear Country," Lin Chen said in a deep voice. "Derek, we want a very low rent.
The two places combined only cost $100 million a year. For such a big place, $100 million a year is a bargain. After all, Australia has a lot of underground mines.
The amount of minerals mined in a year is far more than $100 million. Lin Chen, I have one condition." "Mr. Lin, go ahead."
Lin Chen said, "The concession only provides shelter for free for women, children, and the elderly. Children must be under 16 years old, and the elderly must be over 65 years old.
If a man wants to get asylum, he needs to pay me money.
The minimum is $100,000 and the maximum is $10 million.
The specific amount will be determined by artificial intelligence. I don't want a penny of this money.
All the money will be distributed to the family of the deceased."
Derek frowned and said, "Mr. Lin, this is not good, right?"
Lin Chen said calmly, "I am helping you.
If I protect everyone, who will fight for your country? Your entire Australia will be completely destroyed by then.
I have protected your women, children, and the elderly, so the men can go to the battlefield and fight without worry. Even if your parents, wife, and children die in battle, there will be compensation."
Chapter 614, New lease boundaries are defined. Derek, Mr. Lin, can we discuss this further? All right. I'll give you half an hour.
After saying that, Lin Chen hung up the phone.
Someone next to Derek said, "It seems that it is also for our benefit to allow our men to resist the invasion with peace of mind and to accept money from the rich to subsidize the families of those who died in the war." "But why do I feel weird?"
Another person frowned and said, "That's right.
Lin Chen is not that kind. Our men resist the invasion. Will the women remarry after they die in battle? There will definitely be many Chinese immigrants coming here in the future.
Besides, our people are desperately fighting against the Dongying people.
Given the hatred between China and the Dongying people, he must want us to kill as many Dongying people as possible.
The third person sighed and said, killing two birds with one stone, but this is an open conspiracy and we have no choice.
If men don't go to the battlefield, are we going to let women and children go to the battlefield? If the concessions shelter everyone, we may perish as a country. Everyone was talking about it.
They discovered that they really had no choice.
The third batch of soldiers from Dongying Kingdom will arrive tomorrow. Let's vote by raising our hands.
We have to shoulder the responsibility of right and wrong together,
the Australian cabinet elder said in a deep voice. Everyone raised their hands to show their agreement. Lin Chen allowed rich people to enter the concession by paying money.
They all had money, so there would be no problem for their families to enter.
Mr. Lin, we agree. We have sent you a map of the concession.
Please hurry up and announce the news to ensure the safety of the concession.
Less than half an hour later, Derek called. A smile appeared on Lin Chen's face.
Rest assured, I will naturally protect my concession.
Those who do not meet the requirements must be taken away immediately.
If you still refuse to leave the concession after 3 days, your family will be disqualified.
The mechanical leopards without families will be cleared out. Lin Chen said. Derek took a deep breath and said, okay. The concession map was sent over soon. The locations of the two concessions are not bad.
After all, there are not many people in places with poor locations, and it is difficult for their people to enter the concessions.
Moreover, if the location is poor, the resources must be poor as well. Many people will move into the concession. What will they eat and drink then? Xiao Bei, send out the notice.
These two places are my concessions from now on.
Soldiers from the East Sakura Kingdom are strictly prohibited from entering. Those who have already entered must leave immediately.
Before leaving, they must not kill or plunder at will.
If you don't leave the East Sakura territory, the mechanical leopard will take action. Lin Chen spoke. Yes, master. Xiao Bei immediately issued an announcement through Douyin.
Soon a large number of people saw Lin Chen's announcement. Oh my god, Grandmaster Lin has acquired 2 more plots of land.
These 2 places are not bad. They feel better than Yanhuang territory.
One of these 2 places has more minerals and the other has a good climate.
Yanhuang territory mainly has a good geographical location. I wonder if the people of Dongying will listen to Master Lin. Don't obey?
The 240,000 mechanical leopards in their country are not just for show.
Countless netizens were talking about it. Dongying Kingdom received the news quickly. Baka. A general from the Dongying Kingdom cursed with a dark face. The existence of concessions will seriously affect their actions.
Many Australian men are now reluctant to join the war as they have to stay behind to protect their wives and children. With the concession, they can fight with peace of mind, and even if they die in battle, they will receive compensation.
And the concessions will separate the war zones.
They were unable to turn the occupied area into a whole. Also, if foreign aid is provided, it can be provided through the concessions.
Let our people evacuate the concession. The elder of Dongying Kingdom quickly gave the order.
He had no choice but to give such an order. There is a mechanical leopard stronghold less than 2 kilometers away from him, and there are thousands of mechanical leopards in this mechanical leopard stronghold. In addition, the Dongying country has 240,000 mechanical leopards, and now they are fully targeting Australia.
They don't want to cause trouble. Lord, but. No buts, we have to eat one bite at a time.
When we conquer Australia, our genetic organisms will be bigger and more numerous, and the timing will be better. The elder of Dongying Kingdom said in a deep voice.
Yes.
The order was quickly passed to Australia. There were no Dongying people in the Western concession for the time being, and the Dongying soldiers in the Eastern concession evacuated one after another.
Lin Chen asked them not to kill before leaving. They didn't dare to kill. We survived. We survived. Woo woo.
Many people escaped from the places where they were imprisoned. More than 70% of them were women. Fearing that the men would resist, many men were shot dead directly.
The soldiers of the East Sakura Kingdom are all beasts. They are worse than animals.
Not only did they defile me, they also defiled my daughter.
My daughter is only 10 years old. She is only 10 years old.
My son was only 12 years old and was killed by them.
A large number of Australian people were extremely angry and cursed. The relevant news quickly spread on the internet.
The outside world was in an uproar. They knew before that the soldiers of Dongying country were bad, but some people thought that those might be isolated cases. Now they know that those were common incidents.
What's more, what the soldiers of Dongying Kingdom did was even worse.
Attention everyone, men aged 16 and over but under 65 need to leave the concession. The country needs you to resist aggression. If you don't leave, in 3 days your family will lose the right to stay in the concession, and you will be expelled. If anyone abandons their family or has no family, they will be found by the mechanical leopard after 3 days and will be shot dead by it.
The Australian government issued a public statement. Can pay to stay.
It was also said that the money received would be used to compensate the family of the deceased.
Honey, I have to go.
Mom, wife, take good care of Linda.
Dad and I will go kill the Dongying people.
They will pay with blood.
Daughter, take care of yourself.
Many men in the concession said goodbye to their families. They had accumulated endless anger in their hearts and needed to vent it.
Damn it.
The people of Dongying country clearly felt that the resistance was stronger.
Their actions spread through the internet, and countless Australians were extremely angry.
Originally, they did not want to fight because war would kill people, but now they find that they have no choice but to fight.
China. A dozen transport planes took off.
These transport planes are driven by simulated robots, so even if they are shot down, no Chinese soldiers will die.
At midnight, these transport planes arrived. They landed safely at the airport in the concession. 2,000 mechanical leopards came out.
These mechanical leopards are all new types of mechanical leopards with strong combat power. 2,000 mechanical leopards can match more than 60,000 soldiers. There is no problem for them to maintain the security of the concession temporarily. Later, Lin Chen will naturally ask the freighter to send more mechanical leopards over.
Welcome, welcome.
The mechanical leopards entered the city and were warmly welcomed by countless people on the streets. They used to hate the mechanical leopards in Australia, but now they see these mechanical leopards as if they were their own family members.
Chapter 615. The war is rapidly escalating. The mechanical leopard has finally arrived. We are completely safe now. Those demons from East Sakura country probably won't dare to come here.
It's a pity that the mechanical leopards are only guarding the concession. They won't take the initiative to attack. It would be great if they could deal with the Dongying people. The people in the Australian concession were delighted. Many of them had already been captured, and it was Lin Chen who ordered the Dongying soldiers to release them. Now the mechanical leopard has come and made them feel safe again.
Their attitude towards Lin Chen underwent a drastic reversal.
When they were on the verge of life and death, they realized that democracy, freedom, ideology, and so on were not as important as security and living a good life.
Boom. Day.
The concession was safe, but the fighting in other places became more intense. Many Australian men joined the war, and the third batch of 60,000 men from Dongying also arrived and quickly joined the battle.
Damn, are these guys on medication? The enemy's resistance awareness has indeed increased a lot compared to before. 2 soldiers from the East Sakura Kingdom were talking. This situation is actually quite normal.
As a large amount of information from within the concession was exposed, the Australians realized that men who were caught by them would most likely die.
So why not fight to the death? Time passes by every second.
Dongying country still has a great advantage. Their soldiers are professional and well trained, and they also have warships and genetic biological support.
He.
Lin Chen smiled as he watched the news.
The 2 hostile countries of China were fighting each other. The more intense the fight, the better it was for China. The battlefield was far away from China and had little impact on China. It does have an impact on the United States. The old face of the United States was slapped loudly. Australia is their traditional ally, but now that war has broken out between Australia and Dongying, they are surprisingly indifferent. System, how many enhancement points do I have? Lin Chen asked in his mind.
He hadn't strengthened himself for some time, so he planned to save some strengthening points and see where they were needed, so that he could use the saved strengthening points at the critical moment.
Master, you have 362 reinforcement points. The system replied. Not bad. A faint smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. He went outside from the study.
Su Mengyao was playing in the living room with Lin Dongyao.
Su Mengyao's belly was obviously much bigger. Honey, there are so many people praising you online in Australia now. Some people in East Sakura country are threatening revenge. Su Mengyao said.
Lin Chen smiled and said, whether they praise us or threaten us with revenge, it has no effect on us. We just live our lives well and ignore them.
Su Mengyao nodded slightly.
Lin Dongyao said, Dad, I want to go to the amusement park.
Want to go to the playground? Okay.
Lin Chen agreed with a smile.
They can live well while the outside world is in the midst of war. This is the meaning of being strong. Half a month passed by unknowingly.
Australia has now become the focus of the world, with fierce battles breaking out every day and many people dying every day. The people of Dongying knew that they had to win, and they had to win quickly, otherwise the United States might join the war.
Their domestic economies may also collapse completely. Australia also knows that they have no way out.
At the beginning, the two sides only deployed tens of thousands of troops, but in just half a month, the two sides had deployed more than 400,000 troops.
General, should we destroy that freighter? If we don't take action now, we won't have a chance. An adjutant from Dongying Kingdom asked.
The general in front of him was silent. A freighter was about to arrive at the concession, carrying a large number of mechanical leopards. As long as this freighter arrives at the concession and is impregnable, they will not be able to crack this tough bone even if they increase their military strength.
Send a telegram to the country and ask for their opinions. Finally, the general said. Yes.
It wasn't long before they got the message that they were not to be destroyed. The 240,000 mechanical leopards of Dongying country dared not move.
Forget it, let it go. After we take over Australia, we will target Lin Chen's concession.
The general said in a deep voice. 2 hours later, the freighter slowly docked at the pier, and many Australian people came to the pier to welcome the freighter. As the military strength of Dongying Kingdom increases. As the Dongying Kingdom continues to advance on the battlefield, the 2,000 mechanical leopards have made the people here feel unsafe. The secret message was quickly transmitted to the country of Dongying. Originally, the number of soldiers in Dongying was only a few 100,000, but now it has skyrocketed to over 1 million, and the country is also urgently training new recruits.
Recruit another 300,000 new soldiers. Send another 200,000 people to Australia in batches to join the war.
The elder of Dongying Kingdom thought for a while and said.
Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back.
They have no way to retreat.
Only by taking over Australia can they have a huge base. My lord, Australia is resisting fiercely now. Should we give them some strength so that they will give up?
The elder of Dongying Kingdom frowned.
You mean to make our soldiers more fierce? Yes. The elder of Dongying Kingdom was thinking about it.
They have been spurned by the whole world now. If they increase their intensity, they will surely attract more criticism.
But if they lose the war, they will have nothing. History is written by the victors. You guys decide.
The elder of Dongying Kingdom said in a deep voice.
Chapter 616, Expansion of Concession?
Australia, the war situation changed rapidly.
The soldiers of Dongying Kingdom received the order to be let off.
Originally, some of them did not dare to act recklessly, but now that they had such an order from above, they all let off completely. Robbery, arson, murder, rape, massacre, all kinds of atrocities were committed crazily on the land of Australia.
The completely let go soldiers of the East Sakura Kingdom turned into demons.
The fierce battle puts them under a lot of pressure, and indulging them like this allows them to vent their stress.
The Australian people are miserable. Many of their people did not enter the concession.
Devils, the people of Dongying are devils. In order to suppress China, the West used to glorify them, but now the boomerang has finally fallen on them. They have less bottom line than squids. When the news spread online, there was a barrage of criticism.
But Dongying Kingdom ignored it.
Their brutal actions made them progress much faster, and many Australians were frightened and headed to the central and western regions.
Ding ding. Lin Chen received a call from Derek. Mr. Derek, what's going on? Lin Chen asked.
Derek said in a deep voice, Mr. Lin, we want to buy mechanical leopards. We don't need the third type, the second type will do.
Can you sell us the 30,000 mechanical leopards in the West? We are willing to pay a high price for it. They are priced at $300,000 each. We will double the price to $600,000 each. What do you think?
Lin Chen said, "We in China love peace. Now that you are at war, I cannot sell weapons to either side. So, I'm sorry I can't sell it to you."
Derek said, "But our enemy is the East Sakura nation.
They have a blood feud with you.
If you sell us the mechanical leopard, can't we help you fight them?"
Lin Chen said in a deep voice, "If I do this, Dongying country may let the genetic creatures in the ocean attack us.
If our warship is destroyed, I cannot bear the responsibility. You have more than 20 million people.
Excluding women, the elderly and children, you still have several million men.
Fuck them. Derek.
Excluding immigrants, there are 23 million of them, of whom about 34% are males aged 16 to 64, but some of them suffer from various diseases. If we remove this part, it might be only 30%.
That is about 7 million.
Since the war began, many of their soldiers have died in battle, and many civilians have been massacred and many have escaped. People are also needed to maintain various production operations, and the number of soldiers that can be recruited is limited. At best, they can expand their army to 1.5 million. In this regard, Dongying country is much stronger. Their population is only over 20 million, while Dongying has 120 million, so they can mobilize much more troops.
Modern warfare is fought with technology, productivity, and people. Mr. Lin, $1 million ahead. What do you think? Derek took a deep breath. They are under too much pressure. The soldiers of Dongying Kingdom attacked very frantically, and after winning they even massacred the city.
Lin Chen said, "Mr. Derek, the United States is your ally, you should ask for help from the United States."
Derek looked helpless.
The United States may have decided to let China go first.
Mr. Lin, the United States probably won't take action. They don't want you to take advantage of them. Moreover, they hope that Dongying will fight us first before fighting you. If you don't support us now, you will have to face it yourself later.
Lin Chen said calmly, "They have 240,000 mechanical leopards.
Are you sure they dare to continue attacking our China? After they suffered heavy losses in beating you, do they still have energy to spare?" Derek felt bitter.
"Mr. Lin, we want to expand the concession."
Lin Chen smiled and said, "Expand the concession? That's no problem. But don't make the concession area weird." Not long after, Derek sent a map of the new concession. "Xiaobei, calculate the area." Lin Chen called out to Xiaobei.
Xiaobei said, "Master, after the concession expanded, the northwest extended a lot to the central part, from 150,000 square kilometers to 350,000 square kilometers. The eastern part expanded from 120,000 square kilometers to 250,000 square kilometers." Lin Chen chuckled and said, "They are quite generous.
This is almost 1/10 of their land area."
Xiaobei, Master, most of the 130,000 square kilometers of the eastern expansion have been occupied by the East Sakura Kingdom. The northwest extends to the central part, and they are making it easier for people in the central part to take shelter.
Lin Chen nodded slightly. "Mr. Lin, how is it?" Derek called again.
Lin Chen chuckled and said, "Not bad, fax the contract over. Once we sign the contract, the scope of the new concession will be officially determined."
Good. Derek and the others quickly sent a message. They don't want this to happen, but there is nothing they can do. The new territory leased to Lin Chen in the east is very good, and there is a big city in it. If they don't rent it to Lin Chen, Dongying Kingdom will use its industrial capacity there to attack them.
Xiaobei announced the scope of the new concession. "Order the soldiers of the East Sakura Kingdom to leave the concession as soon as possible.
Also, they must not kill or destroy anything before they leave." Lin Chen ordered. "Yes, Master." Xiaobei immediately issued a notice. Bang!
A big shot from Dongying country soon got the news, and he threw a teacup in his hand to the ground.
"Baga, this is too much." The boss was furious.
Many of them died and occupied the place, which Australia rented to Lin Chen, but Lin Chen simply told them to get out.
"Lord." This big guy quickly went to report to the elder of Dongying State. "Lord, Lin Chen is going too far. We are giving up the territory we have worked so hard to occupy?" The big guy said angrily. The Dongying State elder said in a deep voice, "What else?"
"There are 62,000 Type 3 mechanical leopards over there, equivalent to 2 million soldiers, and we only have 500,000 over there. And we have a large number of mechanical panthers in-house.
Tojo Koan, we have to endure now. We need time to let our biological army grow. Tojo Taro took a deep breath and said, "Yes, Lord, we must take it back when the biological army becomes stronger." The elder of Dongying Kingdom nodded slightly. Master Lin's concession has expanded again.
The two concessions combined are estimated to be 600,000 square kilometers, which is larger than the French Empire.
Master Lin still has more than 200,000 square kilometers in Yinhuang territory. One person can defeat an entire country. Countless Chinese netizens were excited. They can also go to the territories occupied by Lin Chen.
Great, our family has been assigned to the concession.
Woo woo, I can finally go home. It's better to become a concession than to be occupied by the Dongying people. Australians are also very happy. Grass. The soldiers from the East Sakura country on the Australian side were annoyed.
They were about to give up the territory they had fought so hard for.
Withdraw. Stop killing people and destroying things. A general from the Dongying Kingdom on the Australian side gave the order. Puff. He was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 617, The Fanatical Dongying Country. Time goes by day.
All the American soldiers in Dongying were finally evacuated. They were very panicked when they stayed in Dongying country. The Dongying Kingdom originally had only a few 100,000 soldiers, but in a short period of time they expanded madly to more than 1 million, and they are still training many people to join the army.
Commander-in-Chief, are we not going to support you? If we don't support Australia anymore, Australia may rent out the land, and China's influence in Australia will become stronger and stronger.
A cabinet member said to the US president.
No. We definitely won't join the war unless China joins.
Dongying has already recruited more than 1 million soldiers.
How many troops should we send? We are stuck in this quagmire and can't get out.
The US president shook his head.
He knew that the fight in the Middle East was just a minor one, but the situation in Dongying country was different now. They were betting everything.
Originally, their relationship with China was very bad, and now they have severely offended the entire Western world.
They either succeed or fall into an endless abyss.
Commander-in-Chief, our people over there have all withdrawn. If we don't send troops, we will not be able to explain to all our allies. The cabinet boss continued. He has a lot of assets in Australia, and someone gives him money to lobby.
The US Commander-in-Chief asked, if we send troops, how many troops will we send? Can our warships get close to Australia? Will our transports be shot down by them? If we lose the dollar, will US debt collapse? Will China surpass us and become the world's most powerful country? The cabinet leader in front of him said, we will not lose. We have a lot of mushroom bombs.
We will just throw mushroom bombs at them.
I believe China will be happy to see it. If we throw one and they don't obey, we'll throw 2 or 3 until they obey. The US Commander-in-Chief nodded, it's a good idea.
But if we do this, their genetic creatures may attack us, and we haven't found a way to deal with it yet.
We have to solve this problem first. Time goes by day.
The war being waged by Australia is becoming increasingly intense, with both sides committing more and more troops and more people dying.
Battlefields have become meat grinders. The Dongying Kingdom is very clear that they must act as soon as possible.
A big reason why the United States has not yet taken action is that it is afraid of genetic organisms. They must be fully committed to researching genetic organisms.
China will naturally not sit idle either. If they don't seize Australia quickly, they may be in trouble in the future. Many factories in the concession are operating at full capacity.
A large number of weapons were produced continuously, and these weapons naturally fell into the hands of the Australians.
If it were not for the weapons produced in the concession, they would have found it difficult to withstand the attack. Lin Chen doesn't care about these.
He did not sell the mechanical leopard to the Australians for use in the war, but there was nothing wrong with the Australians producing the weapons and providing them to the Australians.
Selling the mechanical leopards will save many lives in Australia, and getting more weapons will lead to more intense fighting and faster deaths on both sides.
This side of Dongying country.
The people's enthusiasm for joining the war was very strong.
Their soldiers have already occupied a large area of land, and if they occupy Australia, their descendants will benefit greatly.
That's how Westerners got America. Americans are now full of talk about morality and justice, but they are shameless and don't even think about what their ancestors did. Wars are always decided by the victors. We have the most advanced genetic biotechnology. We will be the victors, and Australia will be ours in the future. The internet in East Sakura was also in a frenzy.
Under the vigorous propaganda of the Dongying government, the national sentiments of their people were constantly intensified. Although the war is cruel, many people sign up every day.
New soldiers are being trained in many places across the country.
These recruits can enter the battlefield after 1 month of training.
Ding ding. Derek called Lin Chen again.
They ask other countries for support every day, but China refuses, the United States refuses, and other countries also refuse. The East Sakura Kingdom has already deployed 700,000 to 800,000 soldiers on the battlefield, and there are hundreds of thousands more receiving training at home.
Under such circumstances, few countries dare to support Australia casually. And how to support?
Just because Lin Chen's cargo ship carrying the mechanical leopard can pass, it doesn't mean that their warships and troop transport ships can pass. As for fighter jets, Australia is deep in the ocean, and without an aircraft carrier, it is difficult for fighter jets to go there to support Australia.
Transport planes are also vulnerable to missile attacks. And how many soldiers and equipment can be transported at one time using a transport plane?
On a bloody battlefield with hundreds of thousands of people on both sides, a small number of people thrown in would not cause any waves at all.
Mr. Derek, what's up? Lin Chen answered the phone and said calmly.
On the other end of the phone, Derek said humbly, Mr. Lin, we still want to buy your mechanical leopard.
How about $2 million each? We only want 50,000. You can get $100 billion. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows.
In the past, $300,000 was very expensive, but I didn't expect that the value of the mechanical leopard has risen to $2 million now. The cost of the second type of mechanical leopard is now less than 50,000.
Sorry, not for sale. If you want to rent me some more space, that's no problem. Lin Chen said.
Derek. He said bitterly, Mr. Lin, this won't work.
We have already rented you almost 1/10 of the space.
Lin Chen said calmly, if you don't want to rent, I won't force you, but there is a small problem.
The area around the concession is about to fall.
If it falls, the arms won't be able to be delivered.
You're going to be in a little trouble. Derek's face changed. He was silent for a while and then said, Mr. Lin, how about this? The minimum term of the concession is only 10 years.
If it exceeds 10 years, it will be calculated based on your lifespan.
3 years after your death.
Lin Chen was stunned.
This is such a genius idea. Mr. Derek, you are expecting me to die. Lin Chen snorted. Derek, Mr. Lin, that's not the case.
Many of us are against leasing a large area of land for at least another 50 years.
So what will we do even if we win?
Lin Chen was silent for a while and said, okay, but I also have a condition.
The newly added concession area must not be less than the previous area. Anyway, there are already a lot of people who want to kill me. Even if there are more, it won't make any difference to me. Derek's eyes lit up.
Lin Chen actually agreed, which he thought was a good idea. The minimum guarantee is only 10 years, and those 10 years passed quickly. 3 years after Lin Chen's death, he had offended so many people and forces that they did not believe that Lin Chen could live long.
Mr. Lin, we will prepare a new lease immediately. Derek said and hung up the phone. A faint smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. He was right to hide his strength all along.
If he had exposed his strength earlier, Russia and Australia would never have signed such a lease with him.
The new concession is no less than 600,000 square kilometers. Add the previous one and the Yanhuan territory, and it's almost enough.
Lin Chen said in his heart.
Chapter 618, The Shock of Mr. Li and Others. Again? It seemed as if fire was spewing from Tojo Taro's eyes.
Lin Dong and Australia announced the news together.
Australia leased 2 more pieces of land to Lin Chen.
These 2 pieces of land were connected to the original 2 pieces. The total area of these 2 pieces of land reached an astonishing 700,000 square kilometers.
This area is equal to 2 Germanys.
Although the new concession is only guaranteed for 10 years, it may not have a particularly big impact on Australia, but it will have a big impact on East Sakura. They tried their best to occupy the area around the concession in an attempt to prevent the weapons from being transported out.
Now that they are almost successful, why are they doing this?
Lord, we must resist.
We occupy a piece of land and Australia rents a piece.
If this continues, all the land we occupy will be rented by Lin Chen.
Taro Tojo found their elder and said angrily.
The elder of Dongying State was also very annoyed. He suppressed his anger and said, "This is the last time.
Issue a statement. If Lin Chen does this again, we will let the genetic creatures attack China. Lord, can we still endure this time?"
The elder of Dongying state gritted his teeth and said, "Endure it. We don't have enough soldiers in Australia yet, and our genetic biology is growing rapidly.
Time is on our side, and we must be patient." Tojo Taro clenched his fists. Yes.
The order was passed to Australia. The commander of the Dongying kingdom in Australia wanted to vomit blood. Nearly 100,000 of their people died in order to occupy those places.
Now, with just a notice, the place has to be given up.
Send a secret message to the country: if we give it up, the concession area will be too large and we will not be able to blockade it. The commander here said in a deep voice.
Yes.
They quickly sent a secret message.
The response received soon was to withdraw from the new concession. With a total area of 1.3 million square kilometers, this concession is larger than many countries. The minimum guarantee for the concession is only 10 years, which is okay.
By renting it out this way, we can supply our troops with the weapons we produce and continue to resist.
Australia is somewhat unhappy. But more people think this is good.
Most of those areas had already been occupied, and becoming concessions reduced the enemy's strength and increased their own.
Baga, damn Lin Chen.
We'll deal with him after we occupy the entire country of Australia. We can control powerful genetic organisms.
We are the overlords of the ocean. The future will definitely belong to us.
If Lin Chen does this, he will suffer a fate worse than death in the future.
Countless people in Dongying country were very angry. More of them signed up for military service.
The scale of the war continued to expand, and both sides were completely bloodthirsty.
It's horrible.
The number of combatants on both sides is about to exceed 1 million. Compared to this, the Middle East feels like house.
Countless people around the world are watching this war.
They saw many things clearly. The people of Dongying appear to be polite and courteous, but they have devils hidden in their hearts. The United States treats its allies in a similar way, but they become cowardly when a real war comes.
Ding ding. Lin Chen received a call from Mr. Jiang. "Mr. Jiang, what's the matter?"
On the other end of the phone, Jiang Lao smiled and said, "That's great news. I'm calling to tell you that the third batch of Dragon Tooth B submarines have been completed."
"Do you want to get 10? Lin Chen asked in surprise. "Can I share?"
"We agreed before that the third batch would return to the country."
"Jiang Lao, I didn't expect you to be so capable. You actually have a concession of 1.5 million square kilometers in Australia.
Your original 13 submarines are no longer enough. I'll give you 10 more ships from this batch. 10 ships from the fourth batch will also be allocated to you."
Lin Chen smiled and said, "Since you said so, Mr. Jiang, I have to show my appreciation.
I will pay for the construction fee of the fourth batch."
Ha ha. Jiang Lao laughed loudly. "I was waiting for you to say that. It costs tens of millions of US dollars to build a Longya B-type submarine.
The country's military budget is tight, but Lin Chen is not short of money at all.
It's a win-win situation."
"Shaolin, you haven't been to the capital for a long time.
Meng Yao is 6 months old, right? It will be inconvenient if you don't come over to play." Mr. Jiang smiled. "Lin Chen, Mr. Jiang, let's come over tomorrow." In the blink of an eye, it was the next day.
Lin Xiaoqian and Lin Dongyao helped Lin Chen pack his luggage. "Host, your system space has increased by 1,000 cubic meters.
Now it's 13,000 cubic meters." The system voice sounded. Lin Chen asked in his mind, "System, how much is my enhancement value?" 536.
Lin Chen thought that this was a bit too much. He needed to stockpile some for emergencies, but there was no need to stockpile so much.
"System, use 300 enhancement points to upgrade ancient martial arts Tai Chi." "Good host."
Soon Lin Chen began to improve. The liquid true energy in his dantian increased rapidly, and his meridians became thicker and stronger. His flying skills and hidden weapons are already at the mythical level. His cultivation has enhanced his flying speed, and the attack range of his hidden weapons has also become longer.
"System, what level of missiles can I resist? Also, how's my poison resistance?" Lin Chen asked in his mind.
"System, except for a few super heavy missiles, you can now withstand most heavy conventional missiles.
There should be nothing in the world that can poison you to death.
Even if Lin Chen does not improve his ancient martial arts Tai Chi, his physical fitness is improving every day, and the cumulative improvement is terrifying.
Cool. A smile appeared on Lin Chen's face.
At this point, he is almost invincible. Shroom bombs can kill him, but only if they can hit him. Although super heavy conventional missiles can kill him, he can avoid them if he senses danger.
He can even shoot hidden weapons to directly blow up incoming missiles. System, how much lifespan do I have now? About 500 years.
Lin Chen muttered in his heart, knowing that the sky was about to fall.
Even if his lifespan did not increase, could Australia last for another 500 years? Without external forces, Australia may not last more than 3 months. Compared with Dongying, Australia's war potential is too weak. Dongying is now recruiting and sending troops like crazy.
3 hours later, Lin Chen and his friends arrived at Mr. Li's home in the imperial capital. Several big guys including Mr. Jiang and Mr. Zhang are also here.
After dinner, Lin Chen and the others went to the study.
Shaolin, the lease you signed with Australia later gave you 700,000 square kilometers of territory, but the minimum guarantee is only 10 years. Your risk has increased a lot.
Some one of them might try to kill you in the future. After 3 glasses of wine, Mr. Li said solemnly. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Mr. Li, it's okay. My strength has improved a lot compared to before. Elder Li was surprised and asked, You have improved a lot again? Then what is your current strength? If you can't tell, forget it.
Lin Chen said, It was not convenient to expose it before, but now it is fine.
I can withstand most missiles in the world. Even if a missile explodes next to me, it can't kill me.
Even the most poisonous toxin in the world can't kill me.
Mr. Li and the others looked at Lin Chen in shock. Jiang Lao asked, Shaolin, what about your lifespan?
Lin Chen smiled and said, The lifespan is about 500 years now, and it should be no problem to increase it to 1,000 years in the future.
Jiang Lao and the others. Lin Chen is already a land immortal. Chapter 619 Xiaolin, you are really good at hiding.
Zhang Lao said in disbelief, Shaolin, you can live for 500 years now. After 500 years, your cultivation will surely be much higher.
Do you want to become an immortal?
Lin Chen smiled and said, I have no idea of becoming an immortal.
The human world is pretty good. Mr. Li looked at Lin Chen. Shaolin, you are really good at hiding.
The outside world thought you were an ordinary person, but now you can block missiles with your body, and all poisons are ineffective against you.
Lin Chen said with a smile, If I didn't do it, how could I have the current income?
Even if the Bear Country rents the Yanhuang territory to me, they might as well set the lease term to 99 years. It's impossible for Australia to easily rent me such a large place.
Mr. Li and the others nodded. That's true. If the people in the Bear Country and Australia knew the situation, they would cry. It was originally thought that Lin Chen would live for at most another 60 or 70 years, but in fact, there is a high probability that Lin Chen would live for more than 1,000 years by then. Renting the concession to Lin Chen is equivalent to giving it to Lin Chen. If I had known this would be the case, I would have sold it to Lin Chen. Such a large place could at least be sold for a good price. Shaolin, when do you plan to show your strength?
It is unlikely that Australia will increase the concessions.
Mr. Jiang asked.
Australia has a land area of more than 7 million square kilometers, and 1.5 million square kilometers have been leased to Lin Chen.
Such a large concession can easily accommodate all of them. Moreover, the current concession of the Dongying Kingdom cannot be blocked.
Lin Chen smiled and said, It depends on the situation.
It doesn't matter to me now whether it's exposed or not.
Zhang Laodao, Xiaolin, when you were in the Squid Country, 8,000 mechanical leopards appeared on their beaches.
You made all those mechanical leopards from the dimensional space, right? Lin Chen nodded. Is the space so big? Mr. Li exclaimed.
Lin Chen smiled and said, As my strength increases, the space will also become larger. Now it can accommodate 30,000 mechanical leopards. Now that I have the strength, I'll stop pretending and show my cards.
Mr. Li and the others were shocked.
30,000 Type 3 mechanical leopards have a combat capability equivalent to 1 million troops. It's terrifying to think about carrying 1 million troops with you. Moreover, Lin Chen can make a new type of mushroom bomb by himself. There must be a lot of mushroom bombs in Lin Chen's dimensional space. He alone can destroy most of the countries in the world.
Shaolin, I don't even know what to say. Mr. Li said with emotion.
Lin Chen smiled and said, "My strength has increased, but no matter what, the blood of Yanhuang still flows in my body."
Mr. Li and the others nodded. This they believe. Lin Chen has brought tremendous help to the country. Shaolin, what are your plans for Australia and East Sakura? Mr. Jiang asked. Lin Chen, they are not good people. Let them continue to fight. We will see whether the United States will help Australia later.
Mr. Jiang, from what we know, the United States is very likely to have given up on Australia and will no longer help.
Your concession over there is already so large. Even if the United States helps, they know they will lose Australia. Australia is unlikely to be their sphere of influence in the future.
Lin Chen nodded slightly.
The United States probably realizes this. But Australia has not yet clearly understood this.
Mr. Li laughed and said, "Some of them are still looking forward to the help of the United States. They don't know their own status as pawns."
When they were dying, you took action? Lin Chen nodded.
They can't recognize reality until they are in desperate situations.
As for the East Sakura country, the genetic creatures will give them a surprise. Time passes by every second.
Lin Chen chatted a lot with Mr. Li and others.
The next day, China's central media released the news that 10 of the third batch of 30 Longya B-type submarines were sold to Lin Chen. Master Lin has 23 submarines, right? Master Lin has such a large concession in Australia, he needs more submarines, and more warships of various kinds.
Master Lin's power is getting stronger and stronger, but I am worried about one thing.
What if Master Lin is killed? Many people are talking about it on the internet. Many people are worried about Lin Chen's safety.
As time goes by, the war in Australia continues. The war becomes more brutal with every passing day.
The Dongying Kingdom is investing more and more troops in Australia.
They like to gamble on the fate of the country, and this time they are placing all their bets.
Either succeed or fail completely.
The number of Australian soldiers continued to increase, but after the number exceeded 800,000, it became increasingly difficult for them to recruit soldiers. Including the soldiers who died in battle, they had recruited over 1 million soldiers. Even if the Dongying people did not massacre their people, their limit for conscription would be 1.5 million soldiers. Many people had already died tragically under the butcher knife of Dongying, so their actual conscription limit had been lowered.
Their current conscription limit is estimated to be more than 1.3 million people.
It will inevitably become increasingly difficult to recruit soldiers after the number exceeds 1 million.
Master Commander, we need help urgently. If we don't get more help, Australia will not be able to survive. The Australian cabinet elder said in a deep voice. He once again personally called the President of the United States. On the other end of the phone, the U.S. Commander-in-Chief said in a deep voice, "The East Sakura nation now has more than 1 million soldiers in your country. How can we help you and what can we use to help you?"
There is an old Chinese saying that distant water cannot quench nearby thirst.
You can only ask Lin Chen for help.
The Australian minister took a deep breath and said, "If this is the case, we can only end our alliance with the United States.
In the future we may turn east." The US president said calmly, "It's up to you. But if you want to do this, you'd better consider the consequences." The United States is the world's most powerful country. The Australian minister had a gloomy expression on his face. Thaksin used to believe in it, and many of them also believed in it, but now, they have suffered heavy losses, and the United States cannot help them. So what if the United States is number 1 in the world? Asshole. After hanging up the phone, the Australian minister started cursing.
However, for the time being, he is just cursing behind closed doors. He doesn't dare to break off relations with the United States now.
It is not the right time yet. There are many pro-American people and forces in Australia.
Until they are in desperate situations, many people still hope that heavenly soldiers will come to rescue them.
An important city in Australia. Australia has heavily guarded this city.
This city is very important.
If it is lost, it will be a heavy blow to Australia.
The army of Dongying Kingdom was approaching the city in a mighty manner.
Many genetic organisms sneaked into the city through the rivers. 3 days passed. Boom!
Accompanied by the sound of intense gunfire.
The battle begins. 300,000 Dongying soldiers launched a violent attack on the city.
On the Australian side, there are also more than 200,000 soldiers guarding the city. The whole city turned into a huge meat grinder. After the bombing, terrible street fighting broke out in the city. Soldiers on both sides continued to be lost.
Both sides were completely bloodthirsty. Chapter 620: The split between Australia and the United States.
After more than 10 days, the horrific urban street fighting was coming to an end.
Retreat, retreat.
The remaining tens of thousands of Australian soldiers fought and retreated. They fought desperately, and 200,000 people died in the battle, but they still lost the city, and the Dongying people occupied the city.
The Great Rout is coming,
Lin Chen muttered to himself. Through the internet and satellites in the sky, he can clearly know how far the war has progressed.
It would be fine if this city can be defended.
If not, the people of Dongying country will expand wildly next.
Xiaobei, predict the battle situation in the next week. Lin Chen spoke.
Xiaobei, Master, the latest comparison of military strength between Dongying country and Australia is 1.3 million to 900,000.
Dongying country has a huge advantage in military strength. There are still tens of thousands of genetic organisms on the land of Dongying country.
It is expected that in 1 week, the military strength of the East Sakura Kingdom will increase to 1.4 million, and the military strength of the Australian Kingdom will be reduced to 650,000.
Lin Chen asked, at least 250,000 people will die in a week? Xiaobei, yes, Master. Master, please watch the detailed battle prediction video. Xiaobei played the predicted video, and the Dongying Kingdom will suffer heavy losses in many battlefields in the future.
Xiaobei, predict when Australia will surrender. Lin Chen finished watching the prediction video. Xiaobei, Master, it is estimated that in 20 days, the Australian army will be reduced to 500,000 and the Eastern Sakura army will increase to 1.5 million.
Australia will then announce its surrender.
Lin Chen nodded slightly. They chose to surrender only after suffering such a huge loss. It was not because the Australian soldiers were brave, but because the Dongying Kingdom was too cruel and they did not dare to surrender easily.
Even if you surrender, you may be massacred. Xiaobei, after the Australian soldiers surrender, what are the chances that the people of Dongying will massacre them?
Lin Chen thought for a moment and asked. Master, the comprehensive analysis result is 43%. Lin Chen was a little surprised that it was not more than half.
In this case, he cannot wait until they surrender.
If the Dongying people kill all the surrendered Australians, he will have reason to intervene.
It will be difficult to intervene if they don't kill them. System, use 200 enhancement points to strengthen my Western medicine skills.
Lin Chen said in his mind. The genetic medicine he developed is very powerful, but the Dongying country is very crazy now, so we still have to be careful. The total number of soldiers in Dongying Kingdom and those sent out is already 2.3 to 2.4 million, which is more than that of China.
The people in the country are also extremely excited.
By the time they finish fighting with Australia, maybe they can get up to 3 million.
10 minutes later, Lin Chen's eyes lit up.
The improvement of his Western medicine skills brought him great surprises. He can prepare more good things for Dongying country.
Australia. Australian cabinet ministers and others looked unhappy. They kept retreating and lost a lot of their territory. Everyone, do you still think the United States will join the war? Someone said bitterly. Everyone was silent.
Many of them originally had hope, but in this crucial battle, 200,000 of them died and the United States did not participate in the war, and their phones for help were all broken. There is already a difference of 400,000 troops between our two sides.
Even if the United States wants to join the war, can they send 400,000 troops to join the war in a short period of time?
After a long time, a big man said bitterly.
Another big boss said, 400,000 is not enough.
There are still millions of soldiers in the mainland of Dongying. They will continue to come here, and the total strength will increase.
We will suffer more losses in the coming battles. The gap will continue to grow. Everyone was silent again.
Some of them had the idea of surrendering, but they were hesitant to do so when they thought about what the Dongying Kingdom had done.
The Dongying people have committed many village and city massacres. If they surrender, will they be killed by the Dongying people? Everyone, let's vote. Should we terminate all alliances with the United States? The Australian cabinet elder said in a deep voice. Some people's faces changed. The Australian cabinet elder said, it is obvious that we have been abandoned. If we do not cancel the alliance, do you think it is possible to get help from China or Lin Chen? One of the big guys asked, Lord, if we do this, what if Wagwa or Lin Chen still doesn't help us? The Australian elder said, Lin Chen will help. With the hatred between China and East Sakura, do you think he will watch East Sakura occupy our entire Australia? But he may not help us right away. He will wait until we can no longer hold on before helping us. He wants both us and the East Sakura Kingdom to consume more. Vote. Raise your hands if you agree to terminate all alliances with the United States. Everyone raised their hands. In the end, everyone raised their hands. They were disappointed with the United States, and they knew very well that if they did not raise their hands at this time, they might be liquidated in the future. Unanimous approval. Immediately publish a notice of termination on the official website. The Australian cabinet elder said in a deep voice. The termination notice was sent out in just 5 minutes. America. Mandel hurried to the commander's office. Mr. Commander, Australia has issued a notice announcing the termination of all alliances with us. They have sided with China. Mandel said. The US president drank an iced Coke and said, "This is to be expected, isn't it? It's not a bad thing for us if they turn to China. China is likely to be dragged into the abyss of war. We in the United States will benefit from this. We will make America great again." Mandel, Mr. Leader, in terms of public opinion. The US president said, condemn them and freeze all their assets in the United States. They are enemies from now on. They will pay the price for their choice. Mandel nodded. Soon the United States manipulated public opinion to launch crazy condemnation, and at the same time a large amount of Australia's assets were frozen. Asshole. Australia was very angry when it heard the news. After all, we have been allies for many years, but the United States turned against us so cruelly. But no matter how angry they were, they had no way out. Ding ding. Derek contacted Lin Chen again. Mr. Derek, what can I do for you? Lin Chen answered the phone and asked with a smile. Derek said bitterly, Mr. Lin, we have broken with the United States. We will stand on your side and China's side in the future. I wonder if you can help us. We urgently need your assistance. Lin Chen asked, Mr. Derek, are you verbally supporting us? Send someone over to negotiate. Hold on for another half a month, and I'll see how you perform. Derek's eyes lit up. Finally Lin Chen gave in. Although I still have to hold on for another half a month, I finally see the light at the end of the tunnel. Mr. Lin, we'll send someone over right away. Derek said quickly. After hanging up the phone, Derek quickly reported the news. Why another half month? Someone frowned and said. Another person smiled bitterly and said, Lin Chen's artificial intelligence may have determined that we can't hold out for much longer. Let's quickly send someone to China for negotiations. A few hours later, Derek led the group out. They all had blank expressions on their faces. They knew that this time the negotiations would be difficult and they would have to pay a huge price to get help from Huagua or Lin Chen. But no matter how high the price is, it is much better than destroying the country. Chapter 621 Negotiations with Australia. East Sakura Country. Sir, the Australian delegation is heading to China. Someone reported hurriedly. The elder of Dongying said calmly, it is expected. China will not watch us annex Australia. But China may not really end up like this. It is very likely that it was just Lin Chen's action. If we fight China to the bitter end, the United States' hegemonic position will be consolidated again. The boss who reported the incident said, Lord, Lin Chen has 30,000 Type 2 mechanical leopards and 62,000 Type 3 mechanical leopards in Australia. What should we do if he takes action? The elder of Dongying Kingdom said in a deep voice, secretly order the front line to speed up the attack. We need to make Australia surrender in the shortest possible time. Also, speed up the dispatch of troops to Australia. The country continues to speed up the recruitment process. China, the imperial capital. The plane that Derek and his companions were on landed safely. Someone from China came to greet them, but the person who greeted them was not of high status, which cast a shadow on Derek and his companions' hearts. I'm just afraid that the negotiations will not be easy. Mr. Derek, you've had a hard journey. You should rest today. We will arrange negotiations tomorrow. The welcoming official from China smiled. Derek said, we don't need to rest. We already rested on the plane. We still have time today, so let's start the negotiations today. The Chinese official said, you should have a good rest first. We have arranged a nice hotel for you. Derek sighed secretly. They were very anxious as many people died every day,
But China had no plans today and they had no choice.
I am not as strong as others. I waited in agony until the next day.
Derek and his men were still in poor mental condition. The hotel was very comfortable, but they received news that the East Sakura country had wiped out 30,000 to 40,000 of their people yesterday, causing heavy losses.
In addition, the East Sakura kingdom also massacred tens of thousands of their civilians. Those civilians were mostly men.
They are the backbone of Australia's future resurgence.
The East Sakura kingdom is going to break their backbone.
On this point, China and Dongying are in agreement.
Let's get started. Derek entered the conference room and sat down. The person in charge of this negotiation in China is still Wei Hongru.
He was the head of the negotiation team during the previous negotiations with Dongying country. Wei Hongru smiled and said, "Mr. Derek, don't worry, there is still one person who hasn't arrived yet, let's wait a little longer."
Derek had a bad feeling in his heart. 5 minutes later, Lin Chen entered the conference hall. Seeing Lin Chen, Derek and the others felt a chill in their hearts.
Wei Hongru and his men should be concerned about the big country's reputation and will not make excessive demands, but Lin Chen is different.
Mr. Lin. Wei Hongru and the others stood up at the same time and greeted them. Derek and the others also stood up quickly. "Hello, Mr. Lin."
Lin Chen smiled and nodded. "Hello, Mr. Derek, Australia is at war, and your mental state doesn't seem to be very good.
Do you want to rest for a few more days?" Derek shook his head quickly. "No need." "All right. Then let's get started," Lin Chen said.
Someone beside Derek said, "Mr. Lin, you are the lord of Yanhuang territory, and the current owner of 1.5 million square kilometers of land in our Australian country.
With your status, why do you need to attend this kind of meeting in person?" They didn't want to talk to Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled and said, "I'm here to join in the fun, and I don't think I'm too important to participate. Everyone please take a seat." People from both sides sat down. Wei Hongru asked, "Mr. Lin, would you like to say a few words first?"
Lin Chen nodded. "Then let me say a few words. In the future, the concession will allow free flow of goods and people between China and Australia."
"No problem," Wei Hongru said. "This is obviously beneficial to China. China has a population of over 1 billion, and many have immigrated there, so China's population now dominates the land of Australia.
A large number of Australian men have died, and there is no doubt that many of their women will intermarry with the Chinese in the future. The whole of Australia will gradually be assimilated."
"Okay," Derek said in a deep voice. They also knew the result, but they could only agree.
"If you don't agree to this, there's no point in discussing this." Lin Chen said, "After the war, the Australian Army maintained its pre-war size. The total strength of the Navy, Army and Air Force did not exceed 60,000. My mechanical leopard drones and robots can move freely throughout Australia, and warships and submarines can use all Australian ports. I can deal with individuals or organizations that seriously harm my interests."
Derek and the others all frowned. Lin Chen is asking for the power to station troops here. Lin Chen smiled and said, "You are not happy? You welcome the US troops stationed there. Are mechanical leopards and simulated robots more terrifying than those US soldiers?
At least they won't violate your wives and daughters."
Derek said in a deep voice, "Mr. Lin, what else?"
Lin Chen said, "Third, the mechanical leopards and others will protect you, and you will have to bear a certain amount of military expenses every year. As for how much to bear, we can discuss this slowly. Fourth, the United States has seized your assets. We can help you get them back, and you have to give us half of them. Fifth, Australia will promote Chinese-style education in the future. Australia's internet will gradually be connected to China's internet. Sixth." Lin Chen said 10 things in total.
Derek and the others felt their scalps tingling after hearing this.
If they agree to these, they will become a semi-colonial country. From now on, they can only rely on Lin Chen and China in their politics, economy, culture, and military.
"Mr. Lin, this is too much. We cannot accept this," Derek said in a deep voice.
Lin Chen smiled and said, "Then talk slowly. Team leader Wei, you guys can negotiate with them slowly.
Don't be in a hurry. If 3 days doesn't work, then 5 days. If 5 days doesn't work, then 10 days. Good." Wei Hongru nodded. Lin Chen stood up and said, "These 10 points cannot be missing. If there are any missing, I will definitely not agree."
After saying that, Lin Chen left. Wei Hongru smiled and said, Mr. Derek, it's not a bad thing for you to completely turn to our Chinese country. You will not get any good results if you play both sides.
Do you agree with the 10 points raised by Mr. Lin? If not, I think we should stop here for today.
Derek gritted his teeth and said, Team Leader Wei, this is too harsh.
Wei Hongru said in surprise, is it harsh?
Mr. Derek, how about I find out the treaties we signed with you great powers in modern times, and you can compare them to see if they are harsh.
Derek.
Someone next to him said, Team Leader Wei, times have changed.
Society is more civilized now. Wei Hongru shook his head, I didn't see that.
You like to talk from the perspective of strength and position, and that's the case now. If you don't agree to Mr. Lin's 10 points, there's no need to talk anymore.
Even if we reach an agreement, Mr. Lin will veto it. That's all for today.
After saying this, Wei Hongru and the others also stood up and prepared to leave.
Chapter 622 Treaty of Friendship and Cooperation. Time goes by day. Delegations from China and Australia hold negotiations every day.
Australia gritted its teeth and accepted the 10 points proposed by Lin Chen. But the 10 points proposed by Lin Chen are only a general framework, and the specific content still requires slow negotiations between the two sides.
In addition, some other things also need to be negotiated carefully.
After 10 days or so, Derek and the others were exhausted from talking.
I feel very tired during negotiations.
The news coming from home made them even more tired. The military strength of the Dongying kingdom is increasing every day, and many of their soldiers die in battle every day, with the least number being 20,000 to 30,000, and the most being 60,000 to 70,000.
Many of their civilians were also massacred by the Dongying people.
In just 10 days, their military strength was reduced to just over 600,000. Although many people died in the Dongying kingdom, their domestic troops continued to increase, and their military strength increased to nearly 1.5 million. If they had not concealed a lot of information, their soldiers might have collapsed long ago when the true battlefield situation was exposed.
Let us sign.
On the Australian side, the Australian cabinet minister said dejectedly. He looked 10 years older than he had a few months ago.
Swish.
He signed his name on a thick agreement. The name of this agreement is the China-Australia Treaty of Friendship and Cooperation.
The name is nice.
But the Australian ministers wanted to cry after reading the content, but as for ordinary Australian people, they would not feel much. Changing the boss would not have much impact on them. Maybe they would be more comfortable if they had free trade with China.
Team Leader Wei, our elder has already signed it. We can both announce this treaty now. Derek said to Wei Hongru. Wei Hongru smiled and said, it's not enough for him to sign it.
Mr. Lin needs to sign it, and our senior management needs to sign it as well. I'm going to make arrangements now, and it will probably only take 3 days.
Derek. He looked a little grim and asked, 3 more days? We have a lot of deaths every day. The soldiers from the East Sakura Kingdom are now slaughtering us crazily. Wei Hongru, Mr. Derek, this will be quick.
Whether it is the leaders of our country or Mr. Lin, they are all busy people, and their time is precious. It takes 1 or 2 hours to read through this contract. Derek gritted his teeth and said, please hurry up.
The offensive of the East Sakura nation is too strong. We can't hold on any longer.
The soldiers on the front line might be defeated and surrender on a large scale.
Must. Wei Hongru nodded.
3 days passed. The China-Australia Treaty of Friendship and Cooperation has finally been announced.
Isn't this treaty a bit harsh? Harsh? The most important thing now is to stop the war. This has little impact on ordinary people.
The ones who have a big impact are the top leaders of the country, the capitalists.
After the treaty was made public, many Australian people were talking about it.
A small number of them were dissatisfied, but the vast majority were indifferent. After all, this is much better than destroying a country. As long as China can provide them with assistance as soon as possible, it will be better than anything else.
Is our country going to join the war? It is unlikely that our country will join the war. It should be Master Lin who takes action. Master Lin's actions are more than enough. Countless people in China are talking about it. Unlike Australia, they were delighted by the treaty. However, many people are also worried. How many genetically modified organisms does Dongying have in the ocean? Will these genetically modified organisms attack Chinese warships? If the navy is destroyed, it's over. Baka. If China dares to join the battle, we will destroy it. Our Dongying country is invincible. The people of Dongying are extremely angry. They are about to succeed, and Australia will collapse in a week at most. At this time, China actually jumped out. The China-Australia Treaty of Friendship and Cooperation has been signed, and it is very likely that China or Linchen will be the next to take action. A seaside base in the Australian concession. Linchen unexpectedly arrived here. He came to Australia on a commercial flight with a concealed identity. Come out. As soon as Linchen thought about it, a large number of mechanical leopards came out. In just half a minute, 30,000 mechanical leopards were outside. The space in Linchen's system was vacated and no submarines were installed. 13,000 cubic meters was enough to accommodate these mechanical leopards. All of these mechanical leopards are of the third type, and they are improved versions. They can replenish each other's energy, and they have stronger anti-interference capabilities. Some of the materials they use are also better, and their speed and stealth performance are much stronger than before. To others, this could be called Type 4. But for Linchen, it is not enough for the fourth type. His robot-making skills reached mythical level, but many technologies were not used. These mechanical leopards were not good enough. Internally, Linchen called them the third modified type. Compared with the original third type, their overall combat power is twice as strong. 30,000 heads are equivalent to the original 60,000 heads. Originally, Australia had 60,000 Type 3 mechanical leopards. Now, there are 120,000 Type 3 mechanical leopards. Based on a ratio of 1 to 30, this is equivalent to an army of 3.6 million. The 30,000 Type 2 mechanical leopards that arrived in Australia earlier can resist an army of 300,000. Together, these mechanical leopards can deal with an army of nearly 4 million. The current military strength of the Dongying Kingdom in Australia is 1.6 million. Xiao Bei, send a message to the outside world. Order the East Sakura Kingdom to stop the war against Australia and withdraw from Australia, otherwise I will order the mechanical leopard to kill all the East Sakura soldiers in Australia. Linchen said calmly. Yes, master. Xiao Bei sent the message immediately. Soon the people of Dongying Kingdom knew the news and they were furious. In their opinion, Linchen was going to destroy their future. It has come to this point. If they stop withdrawing, the consequences will be disastrous. Sanctions from countries around the world will kill them. Maybe I won't be able to eat enough in the future. We issued a statement to express our firm opposition. And we will fight back resolutely. The elder of Dongying Kingdom said in a deep voice. Lord, those mechanical leopards within our company. Some people said worriedly. The elder of Dongying State said, Linchen didn't say it, he probably doesn't intend to let them move, the war is limited to Australia. Let the genetic organisms prepare to attack China. As long as our homeland is attacked, the genetic organisms will attack China. Australia side. The original 60,000 mechanical leopards were already at the border, and under Xiao Bei's control they quickly rushed into the enemy-occupied area. These mechanical leopards march in groups of 3. A combat team consists of 3 people. 3 groups form a combat team. 3 combat squads form a combat squadron. And so on. They assist each other and are kept at a distance from each other, which can avoid losing several people at once when artillery shells strike. A certain city. 100,000 soldiers from the Dongying Kingdom are stationed here. Their mission is to prevent the mechanical leopard from attacking them from behind. Woo, woo. A shrill alarm sounded. A large number of mechanical leopards were less than 10 kilometers away from them. It doesn't take long to advance 10 kilometers at the speed of the mechanical leopard. What's going on? A commander on the front line frowned. They buried a lot of mines on the road, but when the mechanical leopard passed through the minefield, it didn't trigger the mines at all. They designed it so that the mechanical leopard can be triggered. Soon this person reported the news. The mechanical leopard should be able to detect buried mines. Hit them with mortars. Wait until they get close and then use the heavy machine gun to deal with them. Orders came quickly from above. The battle is about to begin. Chapter 623, Mechanical Leopard's Battlefield Performance. Boom. Boom. Mortar shells continued to fall towards the rushing mechanical leopard. Violent explosions sounded everywhere. If human soldiers faced such a bombing, the losses would certainly be heavy and it would cause great pressure on the soldiers.
But these mortars are not very effective against the mechanical leopards. Unless the explosion is very close, even if fragments hit the mechanical leopard, it will not be affected at all. Human soldiers will be injured or even killed if hit by debris. The mechanical leopards would not have any fear. They were fearless and charged forward at a very fast speed. After just a few rounds of mortar fire, the mechanical leopard was very close. Day. Heavy machine guns spewed out raging flames. Humans cannot withstand the firepower of heavy machine guns, but those that appear here are all Type 3 mechanical leopards. As long as they are not hit continuously, they will be fine if they are hit by 1 or 2 bullets. Soon, many mechanical leopards arrived within a kilometer. Puff! Puff! A small number of the mechanical leopards began to fight back. Some exposed machine gunners were quickly killed by them. They are so fast. These guys were hit and they're fine. They're also very accurate with their shots. Many soldiers of Dongying Kingdom were shocked. They had heard that the third type of mechanical leopards were very powerful and could fight 30 people at once, and they were a little skeptical about this. Now they found that those mechanical leopards were indeed terrifying. Their speed can reach more than 20 meters per second, equivalent to 90 kilometers per hour, which is faster than dogs. It's not easy to hit with a heavy machine gun at such a fast speed. I can only rely on my random shooting skills. But it is difficult to hit the target continuously when firing from a heavy machine gun. Bang, bang. The rest of the soldiers also began shooting. They soon discovered that this was too difficult for them. It was difficult to aim at the mechanical leopard with the rifles in their hands, and ordinary rifles were useless even if they hit it. Damn it! The commander looked gloomy. They actually planted a lot of mines. But even in such a situation, the mechanical leopard can avoid it. Moves that worked well against humans don't work so well now. Soon the mechanical leopards were less than 500 meters away. They kept firing, and many soldiers from the Dongying Kingdom fell down. The mechanical leopards can communicate with each other at a very fast speed. They have a tacit understanding, and under Xiaobei's control, no bullets will be wasted. There were 5,000 mechanical leopards that attacked the city, and less than 100 of them were destroyed when they rushed into the city. Activate the electronic jammer. The commander of the East Sakura Kingdom said loudly. One after another powerful electronic jamming devices were activated, and the second type mechanical leopards could hardly withstand them, but these mechanical leopards were all third type mechanical leopards. And there are a small number of modified third type mechanical leopards mixed in them. The modified Type 3 mechanical leopards look the same from the outside, but they have stronger defenses and are more resistant to interference. They can also communicate with other robotic panthers using near-field communication. Near-field communication is very special and extremely difficult to be interfered with. With them in place, Xiaobei's control is not affected at all. What's going on? It doesn't seem to be working. The electronic jammer has clearly been activated. The commander of the East Sakura Kingdom was very confused. They had made a lot of preparations to deal with the mechanical leopard. But the electronic interference was completely useless, and many of the preparations were useless. They can only fight the mechanical leopards head-on. This is difficult. Ordinary firearms are completely useless against the mechanical leopard, which is very embarrassing. They can only attack with rocket launchers, grenades, etc., but grenades have to be very close to be effective. The grenade was slow enough that the mechanical leopard was able to avoid it. Bang, bang. Boom. Boom. 5,000 mechanical leopards were hunting frantically. If the enemy hides in a solid bunker or armored vehicle, they will throw bombs out from their tails. Those bombs were only the size of marbles, but they were extremely powerful. One such marble was equivalent to a dozen grenades. Time passes by every second. The soldiers of Dongying Kingdom died quickly. Although some mechanical leopards were destroyed by the enemy, the casualty ratio of Dongying soldiers was far more than 30-1. 30-1 is against well-equipped elite warriors. Many of these soldiers from Dongying Kingdom had received less than a month of training, and their equipment was far from being sophisticated. Similar battles were taking place in many places around the concession. An hour passed. Xiaobei, how much have we lost now? How many enemies have died? Lin Chen asked. Master, we lost 1,127 mechanical leopards, and the enemy has lost a total of 70,000 to 80,000 people. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. Only 70-1?
He originally thought he could beat them 100 to 1.
Xiao Bei said, Master, the mechanical leopards suffered a lot when approaching the enemy. At this time, the enemy has very few casualties.
Now the enemy's mortars are useless. The enemy's loss rate is increasing.
Lin Chen nodded slightly.
East Sakura Country.
The elders of Dongying Kingdom have received the latest battle report.
How so? They all looked grim.
Although there was no detailed statistics at the front line, it was roughly estimated that the losses were not 30 to 1, but at least 60 to 1. Their losses were very shocking. Sir, if the casualties are 60 to 1, then 90,000 Type 3 mechanical leopards are equivalent to 5,400,000 soldiers.
We only have 1,600,000 people over there.
They knew about the 30,000 that arrived later.
But they don't know that the remaining 30,000 yuan is for the improved version. Their fighting power is twice as strong.
There is no way out for us.
We must fight on even if we have to bet everything.
The elder of Dongying Kingdom said in a deep voice. A person next to him said, we need to send more people. Even if we have to fight hard, we have to use up all those mechanical leopards. Also, our aircraft carriers and warships need to go to Australia.
We need to completely blockade Australia.
We can use warships to deal with aerial targets, and let the genetic creatures deal with any enemy ships that dare to pass by.
The elder of Dongying Kingdom nodded slightly. Continue to intensify the recruitment efforts.
Tell the people that the empire has reached the most critical moment.
During World War II, their total population was less than 80 million, and 12 million people participated in the war. Now their total population is more than 120 million, and theoretically they can recruit 18 million soldiers. But considering the aging population, it is impossible to collect so much.
It would be more reasonable to recruit 12 million soldiers. Now they only have 3 or 4 million recruits in total.
Master, the East Sakura Kingdom is preparing a large fleet to go to Australia. Xiao Bei reminded Lin Chen. Lin Chen asked, how many people do they plan to come?
Xiao Bei, they are going to dispatch 2 quasi-aircraft carriers, 18 destroyers, and no less than 10 submarines. Lin Chen was surprised.
So many? They don't guard their own home anymore?
Xiao Bei said, Master, maybe they know that even if they defend, 240,000 mechanical leopards can't defend at home anyway, so it's better to send them out to win the overseas war. Lin Chen was thinking.
Dongying country probably wants to completely blockade Australia by doing this.
The more mechanical leopards there are, the more likely they are to win.
Chapter 624 Horrible Casualties.
In the Magic City, the plane that Lin Chen was on landed. He went to Australia because he was afraid of accidents when delivering the mechanical leopard.
He doesn't have time to waste there.
You can get strengthening points by coming back to take care of the baby.
Isn't that great? Xiao Bei, how much damage has the two sides suffered now? Lin Chen asked while holding the phone.
Xiao Bei, Master, we lost about 3,500 mechanical leopards, and nearly 300,000 soldiers from the East Sakura Kingdom died. They're using new tactics now.
Lin Chen asked, what tactics?
Xiao Bei, they led the mechanical leopards to the inland areas, and at the same time they destroyed all the charging facilities along the way. This made it difficult for the mechanical leopards to return to the rear to charge, and they could not use the occupied cities and villages to charge. The mechanical leopard can use sunlight to charge, but this is too slow and it will not be enough in time during an intense battle.
Master, if we enter the mainland, the loss ratio of the mechanical leopard will increase. Australia is not a small country like the Squid country.
It is a large country and it is difficult for the mechanical leopard to go deep into the country and return to replenish energy.
Xiao Bei, don't chase rashly. Contact Australia and ask them to send someone to help the mechanical leopard charge. Lin Chen said.
Australia now has an army of 500,000 to 600,000 people, and they can spare a lot of them to help the mechanical leopard replenish its energy. Generators, solar panels, new energy electric vehicles, etc. can all be moved to help the mechanical leopard replenish energy. It is no problem for one soldier to be responsible for replenishing the energy of several mechanical leopards. The combat power of several mechanical leopards can be equivalent to that of hundreds of ordinary soldiers. Master, contact has been made.
Xiao Bei said.
Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, slow down the war.
They are now recruiting soldiers aggressively. We need to give them time to recruit soldiers.
He just wanted to consume more young and middle-aged people from Dongying Kingdom.
If the war drags on, Australia's consumption will increase. Not long after, Lin Chen arrived home.
He didn't take a car, he flew back directly after becoming invisible.
Dad!
Lin Xiaoqian and Lin Dongyao said at the same time.
The two of them ran towards Lin Chen happily. It was summer vacation, and Lin Xiaoqian didn't have any classes.
Of course, even if it wasn't summer vacation yet, Lin Chen wouldn't let Lin Xiaoqian go to school for the time being, as he had already started a fight with Dongying country. Lin Xiaoqian is still safe at home.
Do you miss Daddy?
Lin Chen picked up both Lin Xiaoqian and the others.
Yes. Dad, where have you been? We missed you so much.
Lin Xiaoqian and Lin Dongyao are both very attached to Lin Chen.
Lin Chen smiled and said, Dad is on a business trip.
Okay, you guys go down, Mom also wants to hug Dad.
No.
Su Mengyao said coquettishly. Lin Chen put Lin Xiaoqian and the others on the ground, and he hugged Su Mengyao.
Su Menyao's belly is getting bigger.
She was pregnant with twins.
Honey, is everything all right at home?
Lin Chen said with a smile. Su Mengyao rested her head on Lin Chen's shoulder and said, everything is fine at home, but Cici and Dongdong miss you, and I am worried about you too. She knew Lin Chen's strength, but she was still a little worried.
It's okay, don't worry. Time goes by day. The 2 quasi-aircraft carriers and 18 destroyers of the Dongying Kingdom have arrived near the Australian Kingdom.
There was already a quasi-aircraft carrier and several destroyers there, so this force is very strong.
There are an unknown number of genetic organisms in the sea.
The East Sakura country released the news to blockade the entire Australia. Any approaching ship would be attacked by genetic creatures, and any approaching aircraft would be attacked by their missiles.
They don't want any more mechanical panthers passing by.
At the same time, their troops were continuously transferred to Australia.
Under Xiaobei's control, the war became a war of attrition. Lin Chen used steel to consume the manpower of Dongying Kingdom.
The people of Dongying are also aware of this. But now that it has come to this, they have no way out. Their plan was to prevent reinforcements, destroy the mechanical leopards in Australia, occupy the entire country of Australia, and then use genetic biology to intimidate other countries into recognizing their occupation.
Although there are many mechanical leopards in the country, they don't care.
As long as genetically modified organisms can threaten China, this is not a problem. The people of Dongying are really crazy. Lin Chen muttered to himself. Their official propaganda was fully implemented, and the people were very excited. Many people joined the military training every day, and after a short period of training they were sent to Australia by cargo ships to participate in the war. The Dongying government promised the people of Dongying that as long as they succeeded, the soldiers would be able to get a lot of land.
They can become the best. 5 million, 6 million, 7 million, 8 million.
In 2 months, the total number of them joining the army reached a staggering 8 million.
This is terrible. China's current military strength is only 2 million.
Of course, if a war breaks out in China, China can expand its military to more than 10 million in a very short time. Master, the price of Australia's Type 3 mechanical leopard has dropped to only 40,000.
Xiaobei reminded Lin Chen.
The original number was 92,000, with a loss of 52,000.
How many soldiers from the East Sakura Kingdom died in the battle? Lin Chen asked.
Xiaobei, they died in battle for 3.2 million people. Adding those who died before, the total death toll is 3.5 million.
They currently have 4.5 million soldiers, 2 million in their homeland and 2.5 million in Australia. A faint smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. Not bad. They didn't lose that many people in World War II. And that was fought over several years. It's only been more than 2 months now. One can imagine how great the losses that Dongying country is suffering every day.
Compared with the war that broke out in Australia, the war in the Middle East is really like children playing house.
You punch me and I punch you.
It looked like a lively fight, but in reality, the injuries were just superficial.
Xiaobei, I don't plan to send reinforcements for the time being. Lin Chen said.
The remaining 40,000 mechanical leopards are actually quite a lot, and many of them are improved mechanical leopards. The 2.5 million people of Dongying country are not enough to kill. They still have to fill in a lot of people.
The horrific losses have made them devastated, but they have no choice. How can they retreat when things have come to this? Lin Chen always asked Xiaobei to give them hope. Sometimes they are even asked to destroy some mechanical leopards on purpose. System, how many points have I strengthened? Lin Chen asked in his mind. Host, your current reinforcement points are 516. System Road.
Last month, Lin Chen strengthened his ancient martial arts Tai Chi once.
System, it's still 300 points of strengthening ancient martial arts Tai Chi. Lin Chen thought for a while and said. Strengthening this can help Su Mengyao and the others improve.
It is better for Su Mengyao and the others to be stronger in extraordinary times.
Good host. The reinforcement ends after half an hour.
Lin Chen looked inward and found that the liquid true energy had increased a lot.
System, are heavy missiles still a threat to me? Lin Chen asked in his mind.
System, host, non-nuclear missiles pose little threat to you.
A smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. After a while, he will make a big move and give the Dongying Kingdom's fleet a big surprise. Wife, my strength has improved a bit. I will expand your meridians and give you some internal strength. Lin Chen came to Su Mengyao and said. Su Mengyao is now almost 9 months pregnant and is about to give birth.
Su Mengyao stared at Lin Chen in a daze. Last month, Lin Chen said that there had been a breakthrough that helped her improve.
Another breakthrough now? Chapter 625 Signing of Defense Agreement.
Some people said before that the mechanical leopard is good for small conflicts, but it may not be so powerful in large-scale wars. I didn't expect that the mechanical leopard would be stronger in large-scale wars. Lin Chen lost tens of thousands of mechanical leopards, and 3 to 4 million people in Dongying died. This is really horrible.
But Dongying has threatened to attack China. Lin Chen doesn't dare to send more reinforcements. Dongying may still win. If it wins, the death of millions of people will be worth it. Countless people are discussing it on the international internet.
This war brought them great shock. It turned out that this was a real war.
Time goes by day.
The war was extremely brutal and intensified, with a large number of soldiers from the East Sakura country dying and many soldiers from the Australian country also dying.
Mechanical panthers were also constantly destroyed. The Dongying Kingdom must ensure that the intensity of the war is very high.
If the intensity of the war decreases, the mechanical leopard will have enough time to replenish its energy, and it can even replenish its energy by basking in the sun.
TSK, this war is so exciting.
The number of people joining the army of Dongying country is close to 10 million. It is estimated that not many of these 10 million will survive in the end.
Master Lin Dong, this can be considered as revenge for our ancestors. There are also many people discussing this issue on the Chinese internet.
They find this war very exciting to watch and that enough people died in the East Sakura country. All China lost were some mechanical leopards.
Although many Australian soldiers died later, this was not a bad thing considering the relationship between Australia and China.
The more their men die in battle, the less trouble they will have in the future.
Honey, how is it? Su Mengyao asked.
Lin Chen just gave her and the child another in-depth checkup. Lin Chen smiled and said, the situation is very good.
Wife, Xiaobei and Lanlan are both very talented, and under their influence, your talent has improved a lot.
Pregnancy has an impact on the mother's body.
The impact is even greater as Su Mengyao is now pregnant with twins. How are Xiaobei and Lanlan doing? How long will it take for the baby to be born? Su Mengyao asked.
Lin Chen smiled and said, they are in good health.
They will be born in about half a month. Su Mengyao touched her belly and a gentle look appeared on her face.
The 2 children in her belly were recently named, the boy is named Lin Jinbei and the girl is named Lin Anlin.
Lin Chen now has the Yanhuan territory in the north and a concession in Australia. Such a name is considered very explicit. One is Jinbei, the other is Annan. But Annan is just a homonym. Lin Anlin is a girl, so it is better to use the word Lon. Honey, are you going to Australia soon? There are only about 20,000 mechanical leopards left in Australia. Su Mengyao asked.
In more than half a month, Lin Chen lost 20,000 mechanical leopards, and in return, more than 1 million people died in Dongying country. The death toll of Dongying country's soldiers reached a staggering 5 million.
But they still have 5 million.
2 million of these soldiers are still in the country, and another 3 million are in Australia.
The remaining mechanical leopards are not enough. Yes, I have to go there. The remaining mechanical leopards may not survive until the baby is born. Lin Chen said. Ding ding.
Just then his cell phone rang.
It was Derek calling. Lin Chen answered the phone. Mr. Derek, what's going on? Derek said anxiously on the other end of the phone, Mr. Lin, the East Sakura nation is now counterattacking frantically. Some fronts can no longer hold out. We need more mechanical leopards. Look. Lin Chen said, Mr. Derek, you go ahead. You have also recruited a lot of soldiers in the past 2 months. If you give it your all, together with the mechanical leopard, it will be almost enough. The remaining mechanical leopards are basically improved models. 20,000 of them are worth 2 million. You have hundreds of thousands of them. The corner of Derek's mouth twitched. They hoped that as few of their people as possible would die. But Lin Chen obviously hoped that a lot of their people would die as well. Mr. Lin, the East Sakura Kingdom still has 3 million soldiers here with us, and they may continue to reinforce us. They also have warships and genetic organisms. If we don't have reinforcements, we may not be able to resist. Derek said. Lin Chen said, they have recruited tens of millions of soldiers, and they are running out of recruits. They probably won't send many people over in the short term. Just hold on, I believe you can do it. Derek. To hold on is to just barely hold on. But most of the soldiers they had left would die. And we have to continue recruiting soldiers. They have lost too many young and middle-aged men. Mr. Lin, what do you want in exchange for continued reinforcements? Derek asked after taking a deep breath. Lin Chen, Dongying country threatened me not to send any more reinforcements, otherwise their genetic creatures would attack China, and China would be dragged into the war, with very serious consequences. There is nothing I can do about it. Derek was silent for a few seconds before he said, Mr. Lin, if we are willing to disband all our troops and leave national defense to you, can you reinforce us? Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. You leave national defense to me, but where is the national defense budget? I'm too lazy to protect you for free. Derek said, the national defense budget is 2% per year. We will give you all of this 2%. Based on the previous GDP, this would be about 30 to 40 billion US dollars. That's not a small amount of money every year. 3%. Lin Chen said. Derek, we've always been 2%. Lin Chen said calmly, if you don't agree, forget it. I don't think it's worth the risk of involving China. You have 10 minutes to think about it. In just a few minutes, the Australian side reached an agreement with Lin Chen. They would disband the military and national defense package and hand it over to Lin Chen, and would give Lin Chen 3% of the GDP every year as defense expenses. They figured out that there was no point in keeping the army. Am I going to work with Lin Chen in the future? They were completely unable to defeat the mechanical leopard with its strength. The defense package was given to Lin Chen, and they would focus on economic development in the future. This war made them wake up completely. War is too terrible and it is not something that people like them can handle. Swish. Half an hour later, Lin Chen signed his name. They also signed a defense agreement with Australia. Honey, I really have to go out for a while. I will expose my strength this time when I go out. Lin Chen hugged Su Mengyao and kissed her. Su Mengyao was stunned. Honey, are you planning to do something big? Lin Chen smiled and said, Wife, you still understand me. Su Mengyao, you have been hiding your strength for so long. It would be strange if you didn't plan to do something big after exposing your strength. What are you going to do, husband? Lin Chen said, 70% of the warships of Dongying country are in Australia. I want to destroy all of them in one fell swoop. The warships of Dongying country are now very arrogant in Australia. There are many genetic organisms in the ocean, and warships from other countries cannot approach. Aircraft carriers cannot get close, and fighter jets from other countries cannot get close either. Their warships are now basically in the near sea, providing strong support to their soldiers. Destroy all their warships? Su Mengyao stared at Lin Chen in a daze. Lin Chen's plan is going to shock the whole world. Chapter 626 Shocked, Lin Chen can fly? East Sakura country. The elders of Dongying state and some other bigwigs gathered together. They were in a pretty good mood. Although more than 5 million people have died, Lin Chen has not yet provided support, and there are less than 20,000 mechanical leopards left. They feel that they see the dawn of victory in the war. Everyone, this is the most critical moment. We must not allow Lin Chen to reinforce at this time. If China is defeated, we will probably both lose. The elder of Dongying Kingdom said in a deep voice. Lord, what do you mean? My idea is that we demonstrate our strength by exposing the genetic organisms in the sea as a deterrent. This can also undermine the morale of Australian soldiers. Everyone was talking about it.
They have already sent many genetic creatures to join the war, but they still concealed a lot.
They are stronger in this aspect. I agree. I agree. Finally, everyone expressed their opinions. Most people expressed agreement with the deterrence plan. Call.
Lin Chen was flying a stealth fighter at high speed in the air. This stealth fighter is China's J-20, which has strong stealth capabilities and is also equipped with a stealth ion shield.
Even the most powerful radar in the United States cannot detect it. It is more than 7,000 kilometers from China's Magic City to the east of Australia.
The J-20 can travel at a speed of 3,000 kilometers per hour, so it only takes more than 2 hours. The J-20's normal range is naturally not that far, but Lin Chen has a system space, and he can make the fuel stored in the system space appear directly in the fighter's fuel tank.
Lin Chen set off at 2 in the morning. He arrived over eastern Australia before daybreak. The radars on the warships of the Dongying Kingdom did not detect it. Receive.
Lin Chen received the fighter plane into the system space in the air.
He stood in the air.
10 kilometers away is a quasi-aircraft carrier of the Dongying country, and there are several warships of the Dongying country within a range of 20 kilometers. The warships were only a few kilometers from the coast.
A city on the coast is under their control.
They had no fear of attack from the shore.
Boom! Boom! Several warships roared and fired shells into the distance. If they got closer, they would be able to hit the enemy.
Helicopters also take off and land on the quasi-aircraft carrier, and these helicopters can provide considerable airfire support. Lin Chen did not send the Mechanical Tiger over. The Mechanical Tiger can perform air defense, and the Australian Army is responsible for air defense.
It was quite a lively fight.
Lin Chen muttered to himself. A basketball-sized shell appeared in his hand. This shell was loaded with 5 kilograms of a new type of bomb, equivalent to more than 300 kilograms of TNT, and its power was considerable.
Lin Chen lowered his altitude.
At the same time he moved closer.
Drink!
Lin Chen shouted inwardly. He fired shells at the quasi-aircraft carrier from an altitude of 3,000 meters. With Lin Chen's current terrifying strength, the speed of the shell reached Mach 5, and the shell hit the target accurately in 3 seconds. The shells instantly entered the interior of the aircraft carrier.
Boom!
Along with a shocking explosion, the ammunition depot of the quasi-aircraft carrier that the East Sakura Kingdom was proud of was detonated, and the entire quasi-aircraft carrier was completely destroyed with flames rising into the sky.
What's going on?
The people on the other warships were shocked.
How did their aircraft carrier explode?
The sky was just beginning to brighten blue, and the light from the explosion was extremely dazzling.
Go!
Soon Lin Chen fired another cannonball. The shell fell on a destroyer weighing more than 10,000 tons.
The shells hit the island accurately. The destroyer's island was immediately blown away. Boom! Boom!
In the blink of an eye, 2 more shells fell on the destroyer. The destroyer was badly damaged and began to sink.
The enemy is in the air. I just saw a fire in the sky. A soldier on the enemy ship shouted.
The shells thrown by Lin Chen reached Mach 5. The intense friction between the shells and the air would cause the outside of the shells to turn red. It's not very obvious because the speed is so fast, but you can see it.
Call out.
Lin Chen flew towards another warship.
There was an abnormality on the warship's infrared detection radar, but the abnormality was very weak and the enemy didn't notice it at all. Boom! Boom!
The third warship was smaller and sank with just 2 shells.
The signal just now is the enemy.
The enemy moved nearly 10 kilometers in a short period of time. A radar soldier shouted. He was not sure just now, but now he is sure. If Lin Chen attacks, the flying shells will expose his position. Air defense system, intercept with all your strength. Also, fire missiles to destroy the target.
A captain commander yelled.
In a short period of time, they lost 3 warships.
Captain, we can't intercept. We came here before we even locked onto the attack.
The adjutant said with a grim expression.
Lin Chen only left them 3 seconds.
They had to complete radar lock and launch missiles to intercept, which was simply too late.
Then hit it hard for me, the captain said angrily.
The remaining warships launched missiles one after another, flying towards Lin Chen. A dozen marble-sized bombs appeared around Lin Chen. Under the control of his powerful mental power, these bombs faced the incoming missiles. Boom! Boom! All the missiles exploded at a distance of several hundred meters. These marble-sized bombs contain a new type of explosive.
Don't underestimate them because they are small in size. One of them is equivalent to a dozen grenades.
Under Lin Chen's mental control, they are faster than those missiles and have no problem getting close to those missiles.
There's a person over there. It's definitely a person. I saw it when the fire lit up. The people on the nearest warship from Dongying Kingdom were extremely shocked. The fire from the missile explosion allowed them to see a human figure.
They couldn't see clearly due to the distance, but it should be a person.
We are his next target. We're fucked.
The people on the battleship saw a dark red flame.
Boom!
Soon there was a violent explosion on their warship.
The battleship was destroyed after 2 explosions.
Although it did not sink immediately, the sea water poured in, and it was only a matter of time before the battleship sank.
What's going on? Why did our battleship explode?
The Dongying soldiers on the shore looked at the sea in shock. Their warships were ablaze in the sea.
Boom! Boom! In just a few minutes, all the warships here were destroyed. The US satellite took several photos. Mandel hurried to the office of the US president with the photo. Master Commander, something has happened. East Sakura's warships were attacked in Australia, and 8 warships were destroyed. Mandel said.
The US president's eyes lit up.
China has joined the war? That's a great thing.
Mandel shook his head and handed over the photo. Commander-in-Chief, it was not Huagua who took action, but Lin Chen.
Look at this for yourself. The President of the United States looked at it. Soon he was stunned. Mandel, is this true? Lin Chen is flying in the air? Mandel nodded, this is real. And this is a picture taken by our satellite a few minutes ago. Lin Chen can fly.
And he should have a space-related treasure. He took out the shells from it and destroyed 8 warships in a few minutes.
The US President. Chapter 627, Shock of All Countries. The President of the United States looked at each photo carefully. The warships of Dongying country weren't that close, right? Lin Chen destroyed all of them in just a few minutes? The US President asked doubtfully. Mandel, Lin Chen's flying speed is extremely fast.
According to our calculations, his flying speed is over 200 meters per second. The US President's mouth twitched.
Is this still a human being? How come the missile exploded before it even got close? Mandel, we don't know the reason yet. It may be that Lin Chen controlled some hidden weapon to destroy them. The US President took a deep breath and said, so, the person we have always wanted to kill is actually a Superman, and our actions are just a clumsy performance by the clown?
Mandel was silent.
How should he answer this? Fortunately, the one leading the way now is the East Sakura country.
The US Commander-in-Chief said in a deep voice, report immediately if you have any news.
Mandel nodded. East Sakura country.
The elders of Dongying Kingdom and others were awakened. It was still very early at this time and the day had just dawned over there.
What is it?
The elder of Dongying Kingdom said in a deep voice.
Lord, something happened. Our 8 warships were destroyed by Lin Chen. Someone reported with a grim look. The face of the Dongying state elder changed. He launched missiles? Which of our warships were destroyed by Lin Chen?
Lord, Lin Chen did not launch any missiles.
Our destroyed warships included an aircraft carrier and an Atego-class destroyer. What? Everyone in the conference room couldn't believe it. The Atego-class destroyer was their best destroyer. How could such a destroyer and even an aircraft carrier be destroyed? How were they destroyed?
The elder of Dongying Kingdom asked. The person reporting said in a deep voice, Lin Chen can fly, and he can conjure bombs out of thin air.
The bombs he throws can hit our warships at a speed of Mach 5. The satellite took a picture of him. Dongying country's satellite technology is pretty good and it successfully captured Lin Chen, but it's not as clear as that of the United States. Some people were shocked and said, how is this possible? How can humans fly? This is unscientific and violates common sense of physics. Another person asked, did he cultivate immortality? He is very good in all aspects. Is it because of cultivating immortality that his brain development far exceeds that of ordinary people? Ding ding. Just then one of them's cell phone rang. Hello. The man answered the phone. The call came from Australia. Lin Chen arrived near several other warships of the Dongying kingdom, and these warships also began to suffer devastating blows. On one of the battleships, the soldiers operated the anti-aircraft guns and launched a fierce attack, with dense bullets sweeping towards Lin Chen. Hit it! Suddenly an officer shouted in surprise. He observed Lin Chen with a telescope and directed the shooting. He saw an anti-aircraft gun shell hit Lin Chen's chest. The next second the officer was dumbfounded. The anti-aircraft gun clearly hit Lin Chen just now, but Lin Chen was safe and sound, and even his clothes were not damaged at all. The power of the anti-aircraft gun is very strong for ordinary people, but for Lin Chen, the protective chi can block the bullets. Boom! Soon the warship exploded violently. Lin Chen dropped 2 bombs and destroyed the warship. In just a few minutes, the second batch of warships were also destroyed. There are 6 warships in this batch. China. Old Jiang and some other military leaders gathered together urgently. Commander Jiang, did you know something long ago? Someone asked. Jiang Lao asked doubtfully, what's the matter? Lin Chen is a cultivator. Elder Jiang nodded slightly, I do know. How did you know this? This is top secret information. Lin Chen attacked the warships of Dongying country. As of now, 14 warships of Dongying country have been destroyed. Jiang Lao asked, where's the intelligence? Soon someone handed him the latest intelligence. Mr. Jiang took a quick look. Even though he knew that Lin Chen was very powerful, he was still secretly amazed. The flying speed exceeds 200 meters per second. The speed of the shells can reach Mach 5. The simultaneous missile attacks could do nothing to him. The anti-aircraft gun hit Lin Chen's chest, but Lin Chen was still fine. Commander Jiang, you have kept it from us for so long. We used to worry about Lin Chen going backwards and endangering the country. If we had known he had this ability, we wouldn't have worried. That's right, he's already practicing Taoism, so his pursuits are different. The 2 generals spoke. Elder Jiang smiled and said, if they had told me earlier, even if Lin Chen could rent the land in Yinhuang territory in Australia, would they set the lease term to 3 years after Lin Chen's death? If too many people know about it, it's likely to leak the information. Everyone was stunned. Someone hurriedly asked, how long can Lin Chen live? Elder Jiang said with emotion, he can live for a long time. Even if we ask God for another 500 years, we still can't live longer than him. His lifespan is already over 500 years, and it should be a foregone conclusion that he will live over 1,000 years in the future. Everyone was shocked. Another person said, the Bear Country in Australia suffered a huge loss. They did not rent it to Lin Chen, but gave it to him directly. After they destroyed their country, the concession will belong to Lin Chen. The Bear Country. Their satellite technology and intelligence capabilities are also very good. Lin Chen can actually fly. Even a missile attack can't kill Lin Chen. Putin read through a piece of intelligence silently. They used to hope that Lin Chen would die sooner and be assassinated. How could they assassinate Lin Chen under the current circumstances? Emperor, there is something very serious. Someone nearby said. Putin looked at the staff beside him. The staff member said, Lin Chen may be a cultivator. According to some descriptions of cultivators in China, they are not only powerful, but also can live for a very long time. Lin Chen may live for hundreds of years. Puti's mouth twitched. Lin Chen is so strong, but he has been hiding his strength all this time. It's really a scam. If I had known this, I might as well have sold the Yinhuang territory directly to Lin Chen. At least I could have gotten a good price. But compared with Australia, they are still much better. The concession that Australia gave to Lin Chen reached 1.5 million square kilometers, and the rent was much less than theirs. Australia. Australian cabinet ministers also received the news. They were surprised and helpless. What was surprising was that Lin Chen destroyed 21 warships of the Dongying kingdom in a short period of time. Several more ships were destroyed later. What is helpless is that Lin Chen's strength is so strong that their concession will probably belong to Lin Chen forever. Their country probably won't survive until Lin Chen dies. Oh, God. One reporter's eyes widened. It was already daybreak, and he took a picture of Lin Chen with a telephoto lens. In the photo, Lin Chen is standing in the air. In his hand he held a cannonball the size of a basketball. Boom! Soon, another quasi-aircraft carrier of the Dongying kingdom exploded at sea. Crack! Crack! The reporter took picture after picture excitedly. Chapter 628 I am invincible, you can do whatever you want. The relevant photos were quickly posted on the internet. Can anyone tell me if this is AI generated? It's not AI generated. Many warships of the East Sakura Kingdom were destroyed. I want to go to China. The Western god is fake. Master Lin can fly. The Eastern gods might be real. A lot of people are talking about it on the international internet. It is still early in the morning in China, but soon, this news was also forwarded to the Chinese internet. Oh my god, Master Lin is awesome. I now understand why Grandmaster Lin is so powerful in every aspect. It turns out that Grandmaster Lin is actually an immortal cultivator. Master Lin, I'm going to show my cards now. I'm invincible. Do whatever you want with me. The Chinese internet soon became abuzz with excitement. Many people were woken up by their relatives and friends before they woke up. The news shocked the world. At this moment, Newton's coffin lid was banging loudly. It seemed that the lid could no longer hold him down, so he wanted to crawl out and take a look. What to do? Our enemy is a practitioner who can fly. Can we still win? Does our country still have a future? No, that is not true. Countless people in Dongying Kingdom were in despair. Even though millions of people had died before them, they were not so desperate. They are well aware that gaining benefits comes at a price, and if millions of people die in order to take over Australia, it is definitely worth it. Now, they feel like the sky is falling. Their enemies are not humans but gods. Everyone, don't be discouraged yet. We still have hope. Let our genetic creatures in Australia show up and let Lin Chen know how strong we are in this area. If he continues, we will let the genetic creatures attack China. The elder of Dongying Kingdom said in a deep voice. Some in their cabinet now dare to hang their heads. Right. Lin Chen may be strong, but no matter how strong his personal strength is, he can't destroy so many of our genetic creatures. Show the genetic creatures immediately to deter them. Several people spoke up. They finalized this plan yesterday, and a large number of genetic creatures in the sea have now gathered. Countless genetic creatures emerged from the sea only a dozen kilometers away from the coast of an Australian city. Among them are giant sharks that are more than 10 meters long, black snakes that are about 20 meters long, and giant octopuses. The number of each of these genetic creatures exceeds 10,000. The three genetic organisms together number over 40,000. They are all large in size and float on the sea in a mighty manner. Earlier, the Dongying Kingdom allowed genetic creatures to participate in the war, but the total number of genetic creatures displayed was less than 10,000. Crash! Tens of thousands of genetic creatures moved towards the sea. What are those? Someone asked doubtfully on the balcony of a hotel by the sea. The seawater was churning more than 10 kilometers away. And large shadows were approaching the shore. Let me see. This person's friend turned on the camera function on his phone. The picture zoomed in, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he shouted, "It's genetic organisms, a huge amount of them. There are a lot of mutant sharks, mutant sea snakes, and mutant octopus monsters." It wasn't long before more people discovered it. Tens of thousands of huge genetic creatures are approaching, and many people are panicking. What if they kill them on land? Both the octopus monster and the black snake can come ashore. It's horrible. They actually cultivated so many genetic organisms. Dongying country deserves to die. What does Dongying country want to do? Many people at the beach saw these genetic creatures, and many of them took photos and posted them online. Soon the genetic organism was only 1 kilometer away from the coast. They stopped. The closer the distance, the greater the impact they bring. An adult great white shark is generally only about 7 meters long, but these mutant sharks can reach an astonishing 15 meters, twice the length of an adult great white shark. How many bombs can they carry in their bodies? One missile is estimated to be able to destroy a 10,000-ton battleship. In recent years, China's naval warships have been built like dumplings, but the number is no match for so many genetically modified organisms. If these guys attack China, the consequences will be disastrous. There are so many genetically modified organisms in our country. Then what are we afraid of? If Lin Chen does something wrong, we can let these genetic creatures attack China's warships and rush into all the rivers of China to attack their entire country. This may not be all. Countless people in Dongying Kingdom rekindled their confidence. They feel okay again. Ding ding.
Lin Chen's cell phone rang. Ordinary mobile phones have no signal at all at high altitudes, but his mobile phone has a satellite calling function and can also be used at high altitudes.
Mr. Jiang, what's the matter? Lin Chen answered the phone and asked.
On the other end of the phone, Zhang Lao said in a deep voice, Shaolin, Dongying country just contacted us. If you continue to attack, they will send a large number of genetic creatures to attack our country.
Lin Chen said, Mr. Jiang, I will continue to attack. You condemn them because China did not participate in the war.
Also, call on the international community to jointly condemn them. If a large number of genetic organisms get out of control, the consequences will be terrible.
Elder Jiang, should gene inducers and gene dispersants be used on a large scale?
Gene dispersals have already been used. The places where it is used are ports and river estuaries. Warships leaving the port will naturally also use it. They have to guard against sneak attacks from the Dongying Kingdom. Lin Chen said, Mr. Jiang, I will start using simulation robots along the coast. So much time has passed that a lot of gene inducers and gene expelling agents have been produced.
Lin Chen has also arranged simulation robots every 1 or 2 kilometers along the coast.
They all carry genetic drugs.
Just a few drops are enough to keep genetic creatures away from the coast. Mr. Jiang, it's best if the warship doesn't leave the port recently.
Fishermen have suspended fishing.
Lin Chen said. Jiang Lao, the relevant orders have been issued. Xiaolin, I won't bother you anymore, just continue. Now that the fight has started, beat them to death without holding back. Lin Chen hung up the phone.
He continued to chase the Dongying Kingdom warships. Although the Dongying Kingdom's warships are now scattered and fleeing, their speed is far from comparable to Lin Chen's speed.
It can't even be compared with a fighter jet.
If the distance is close, Lin Chen will fly over by himself. If the distance is far, he will call a fighter jet to appear and fly closer.
America. Where did this fighter come from?
The US president said in disbelief.
Mandel said, it appeared out of thin air. This fighter should be stored in Lin Chen's space treasure.
The US president.
He frowned and said, if it can store such a large fighter, why can't it store a lot of powerful mushroom bombs? Mandel shook his head. Great Commander, there are many of them.
According to our analysis, the 8,000 mechanical leopards that appeared in the Squid country should have come from this.
Lin Chen's space treasure can hold at least 8,000 mechanical leopards. The President of the United States is numb.
The modified third-type mechanical leopard can take on more than 60 of them at once.
If it can carry 8,000 of them, wouldn't that be equivalent to carrying 500,000 troops with you?
If all of them were used to hold mushroom bombs.
Mandel, is our military strength lagging behind?
The US president asked. Mandel was silent. Although China originally had a large number of robots, they had aircraft carriers and powerful long-range delivery capabilities. Now Lin Chen can fly over directly.
Yanhuang Robot Company produces 100,000 robots a month. More than 1 million have been produced.
Commander-in-Chief, Lin Chen is still destroying the warships of Dongying country.
Dongying country is likely to retaliate with genetic creatures. Mandel said.
The US president's eyes lit up.
It would be good news if Dongying country could inflict heavy losses on China. Chapter 629 Genetic creatures are attacking. Boom. Boom. The warships of Dongying Kingdom were destroyed one by Lin Chen.
No matter how they escape, they cannot escape the satellites in the sky.
Xiao Bei can guide Lin Chen to hunt accurately. Baka. The bigwigs of Dongying country were extremely angry.
Most of their warships have been sent to Australia. If all of them are hunted down, 70% to 80% of their navy will be gone.
With a century of history, how long will it take to restore the navy? Lord, we have to act. Lord, we have to mobilize genetic organisms to attack China. Lord. Everyone spoke up. They are now in an underground bunker, and even if they launch an attack, it will not be easy for the mechanical leopard to get in. The Dongying state elder said, pass the order down, let the second Gene Biological Corps approach the coastal cities of China, and let them enter the mainland of China along the Yangtze River and the Yellow River. Let the Australian warships regroup, so that we can kill Lin Chen with our powerful firepower. Everyone nodded. If they dispersed, they would be eliminated one by one.
The speed of the warship was far slower than that of the fighter plane, so even if they dispersed, they could not escape Lin Chen's pursuit.
Lin Chen continued hunting.
Xiao Bei reminded Lin Chen, Master, the warships of the Dongying kingdom in the south have all changed their direction.
They are gathering. A faint smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. If they can't escape by scattering, they think they can just gather together? That's not bad, it saves me from running around everywhere. Lin Chen continued to hunt the warships in the north and east. 2 or 3 hours passed.
The warships that were not gathered were hunted down completely. In the southeast of Australia, 40 or 50 warships from the East Sakura country gathered, and their missiles, anti-aircraft guns, etc. were all on high alert. Moreover, these warships are very close to the shore and there is firepower on land.
There are also many genetic organisms in the sea.
If Lin Chen attacks from the sea, the genetic creatures can hunt down Lin Chen. High in the sky, Lin Chen drove a stealth fighter jet and approached at high speed.
Master, genetic organisms have appeared near the coast of China.
They are only 10 to 20 kilometers away from the coast of China.
Xiao Bei reminded Lin Chen. Lin Chen, how much?
Xiao Bei said, they appeared in several places at the same time, with a total number of about 40,000. They are smaller than those in Australia, but the mutant sharks are also 10 meters long.
On the coast of Magic City.
Many people on high buildings were using telescopes to observe, and they could see what was happening on the sea more than 10 kilometers away.
4 to 5,000 genetic creatures appeared in the Magic City. Crack, crack. Many reporters were taking photos on the helicopters.
Several cities appeared at once.
Perhaps many genetic organisms have already entered the Yangtze and Yellow Rivers. What can I do?
Various photos were posted online and countless people were worried. The people of Dongying were very excited.
Kill into China.
Dare to destroy our warships, let them know how powerful we are.
If we kill them painfully, we will win. Countless people in Dongying country made fierce remarks online. Ding ding. Lin Chen received a call from Mr. Jiang.
He had already put away his stealth fighter and was only a few dozen kilometers away from the warships of Dongying country.
Mr. Jiang. Lin Chen answered the phone while lying on a beach chair by the sea. On the other end of the phone, Jiang Lao said, Shaolin, are you okay?
Lin Chen smiled and said, I have consumed a lot of my true energy.
But it's okay, I can still hold on. The remaining warships will gather together and destroy them. I don't even need to do anything. Old Jiang was stunned. Shaolin, didn't you talk about internal force before? Now it has become true energy?
Lin Chen, when the internal force accumulates to a certain level, it will naturally turn into liquid true energy.
This is normal. Old Jiang muttered to himself, what's normal about this? It's not normal to have internal strength.
Everyone is walking fine on the ground, but Lin Chen can fly in the sky.
Xiaolin, the genetic organisms in Dongying country have gathered.
It's a good opportunity to use attractants to lure them all to Dongying country.
It's time to prepare for action. Taoist Jiang. Lin Chen smiled and said, Mr. Jiang, let's start the action. Let the large honeycomb drones carry out the induction action. Xiao Bei will control the landing point of the drone. Mr. Jiang, okay. Drones took off quickly from some airports on the seaside. These honeycomb drones can fly very far.
They brought a lot of small drones equipped with genetic drugs.
This side of the Magic City.
Soon a hive drone approached the genetic creature. The genetic creature quickly dived into the water.
They headed quickly towards the Magic City. Buzz. A small drone flew out of the hive and quickly landed on the sea. It contains gene inducers. Mr. Jiang is in Shanghai right now.
He was watching nervously in a command room. If the gene inducer had no effect, it would be troublesome. However, with Lin Chen's level, he believed that there would be no accidents. They are only 10 kilometers from the coast.
Someone in the command room reported. Sonar can detect genetic organisms that are approaching. But traditional infrasound and other methods cannot drive them away.
The person who just reported the incident's eyes lit up. Captain, the genetic creature has turned around.
A faint smile appeared on old Jiang's face.
Thousands of genetic creatures in the sea quickly turned around. The genetic medicine developed by Lin Chen was very effective, and Dongying country's control methods were far less powerful.
What's going on? Some reporters on the helicopter wondered.
Many of these reporters were foreign journalists. They wanted to record the scenes of genetically modified organisms attacking China's coast, but they did not expect that those genetically modified organisms would turn back collectively. It didn't take long for the genetic organism to arrive at the location where the inducer was released. At this time, the drone was 5 kilometers away. Another small drone flew out. Small drones also fell into the ocean. At this time, the attractant at the first point is about to lose its effectiveness. The attractants that Lin Chen made were both long-lasting and short-term. A large number of genetic organisms continued to move towards the second point. The genetic organism has left. Is it the work of that large drone? I knew it would be okay. Many people in the high-rise buildings along the coast of Shanghai were very excited. When leaving, many genetic creatures left from the water surface, and they could see those genetic creatures leaving quickly. What's going on? They also received the news from Dongying country. The genetic organisms in several locations were out of control. Professor Ito, what's going on? A big shot from Dongying country said with an unpleasant expression. Professor Ito's face turned pale. We are finished. In this case, it is very likely that China has stronger means of control. It should be that Lin Chen has done something. The genetic organisms may very well attack us ourselves. Another big boss said angrily, didn't you say it was foolproof? Is this what you call foolproof? Professor Ito was speechless. There really weren't any issues with the previous tests. No problems were found with the participation of genetically modified organisms in the war in Australia. Chapter 630. Is this still a human? The genetic organisms were actually led back. I feel like East Sakura country is going to be in big trouble. They deserve it. Their people were expecting genetically modified organisms to attack China. Now they are playing with fire and getting burned. Countless people are discussing it hotly on the international internet. 7 or 8 hours passed by unknowingly. Genetic biology is closer to Dongying than to Hua. The top leaders of Dongying are as anxious as ants on a hot pot. Should we surrender to China? A leader from Dongying country suggested this. Surrender? Several other big guys glared at him immediately. One of the big guys said sternly, even if the genetic creatures come, have we lost? We still have 2 million soldiers in Australia and the mainland. Are we surrendering now? The boss who had just proposed surrender smiled bitterly and said, if the genetic organisms get out of control, we can't deter China. Don't forget that we have 240,000 mechanical leopards in our country. There's a good chance they'll act. Can we defeat those 240,000 mechanical leopards? Everyone's expression changed slightly. This is indeed a problem. But it is absolutely impossible to let them surrender like this. The trapped beasts still fight, they don't want to give up just like that. They knew very well that giving up would mean death. Can Lin Chen forgive them? Can China forgive them? Can the entire international community forgive them? Time passed unknowingly and it was the next day. Lin Chen did not take any action, and the 240,000 mechanical leopards of Dongying country did not move for the time being. After one day, Lin Chen's internal strength was almost recovered. Tens of thousands of genetic creatures are also very close to Dongying kingdom. In the upper reaches of some rivers in Dongying country, simulated robots dropped gene inducers, and they were long-acting gene inducers. These gene inducers are solid. They slowly dissolve, releasing the gene inducers. Gene inducers will flow into the ocean along the rivers, luring a large number of genetic organisms to their nearshore waters, and many genetic organisms will flow into the inland areas along the rivers. Xiaobei, let the mechanical leopard in Dongying country take action. Annihilate all the soldiers of Dongying country. If the citizens of Dongying attack the mechanical leopard, they will also be shot dead. Lin Chen ordered. Yes, master. Xiaobei controlled a large number of mechanical leopards to take action at the same time. Bang, bang. Boom. In an instant, war broke out in many places across the entire Dongying kingdom, and 240,000 mechanical leopards launched a fierce attack. 100,000 of these mechanical leopards are of the third type. Most of the soldiers in Dongying country are newly trained recruits, and a third-type mechanical leopard can easily defeat 100 at a time. Just these 100,000 Type 3 mechanical leopards are enough to defeat 10 million new recruits. It shouldn't be a problem to win a total of 13 million. The current number of soldiers in Dongying Kingdom is 2 million. Commander-in-Chief Lin Chen's mechanical leopards in Dongying country are in action.
They are frantically attacking soldiers from all over Dongying country.
I don't think the soldiers from Dongying will be able to hold out for long,
Mandel reported.
There is a huge disparity in combat power, and the mechanical leopard is not afraid of death, but the new recruits from Dongying country are.
There is no suspense in this war. Australia side.
Lin Chen flew towards the warships of Dongying country.
Emission.
Several missiles quickly attacked Lin Chen. These are anti-aircraft missiles with average power. Lin Chen can now withstand heavy missiles, so such low-power anti-aircraft missiles are just a drizzle for Lin Chen.
Boom. Boom.
The missile exploded automatically when it approached Lin Chen. The flames of the explosion enveloped Lin Chen. The fighter jet would be torn to pieces in this situation, but when the flames dissipated, Lin Chen was still standing there.
Someone on land saw it with a telescope. Some even used telephoto cameras to capture the scene.
In the explosion, Lin Chen was safe and sound like a god.
Boom. 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 Day. Missiles came one after another.
Several warships that were close also attacked with anti-aircraft guns. Most of these attacks hit their targets, but it was useless. Lin Chen stood still and took on all the attacks.
Is this still a human being? Hundreds of missiles hit Lin Chen, but he was fine. He is God.
Many people who saw this scene were shocked. Some satellites also took a lot of photos in the sky. Commander-in-Chief, there is a situation.
Mandel hurried into the commander's office.
What's up?
Mandel said, the satellite captured this.
He quickly handed some of the photos to the commander-in-chief. The U.S. commander-in-chief said in disbelief after reading it, Lin Chen stood still and endured a large number of missile attacks?
Mandel nodded.
He took a deep breath and said, Commander-in-Chief, he didn't have to do this. He did this to warn us and to announce to the world that he is the ruler of the world. The U.S. president remained silent. Even missile attacks like this can't kill him. Lin Chen is invincible. The mushroom bomb can kill Lin Chen. But when it was launched, Lin Cheningfi had already disappeared. And if anyone dares to use mushroom bombs against Lin Chen, his space treasure will probably be filled with mushroom bombs to give warmth.
You can get out now.
The U.S. president waved his hand weakly.
The news quickly spread on the internet. It's amazing that they can survive a missile attack like this. The United States' hegemonic position is gone, and a new hegemon is born. All assassination attempts can be cancelled.
Grandmaster Lin has shown the world through his actions that he is invincible.
Countless people on the internet were shocked.
Lin Chen's ability to fly shocked countless people, but being able to fly doesn't mean he is invincible, so there is still hope for the enemy. Now Lin Chen is using his actions to tell the world that it is impossible to kill him. In this way, those who target Lin Chen's relatives and friends can take a break.
Doing so will not kill Lin Chen, but will only bring great risks of extermination of their own clan or even country. We're fucked. The Dongying soldiers on the battleship were in despair. If missiles can't kill Lin Chen, what else can we do? Call out.
Lin Chen flew downwards.
He passed by a warship. Mental power placed a bomb in the system space into the interior of the battleship. This bomb weighs hundreds of kilograms.
And it is loaded with a new type of explosive. Its explosive power is equivalent to 7 or 8 tons of TNT.
Boom!
Lin Chen flew away, and the explosives exploded inside. The horrific explosion instantly tore the entire battleship into pieces.
Boom! Boom!
Lin Chen flew past at high speed, and warships kept exploding. In just a few minutes, the dozens of warships gathered together were all blown up.
It's terrible. Dozens of warships were destroyed in less than 5 minutes.
The U.S. aircraft carrier is nothing compared to Lin Chen.
Reporters from some countries on the mainland were extremely shocked.
They came to record the confrontation between Lin Chen and the fleet, but unexpectedly, what they recorded was a one-sided massacre. After demonstrating his terrifying defensive ability, Lin Chen also displayed his terrifying offensive power.
Call out. Lin Chen flew back. He landed on the harbor here. There were quite a few soldiers from the Dongying kingdom here, but they ran away.
The only ones left are journalists from some countries. They looked at Lin Chen in shock.
Chapter 631 Want to surrender? No way.
Dozens of reporters were taking photos and recording videos, but for a moment, no one dared to step forward to ask questions.
The strength displayed by Lin Chen was too strong.
He withstood the missile attack without any damage to his clothes, and dozens of warships were all destroyed by Lin Chen in a short time.
In their eyes, Lin Chen is now a god. As mortals, they dared not approach or disrespect. Come out. As soon as Lin Chen thought about it, 3,000 mechanical leopards appeared. After they appeared, they immediately moved away quickly and in an orderly manner. So many mechanical leopards. Wow, Grandmaster Lin's space treasure is huge. Such a large space treasure, the power is too strong.
The reporters were talking in low voices. There were also many civilians looking at this side in the distance. After some of the 3,000 mechanical leopards left, Lin Chen sent another 3,000 to appear.
6,000 mechanical leopards were enough to clear out all the enemies on the land. Call out. Without saying anything to the reporters, Lin Chen left instantly. With so many mechanical leopards, can they defeat hundreds of thousands of troops?
I estimated that there should be 6,000 of them, and they are all Type 3 improved mechanical leopards. They can fight against 60 elite soldiers at once.
Most of the soldiers of Dongying country are new recruits. To deal with them, these 6,000 can easily defeat 800,000. The reporters were talking about it. They were all shocked. Lin Chen used a fighter jet in the air.
He quickly flew to another area where enemies were gathered.
Come out. Soon, several thousand mechanical leopards appeared in the area.
There were 30,000 mechanical leopards in Lin Chen's space treasure. It took him 2 hours to place these 30,000 mechanical leopards in more than 10 places, with the most being 6,000 and the least being 1,000 or 2,000.
The mechanical leopard moved quickly under Xiaobei's control. East Sakura country.
The elders of Dongying Kingdom and others received news from the front line.
Dozens of warships were all destroyed.
Lin Chen also released a large number of mechanical leopards, and their soldiers were quickly slaughtered. Everyone, according to the intelligence, the total number of mechanical leopards released by Lin Chen is about 30,000, and they are all improved third-type mechanical leopards. These 30,000 mechanical leopards can match our 3 to 4 million people.
We will definitely lose in Australia.
A senior figure from the Dongying military said bitterly. The rest were silent. Facing 240,000 mechanical leopards on their own land, they will also be defeated.
Where is their hope? Can our genetic organisms regain control? Someone asked. Some people showed hope in their eyes. There is still hope if we can regain control of them.
The person in charge of communication in this regard shook his head and said, there is no hope yet. The professors are still working hard.
Ding ding. Just then a dedicated phone line rang.
This phone is not connected to the internet, and only one phone call from the outside can come in, so the security is still quite high.
Hello. The elder of Dongying Kingdom answered the phone.
The person on the other end of the phone trembled and said, Lord, a large number of genetic creatures have arrived at our seashore, and many have entered the river.
Many attacks have occurred.
The face of the elder of Dongying Kingdom changed.
Sir, we suspect that the genetic organisms in Australia are also being lured back. They are missing now.
The elder of Dongying Kingdom hung up the phone with a serious expression. Everyone, not only have the genetic creatures returned, but they are also attacking us.
They are completely out of control. We have no hope.
The elder of Dongying Kingdom said in a hoarse voice.
Everyone felt disappointed. Are they going to surrender?
They have recruited tens of millions of soldiers in order to occupy the entire Australia. The soldiers have committed heinous crimes in Australia.
If they surrender, they will be tried. What will be their fate?
But those who don't surrender will die more, and there is no point.
Everyone, please vote.
Raise your hands if you agree to surrender.
The elder of Dongying Kingdom took a deep breath and said. Everyone present raised their hands silently.
If there was still hope, most of them would not give up, but now, they can no longer see any hope.
The trump card of genetic biology is completely useless. Call.
The elder of Dongying Kingdom let out a breath of foul air.
Everyone, let's go out and declare surrender. Everyone prepared to leave the underground base. Soon they were in the elevator. The elevator didn't respond. Everyone suddenly had some ominous premonitions in their hearts.
They quickly chose to leave on foot via the stairs, but before they got outside, they found that the passage was blocked.
I don't know when the passage collapsed.
Lin Chen doesn't want us to surrender quickly, he wants to kill more of us.
Hurry up and ask the people outside to clear the passage.
Everyone returned to the base and tried to make a phone call, trying to ask their people outside to clear the passage, but the call that had just been made could not be made again. The elder of Dongying Kingdom had an extremely ugly expression on his face.
If they don't surrender, the war will continue and their soldiers in their homeland in Australia will be massacred.
Those soldiers are all young and strong. They recruited a total of 10 million soldiers.
With so many young and middle-aged people dying, where is the future of their country? America. 30,000 mechanical leopards?
The US president said in disbelief.
Mandel nodded and said, even if there is an error, it is not much.
According to our calculations, the internal space of Lin Chen's space treasure is about 15,000 cubic meters.
It could be even bigger. The US president.
He frowned. 30,000 mechanical leopards, if one is equal to 60, that would be equivalent to an army of 1,800,000. This result made him silent. The number of soldiers in their country is 1.4 million. Mandel said, Lin Chen did this on purpose. First, he wanted to quickly eliminate the remaining troops of Dongying country. Second, he also wanted to further demonstrate his strength to the world.
He is further undermining our hegemony.
The US president's mouth twitched.
There is also a bullshit hegemony.
Lin Chen carried the missiles with his body and easily destroyed dozens of warships. He took out 30,000 mechanical leopards from the space treasures.
From now on, the hegemony of the United States is completely gone. China.
Various news are everywhere.
Master Lin is too strong. What I admire is that Master Lin is so amazing. He was able to hold it in. He has never shown his powerful strength before. Master Lin, how can I get the benefits if I don't hide my true colors? If I don't hide my true colors, how can the East Sakura country jump out like this? Lin Chen's countless fans were excited. Countless Chinese people were equally excited.
The blood feud with the Dongying kingdom was completely settled this time. The mechanical leopard killed soldiers from the Dongying country, and it had a legitimate reason. As for the genetic creatures killing their civilians, that was something they created themselves and they deserved it. High in the sky, Lin Chen drove the stealth fighter forward quickly.
He was heading to East Sakura country. The system space is empty. The Dongying Bank has more than 800 tons of gold in reserve.
There are still many rare materials in the strategic reserve. These were his spoils of war.
Chapter 632: The Horrific Gains of War.
After more than 2 hours, Lin Chen arrived at Dongying country.
He first went to the central bank of Dongying Kingdom.
There is a large amount of gold stored here, as well as a lot of other currencies. The mechanical leopard has already occupied this place. Lin Chen's mental power directly entered the vault, and the gold in the vault quickly disappeared the next second. According to the current gold price, 1 ton of gold is worth 700 to 800 million, and Dongying's more than 800 tons of gold is worth 600 billion.
He will definitely not leave this money to Dongying.
In addition to gold, the central bank of Dongying also reserves a large amount of banknotes, which Lin Chen naturally collected as well.
Collect. Time passed and Lin Chen was very busy.
He has visited many banks in Dongying country, and naturally he will not miss out on the country's resource reserves and other places.
Xiao Bei knows very well where the good things are. Why don't the higher-ups surrender yet? We can't win at all. Fighting against the robots means we will die. Let's surrender. Many people in a troop of the Dongying kingdom were making a lot of noise. They made many white flags and many people raised the white flags. Bang, bang. Boom. The mechanical leopard seemed not to see any of this.
They continued to launch attacks and kill these soldiers crazily. The soldiers who participated in the war were the most warlike and fanatical ones from Dongying country, and Lin Chen had no intention of letting them live.
Why are they still attacking? It's over. Lin Chen may not want to accept our surrender.
The soldiers were desperate. Some of them resisted, but it was in vain.
The gap in strength is too big.
The 240,000 mechanical leopards from the Dongying kingdom can match their more than 10 million new recruits. The number of their local soldiers has been reduced from 2 million to only 1 million.
Let's take off our uniforms and run. That's a good idea.
Large numbers of deserters began to appear in many places. The punishment for deserters in Dongying country is very strict, so they dare not escape, but they can't do anything about the current situation.
But escaping is not that easy.
Xiaobei had already recorded their identity information, and the mechanical leopard knew exactly what they looked like. Even if they took off their military uniforms, the mechanical leopard would still attack them if it discovered them.
Don't kill me, don't kill me. An East Sakura soldier who escaped back home pleaded. Civilians, please leave the house immediately.
One of the 3 mechanical leopards that came over said. The wife of the Dongying soldier left the house in fear, holding her child.
Boom! The next second, the mechanical leopard threw in a bomb. The bomb exploded and the whole house was blown to pieces.
The 3 mechanical leopards left.
They didn't massacre civilians, but there was some damage to buildings when the enemies were eliminated, which makes sense. Woo woo!
The woman burst into tears.
Without a man, there is no home.
She regretted it so much that her intestines turned green.
Why did you encourage your man to join the army before?
She had a beautiful dream before that after occupying Australia, they would be able to get large tracts of land and become landlords.
Who would have thought that I have nothing now? There is no money left in the bank card.
Not only was the money in their bank cards gone, but the money in the bank cards of all the soldiers who participated in the war was gone.
There are as many as 10 million soldiers from the Dongying country participating in the war.
They are a developed country. The average savings of these 10 million families is 500,000 renminbi, which adds up to 5 trillion.
Lin Chen accepted them all with a smile. Lin Chen also happily accepted funds from many of their state institutions. The total revenue is more than 10 trillion renminbi. This does not include foreign government bonds held by the East Sakura Kingdom.
Xiaobei, send a message to the outside world.
From now on, all foreign national debts held by Dongying will belong to me. Lin Chen said. The US debt held by the East Sakura country exceeds $1 trillion. Yes, master.
Soon Xiaobei sent a message on Lin Chen's Douyin.
Master Lin is so cruel. The national debt of Dongying is over $1 trillion. They are losing a lot this time. Great, this is how we should deal with the East Sakura nation. Dongying country is expected to become a poor country in the future. It is very likely that they can only develop special industries in the future. A large number of Chinese netizens were very excited. Many people in the United States are panicking.
After this news was released, the bond market showed signs of a bloody collapse.
Lin Chen obtained so many US debts from Dongying country. If Lin Chen sells in large quantities, where can they find so many buyers? Contact China immediately. We will deepen economic and trade cooperation with China in all aspects.
The US president said in a deep voice. They must compromise in exchange for China's support.
Half an hour later. Ding ding.
Lin Chen's cell phone rang. It was Mr. Li calling.
Xiaolin, are you busy? Mr. Li asked with a smile.
Lin Chen said, Mr. Li, I'm almost done.
Is there anything I can do for you?
Mr. Li, the United States wants to strengthen cooperation with us. It would not be a good thing for us to bring down the United States. We have no blood feud with the United States, you see. Lin Chen chuckled and said, Mr. Li, I know. Please tell them that I have no plans to sell rice bonds on a large scale for the time being. But they need to know what they should and shouldn't do.
Mr. Li laughed and said, if they still don't know what you have demonstrated, they would be very stupid. After hanging up the phone, Mr. Li was very relieved.
Although Lin Chen is very powerful, he is still humble and polite.
He also didn't think of dominating the world by force. 3 days passed in a flash.
Almost all the soldiers from Dongying Kingdom who participated in the war died. Some soldiers took off their military uniforms and hid, but they could only hide for a while, not forever.
Death was only a matter of time.
There is chaos within the country of Dongying. The soldiers died, but the genetic organisms are still there.
There have been incidents of genetic organisms attacking civilians in many places.
The Dongying Kingdom has created more than 100,000 genetically modified organisms in total, and these genetically modified organisms will kill many of them.
Dad. Lin Chen returned home.
Lin Xiaoqian and Lin Dongyao ran towards him happily. Lin Chen picked them all up and kissed them twice.
CC, Dong, are you guys good at home?
Lin Chen said with a smile.
Lin Xiaoqian laughed and said, Dad, I'm good. My brother is not good.
He runs around the house and makes trouble everywhere.
Sister, I don't.
Lin Dongyao said with a pouty mouth. Lin Chen smiled and said, Dong, I believe what my sister said.
But boys are generally more naughty than girls, which is also normal. Husband. Su Mengyao came closer.
Lin Chen put Lin Xiaoqian down and hugged Su Mengyao.
Wife, I'm back. Lin Chen smiled and said, let me check you first. It didn't take long for Lin Chen to finish the inspection. Su Mengyao is in good health and the two little ones are fine too. Next, just wait patiently for them to be born. Honey, is it over? Su Mengyao asked. Lin Chen nodded, it's basically over. Dongying country hasn't announced its surrender yet, but it doesn't matter whether they do or not. They no longer have an army.
They no longer have their warships, planes, and everything else.
Chapter 633 Lin Chen's handling of Dongying country. East Sakura country.
The elders of Dongying kingdom and others were finally rescued.
What's the situation outside now? How many of our soldiers are left?
A senior figure from the Dongying military asked impatiently. The man being questioned said bitterly, gone, all gone.
All our warriors in Australia and the mainland are gone. They were all killed by Lin Chen's mechanical leopard. The big guys who came out couldn't believe it. Another boss asked, how is this possible? Wouldn't our people surrender? How could they be killed?
The man said, the mechanical leopards do not accept surrender. Our people raised the white flag to surrender, but they still continued to attack. We took off our uniforms and hid back home, but they still came to attack us.
And the mechanical leopard hiding in the house even blew up the house. Everyone.
It hurts to not accept surrender.
The Dongying state's elder's face turned pale. So, all of our 10 million soldiers who joined the army have died? The man nodded, almost all dead.
And they have no money left in the bank. The face of the elder of Dongying kingdom changed.
Lin Chen transferred all their money?
The man said, yes, almost all the money in the bank of all the participants in the war is gone.
The gold in our treasury is gone too.
Lin Chen also announced that all our national debts belong to him. The elder of Dongying kingdom whitened his eyes.
He couldn't believe it. The same goes for the rest.
If they fought with China, they could surrender if they lost, and their soldiers' money and their country's money would still be there.
But after fighting with Lin Chen, they actually lost everything. All the people were killed. Both personal money and national money have been transferred away. In this situation, how will Dongying country make money in the future?
They are an island country with few resources but a large population.
If they have no money to buy things, they can't even get enough food. What else? Someone asked through gritted teeth.
The man said, the factory we helped produce the munitions was destroyed, and they have no more money in the bank. Not only is the money in the company's account gone, but also the money of their shareholders and employees. A large number of genetic organisms are now killing people across the country. The number of people killed nationwide is likely to exceed 1 million.
Everyone.
They all looked extremely ugly. Lin Chen's punishment on them was so severe that the employees of the company that produced the weapons were severely punished.
Walk. The elder of Dongying kingdom gritted his teeth.
They soon met higher-ranking people outside.
Anything else besides these? The elder of Dongying kingdom took a deep breath and asked. The person being questioned was Mitsui Aoki.
He said, Sir, we have no money in various state agencies.
The money in the government accounts at all levels has been transferred away. The exchange rate has also plummeted now. The elder of Dongying state trembled and asked, what is the current exchange rate?
If the exchange rate drops, they will have to spend more money on imports, and they may even have trouble eating.
$1 is now worth 350 yen.
The ministers of Dongying state and others were dumbfounded. The exchange rate of the Japanese yen had already fallen a lot before the war, but it was more than 140 to 1 at that time. When the war started, it fell to more than 200, and now it has plummeted to 350.
Their money is worthless.
Their foreign exchange was also taken away by Lin Chen. The big guys all felt their heads buzzing. They knew they would definitely die, but the country and the nation had to continue.
What would the people do without money? Anything else?
The elder of Dongying kingdom said in a trembling voice. Mitsui Aoki said, Lin Chen said that we will permanently ban the possession of an army and civilians from owning firearms. Once discovered, the mechanical leopard will directly clean them up. He also said that we should ban having a second child in the future, and all couples can only have one child. Having a second child will result in a 10-year prison sentence.
One of the big guys was so angry that he was shaking and said angrily, "He wants us to be destroyed. A couple can only have one child. Our population will become smaller and smaller. Gradually our country and nation will be gone."
Mitsui Aoki took a deep breath and said, Lin Chen also said that if our women marry in other countries and give up our country's nationality, they will not be affected by this.
It will accelerate our population decline. The face of the elder of Dongying Kingdom turned pale. Anything else? Mitsui Aoki nodded.
As the big guys looked at him, Mitsui Aoki continued, men from our East Sakura country are strictly prohibited from leaving the country. Those who have already left the country need to return within a month. The rest of the countries that do not return to their country must cooperate with repatriation, hide to avoid returning to their country, and be forcibly repatriated if discovered, and they will also face up to 20 years in prison.
Everyone was dumbfounded.
Some of them now have sons living abroad, and they thought that the family line would continue even if they died. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen asked all the men to return.
Women do not restrict men, but they do.
With fewer resources, they can foresee the consequences, their women will continue to leave and the number of children born will continue to decrease.
So cruel. The elder of Dongying Kingdom gritted his teeth.
Lin Chen did not massacre their civilians, but such a method was more cruel than massacring half of their civilians.
Their country and nation would gradually perish. Anything else? A big boss asked.
Mitsui Aoki nodded and continued, also, no country is allowed to invest in our country, and he will impose double the tariff on food sold to our country. The money from the grain tariffs as compensation for his losses.
The elder of Dongying Kingdom.
Their grain self-sufficiency rate is less than half, and they need to import grain. This is a rigid demand, and they have to buy it even if the price doubles. Lin Chen has cut their flesh and needs to continue bleeding. They thought that if they lost the war they would at most lose some money, which was still worth the risk compared to the huge benefits of winning the war, but they didn't expect that losing the war would be so tragic.
Lin Chen was so cruel. What does Lin Chen require of us? A big guy asked. Mitsui Aoki shook his head. Lin Chen didn't say that. The elder of Dongying State said in a bitter voice, with the country in such a state, do you think our people will let us go? Not only us, but our family will be ruined. He wants our people to tear us apart completely. Everyone felt a chill down their spine. The minister of the East Sakura Kingdom asked, what does the international community say? Mitsui Aoki, the whole world praised it.
All countries in the world agreed with Lin Chen's solution.
Many dignitaries from all over the world are preparing to go to China. A big shot asked, what are you going to China for?
Mitsui Aoki said, Su Mengyao is about to give birth, they should take this opportunity to send gifts to please Lin Chen. The elder of Dongying State looked over and said in a trembling voice, everyone, we have failed our country and our nation. Let us publicly declare our surrender and then commit suicide together to apologize.
Chapter 634 Finale. East Sakura Country.
3 cameras are set up in a huge live broadcast room, broadcasting live from 3 different directions. The ground where the camera was pointing was covered with a thick white cloth.
Honey, are they planning to commit suicide? Su Mengyao said.
They were watching the live broadcast on their phones. Lin Chen nodded and said, that should be the case. But whether they surrender or commit suicide is not important. They will definitely pay the price for what they have done.
Many people around the world watched the live broadcast.
The elder of Dongying Kingdom was the first to arrive on the white cloth.
He was wearing traditional clothes of Dongying Kingdom and holding a knife in his hand. I am the elder of Dongying Kingdom. I declare that the East Sakura country surrenders unconditionally.
I am responsible for attacking Australia and massacring a large number of Australian people, but countless people in our East Sakura country are innocent. I hope that the international community can give them fair treatment. After saying this, the elder of Dongying Kingdom drew his sword.
He cut across his abdomen. Su Mengyao's face changed slightly. Hubby, they are really cruel. They can actually cut it horizontally like this.
Lin Chen pinched Su Mengyao's cheek and said, silly wife, do you think they can endure it?
He must have used anesthetics, so the cutting is not that painful. I see. Su Mengyao suddenly realized. Lin Chen said, some people in Dongying country are sincere and don't need anesthetics, but their senior officials definitely don't have the courage. Time passes by every second. The rest of the people appeared in front of the camera one by one.
After apologizing for their crimes, they committed suicide with a knife.
They actually don't want to die.
But they knew they had no way out. If they committed suicide to apologize, the public anger would be reduced and some members of their family might still survive. Otherwise, all the men in their family would be killed, and the women in their family would probably suffer much worse than the men.
Honey, the East Sakura country has been resolved, so everything is fine now, right? Su Mengyao asked. Lin Chen smiled and said, "It's nothing.
We are competing with the United States for interests, so we can use economic means. An America that does not threaten our lives but can bring pressure to the country may not be a bad thing for the people."
I have to get down to business from now on. Su Mengyao asked doubtfully, "What's the matter?"
Lin Chen smiled and said, "Of course I am taking care of the baby. I am a full-time dad, and taking care of the baby is my main job.
The 2 little ones will be out in about a week.
By then I'll have 4 to take care of, and I won't have time to take care of these things."
Su Mengyao smiled. Ding ding.
Lin Chen's cell phone rang. It was Mr. Jiang who called.
Lin Chen answered the phone and asked, "Mr. Jiang, what's the good news?"
On the other end of the phone, Jiang Lao smiled and said, "Shaolin, Dongying country is broadcasting live, did you watch it?"
"I have," Lin Chen said.
Jiang Lao said solemnly, "Shaolin, thank you. On behalf of the country, I solemnly express my gratitude to you.
Our countless sacrificed soldiers and civilians have finally rested in peace." "Mr. Jiang, you're welcome. How could I be where I am today without the efforts of my ancestors?" Lin Chen said. "Jiang Lao, Shaolin, the country will award you the Yanhuang Medal.
In addition, the Nobel Committee contacted us and said that they would give you the Nobel Peace Prize."
Lin Chen said, "Mr. Jiang, I want the Yanhuang Medal, but as for the Nobel Peace Prize, I don't want it. They are just flattering themselves by giving me this. I'll organize an award myself then. We Chinese don't need to compete for the Nobel Prize in the future." Old Jiang's eyes lit up.
With Lin Chen's reputation, the award he organizes will have a greater impact.
A week passed in the blink of an eye.
The wars in East Sakura and Australia have subsided, and many conflicts in other parts of the world have gradually ceased. The United States is behind many conflicts. Now that the United States knows that its hegemony is gone, they have withdrawn their power.
It would be great if they can keep their homeland in the future. Wow!
A baby crying sounded in the medical room. From the voice, Lin Chen could tell that it was Lin Jinbei. Soon the second cry was heard.
Lin Anlin was also born. Several doctors in the medical room breathed a sigh of relief.
They divided the work among themselves, some took care of the mother, while others cleaned, wrapped up the 2 children and sent them outside.
"Master Lin, congratulations.
Both the twins are healthy,"
one of the 2 doctors who came out said.
Lin Chen nodded, "Thank you, you have worked hard."
He looked at the 2 children and went into the delivery room. Chen Mei and Yang Qingyue happily took the 2 little ones. "Wife, you've worked hard."
Lin Chen arrived at the delivery room and held Su Mengyao's hand.
He quickly checked Su Mengyao's condition. The doctors were all top-notch and Su Mengyao was fine. "Honey, it's not hard. Are Xiaobei and Lanlan all okay?" Su Mengyao asked.
Lin Chen nodded and said, "They are all fine.
We have 2 more children, and my parents and your parents are all very happy." Su Mengyao, hubby, you have to pay attention to Cici and Dongdong's emotions and don't let them feel left out.
Rest assured.
Lin Chen lowered his head and kissed Su Mengyao.
"I'm going to go out first, Dr. Liu, thank you for your help."
"Don't worry, Mr. Lin."
Lin Chen went outside and picked up Lin Xiaoqian and Lin Dongyao.
"Cici, Dongdong, have you seen your brothers and sisters?" Lin Chen asked with a smile.
Lin Xiaoqian and Lin Dongyao nodded. Lin Dongyao said in a baby voice, "Dad, my brother and sister are so small, but they look very cute." Lin Xiaoqian giggled and said, "Dongdong, you were also very small before."
"Dongdong, you will be the second brother from now on. I'm the eldest sister." Lin Dongyao said happily, "I am finally a brother too. But they can't call me brother yet." A faint smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. It seems that Lin Xiaoqian and Lin Dongyao really like their younger siblings.
Having 2 more brothers and sisters means they have 2 more playmates.
3 days passed in a flash. Su Mengyao got out of bed. She recovered quickly from a normal birth. She doesn't have to stay in confinement.
The confinement period means that your resistance is lowered after giving birth, so you need to take good care of your body. Su Mengyao can kill an adult tiger with one punch. Her talents have improved a lot during this pregnancy, her internal strength has also increased a lot, and her physical fitness is much stronger than before she was pregnant.
Mr. Lin, congratulations. Mr. Lin, this is 10% of our company's shares. It's just a small token of my appreciation. I hope you can accept it. Mr. Lin,
you guess. Lin Shen said with a smile.
Su Mengyao said coquettishly, how can I guess? Husband, please tell me.
Lin Shen smiled and said, 3 years ago, I could beat 100 of them now.
Wife, this is for you. Lin Chen took out an exquisite ring. So beautiful, what kind of gem is this? Su Mengyao said in surprise.
Lin Chen smiled and said, I made this myself after I got it back from the moon.
Ah?
Su Mengyao stared at Lin Chen in a daze.
Hubby, did you fly to the moon by yourself?
Lin Chen smiled and nodded.
Do you like it?
Lin Chen said as he put the ring on Su Mengyao.
Su Mengyao nodded lovingly. Completed.